match between, or today's match, there we go, I can hear myself talking now, that's better. Not necessarily for everybody. Welcome to the one-day cup match between Middlesex and Derbyshire. That's what Derbyshire and Middlesex at the county ground in Derby. Derbyshire have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first, and they've made a couple of changes as well. Yusuf bin Naeem will make his senior debut for Derbyshire. He's out there now, just being ordered around by the new skipper, Samit Patel, because of course there's no Ross Whiteley. Yusuf bin Naeem replaces Mitch Wagstaff nominally, and Darren DePavel on his back in place of Ross Whiteley, who has disappeared to the 100. And the less said about that, the better. So we'll perhaps revisit that a little bit later on today. Kevin Hand from BBC London will be with me in the fullness of time. I have absolutely no doubt about that. I can tell you that Joe Cracknell and Sam Robson are out there to open the batting for Middlesex. And I will have to do an update fairly shortly for BBC Radio Derby. Zach Chappell to open the bowling, in and bowls wide of the off stump. A low take as the ball dies on its way through to Brooke Guest. And we are indeed underway. Middlesex opened their campaign with defeat at Worcestershire on Wednesday. Derbyshire, of course, had that rather bizarre and remarkable victory at Northamptonshire, largely down to this man. Zach Chappell took 4 wickets and scored an unbeaten 90, and bowls wide of the off stump again, goes through to Brooke Guest. And he's just telling Brooke Guest and the slips to come a bit closer, which suggests that Zach Chappell's already spotted how dead the pitch. I didn't do an update. And goes Chappell, bowls wide of the off stump. It's left alone by Cracknell and goes through to the keeper. So not much has happened, I think it's fair to say. I think most people would probably be better off in the marquee away to our right-hand side, where there's a tap takeover today. That sounds very exciting. Shiny Brewery from Little Eaton.
Not tap dancing.
You have to... What are you doing?
Not tap dancing.
There you are.
Do you mean I kept quiet all that time for no reason?
You did. I may have mentioned that you were going to arrive at some point. Here's Chappell bowling wide of the off stump through to the keeper. And there's no run. How are you, mate?
All right, how are you?
Yeah, very good.
Brought you a donut. You didn't want one, though.
You know what?
You wanted something from the tap, didn't you? Not the tap dancing.
I think I'd have preferred something from the tap. Yeah, well, I've had 4 Eccles cakes and a... I forgot what they're called now that James made.
Was that first or second breakfast?
That was first. I was up very early this morning. I was up at 6 o'clock this morning to get down here in good time, as you can imagine.
Of course. It's only down the road for you, isn't it? About an hour and a half?
Yeah, not bad.
Hour and 3/4 on a good day? Bad day?
Yeah, and even longer when the M6 gets old. You know what traffic's like. Chappell's going in again. He hasn't done much yet, and he's bowled this one on the stumps, and it's been met by the bat of Cracknell, pushed out into the offside, where it was fielded by Matt Lamb, and there is no run.
He's done plenty in the competition, though. 92!
Who?
Chappell.
It's 94, wasn't it?
My apologies, 94.
I'm not sure. Yeah, 94 not out, and he picked up 4 wickets as well. No, he was...
So when you were starting your engine, at 8 down, 7 down.
97 for 7. I was a long way up the M1. I was thinking I'd get home for 6 o'clock. This one's guided down to third man by Cracknell. First run of the day. It's fielded in the far distance by Sam Connors, and it was the final ball of the over. So 1 gone. Middlesex 1 without loss. Yeah, I was a long way up the M1 at 97 or 96 for 7, whatever it was. Derbyshire, the top order, it was slightly calamitous in all honesty, but Ross Whiteley and Zach Chappell got them pretty much to very close to the finish line. Blimey, look at all that. You've gone very continental there, haven't you?
I have. Well, I'll get you a donut and a croissant.
That's very kind.
A turkey twizzler, as I keep calling them. It's not a turkey twizzler. What do you call it? Chocolate twist.
Yeah.
We're not going to mention the Middlesex game, though, obviously. We'll just mention Derbyshire against Northamptonshire instead.
I want to mention the Leicestershire game from yesterday, if I would tell you. I mean, it was bad news in one respect that Nottinghamshire won, but to see Leicestershire bowled out for 80 was highly amusing. Sam Connors from the City End, and he will be bowling to Joe Cracknell.
Yeah, Cracknell, who was a wild card for the 100 a couple of years back, under Owen Morgan. Not in the 100 at the moment. And here he comes now. Connors in, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell. He's beaten. That's a lovely ball, line and length, through to the keeper. 2 slips in place. Deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. That was a glorious delivery start from Connors. He bowled well. I liked Connors at Lords. We discussed this a lot, didn't we?
Yes.
Connors, I thought, bowled nicely.
Yes. He's been a pale shadow of the player who got 50 championship wickets 2 years ago, sadly. He does have a very fine mullet, which sort of negates that a bit.
Does it?
Not completely, though.
Here's Connors in again. He bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, drops a quick single into the onside. Robson scurries through as well. And Cracknell has his second run. Middlesex's second run, 2 without loss.
Well, I'm glad you brought the 100 up nice and early anyway, Kev, because I had a...
Gives us a day.
Well, I had a 5-minute rant on the radio yesterday because Ross Whiteley, of course, who captained Derbyshire to that remarkable victory and shared in the 22nd highest 8th wicket stand in the history of List A cricket anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Has been selected by the Welsh Fire now and will be missing for the rest of the one-day cup campaign. So Samit Patel is back as the captain, having skippered the side in the T20, the unsuccessful T20, which we won't talk about T20 cricket. I don't think there's much value in that.
Connors in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. It's taken at point, there's no run.
No value at all for either of us. I think it's safe to say.
Yes.
But the complete disrespect with which the ECB treats the counties during the 100 is never better exemplified by the fact that yesterday they announced the day before a match, oh yeah, Ross Whiteley's going to be picked now. Thanks.
Connors halfway through his run-up. Balls and goes past the edge of Robson. Through it goes to the keeper. It's a lovely ball. This is, everything that you're saying there, Fletch, absolutely right and 100%. Yet still, these counties are able to put Sam Robson, former England opener, Cracknell, wild card by Owen Morgan a couple of years ago. He's had a quiet couple of years since, which is why he's in this and not called up to the 100 again. But Connors and Chappell, who I thought, that opening spell from Chappell in particular, when he picked up Robson at Lords. First 5 deliveries, I think it was, but it was swung 4 away, and then the 5th one, Robson reached for it, didn't he? And to backward point, he was gone. Here's Connors to him now, though. Balls, and this ball's worked away, backward square on the leg side, and they will pick up a single. Long leg coming up to collect. 3 without loss it is, 1 to come of the over. So this competition, I mean, just...
Oh, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with this competition. Per se.
No, I know.
And Chappell, indeed, made his Derbyshire List A debut on Wednesday because he'd been in the 100 last season, which was his first season here at Derbyshire. Samit Patel made his Derbyshire List A debut.
But my point is, it goes to show the respect that the counties do deserve for what they produce.
Wow. Yeah.
Here is Connors in again. He bowls, and that's edged just short of second slip. It was a very low trajectory, wasn't it? Which at first made me think he was completely squared up by it, Cracknell, whether it was actually the back hip, but I think it was the edge, straight to ground, just below the fingertips of second slip. 3 without loss it is after 2 overs.
It was a good over that from Sam Connors. Sharp over from Sam Connors, bowling from the City. And he ordinarily bowls from the racecourse end, which is interesting. I don't know why they've swapped around these two. Darren Dupavalon back in the side, the South African, having missed the game at Northampton due to an ankle injury. And Yusuf bin Naeem, along with Harry Moore, who played on Thursday and Wednesday rather than is playing again today. Just the pair of them have just signed their first professional contracts, which is excellent for them, and good to see them getting a go in the One Day Cup. I was going to have a production meeting with you off air, but I think I'm going to have it on air in a moment. 3 without loss, Middlesex at the start of the third over, bowled by Zach Chappell wide of the off stump and through to the keeper.
We could pass each other notes.
Well, we could do, but that's not going to happen, is it? I have updates.
Are you a fan of an on-air production meeting? I actually quite like them. I think some of the listeners do as well.
I don't mind. I was just going to tell you, I have updates because I know you have none. I have updates on the hour, every hour, and on the half hour from 2:30 onwards.
Beautiful.
Into a sports programme because we have Derby County and Burton Albion in action today.
Are they really?
Pre-season friendlies, remarkably. Chappell in and bowls. That one is played by Robson up to Moore at mid-on. And there's no run. If you were thinking of coming here rather than going to Shrewsbury in the case of Derby County or the Preley Stadium in the case of Burton Albion, get yourselves down. It's glorious here. Plenty of blue sky.
And a good crowding, I think.
Yeah, not bad.
It felt busy around the back.
Not bad.
I forgot when you pulled in, so I said to you, I'm parking up. And
Where did you park up?
Well, right behind the media centre here, but
okay.
I thought it was parking up over there, and then, oh no, off you go, around the back. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, keep going.
So, 1 mile an hour, hazards on.
Chapel bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Robson.
Been quicker to walk.
It's a bit like driving in London then. All the way around the back at 1 mile an hour. Yes.
Very good.
I love coming to Lords, but I hate driving in London. When you're not used to it, it's a tricky proposition. Which is why when we get to park the cars inside the ground and leave them for 4 days, it's
Aye.
bliss.
No designated driver in the evening on the expenses either.
No. Not many pubs in the area, though.
Well.
Chappell bowls. That's turned nicely into the leg side. Might be the first boundary. Will be the first boundary. I fancy, although Darren Pavillon puts the dive in, but he can't get there. It was a sort of token gesture in the end, really, from Pavillon, and it is the first boundary of the match. Goes to Sam Robson. He moves to 5 at Middlesex, 7 without loss. But it was very enjoyable, apart from the cricket. Derbyshire managed to condense a bad session into an hour here and there, which was excellent news. Here goes Chappell, and he's 2 balls left of this over. That one is off an edge down towards third man. It looked deliberate by Robson, who is a good enough batter to be able to do that deliberately. He moves to 6. It's fielded down there in the far distance in front of the members' pavilion by Sam Connors. And the visitors are on 8 without loss. So is this the same Middlesex team?
Yes, I wasn't at the game on Wednesday, but obviously
You surprised me.
from afar, Dan Whiting doing that game for BBC London. It's his Chappell again.
Certainly is. Racecourse end, bowling to Cracknell, who has a bit of a waft at that one outside the off stump, goes through to Brooke Guest. Perhaps the pitch was looking slow because Chappell was just warming up, because that looked a bit sharper in that over. 3 gone, 8 without loss.
But you look at the names on Wednesday, Cracknell and Robson with the opening pair for that one. Fernandez at 3. It's 2 right-handers to open, as it is again here. 2 left-handers following Fernandez and Stoneman. Then Davies, a third left-hander, Anderson. So there's a little something there. I mean, I know when Adam Gilchrist was with Middlesex, he made a very big thing of, in white ball cricket in particular, left-hand, right-handed combinations. But at the end of the day, obviously being bowled out as they were for 188, it's a long, long, long way short. So it's Connors, isn't it? He's facing us, so I can't actually see his mullet, which is what threw me.
It is. He wears the sleeve on his right arm.
And he comes. Oh, yes, of course. He's past the umpire bowls, and this ball's full and driven into the covers by Robson. There's no run. So, yeah, Anderson, Holman, Cullen, Brooks, Bamber, Cornell. There's a lot of young names in there, is what I'm saying. And young in terms of experience as well. Cracknell, not having played that much at this day because he was away with the 100, and then, as I say, he's had a quieter 2 years. So this is a big month for Cracknell to try and get in and get some runs.
It's not even a little month.
It's a long month. It's a big month. Goes Connors. Oh, some pace and bounce on that one again. And again, this is reminiscent of how I remember Connors bowling at Lords. Pace bounce through to the keeper.
just hasn't translated into wickets, though,
Yeah.
this season, which is really the currency of an opening bowler.
It is. Sometimes it doesn't. I remember Corey Collymore had his final season with Middlesex, and pretty much that last delivery that Connors bowled there, and the one where he took the edge of Cracknell, low second slip, just in front of second slip, that was Collymmore's entire final season with Middlesex. And he does tune in occasionally now, and he knows what I'm going to say next as well. As here's Connors. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Robson down the ground. That's a glorious shot, overpitched. It was into the block hole really from Connors, but not quite perfectly so. But nonetheless, Robson just trapping the bat down on it, and it races straight to the mid-on fielder for 4. He basically picked up a whole load of wickets at the other end for Tim Mercer that year. Mercer took endless amounts of wickets, and Collymore was just bowling beautifully at the other end, and the wickets just weren't coming.
Well, unfortunately, in the Championship, the person at the other end hasn't picked up that many wickets either for Derbyshire, which is why they're in the hole that they're in red ball cricket.
They're a fine opening pair, though, these two, aren't they? It should be.
Yeah.
As Connors is in, bowls, and this wraps somewhere, I'd suggest, on the chest guard of Robson. It deflects away. Maybe it was the bottom hand. He ended up trying to work it off his hip. Bottom hand coming off. It was an extra bit of bounce in it, so it might have gone up and taken that glove, or he's just crouching away, isn't he, at the moment? So it suggests it was probably somewhere around that, high up on the hip or low on the chest guard, which is where he's trying not to rub it. He's just pretending he's flexing in his crease.
Showing no pain. That's how it should be. I'm just going to check that we're actually online.
Here's Connors bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track by Robson, and there's no run again.
I've just heard my voice, so I assume we are.
Good man.
Yeah.
As long as I hear your voice, that's all that matters.
No, that wasn't why I said it. You know that. We are the only game.
No, I genuinely meant that. Yes.
We're the only game in the One Day Cup today.
We are.
Yeah, I have no idea why we're playing on a Saturday.
Where's Kevin Howells? I expected him to be here. With a one game.
He'll be at the 100, or he was doing a 100 game the other night. Yeah, very excited he was.
Connors in bowls, and this ball is past the edge through to the keeper. Pace bounce, through it goes. 12 for no wicket. Middlesex. Derbyshire winning the toss and electing to field first here. County ground derby.
Your man Collymore was waiting to hear what you said next.
He took a load of wickets for Mercer at the other end.
That was it, was it?
That was it.
Okay, sorry. I was listening.
Because I said it to him actually on an interview at the time years ago. And a big smile came across his face. He just took a moment and he said, "You can say that, Kev, but I can't."
And plus, when you go to your next club or wherever you go next, and they say, "Well, how many wickets did you take?" I said, "Well, I took a lot for the other bloke."
Yeah. Well, sadly, the worst part of this story is that was his final season as well as a professional cricketer. Chappell.
From the racecourse, then bowling to Cracknell, left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
He had an additional year on his contract with Middlesex. It was one of those, I don't even know how that really works, the option of the final year.
Yeah, sometimes they get triggered by runs and wickets, or runs or wickets, don't they? Well,
it was triggered the wrong way by Owen Morgan. He lost his central contract, which meant he came back on the Middlesex budget for the next year, and Collymore, who had bowled out of his skin, was still, going great guns.
No room for him.
Yeah.
Chappell in, bowls to Cracknell, who's struck on the pad, and the ball goes down towards short fine leg. In comes Dupavilon to do the fielding, and the umpire will signal leg bys. Umpire Watts at this end, not somebody I've come across very often. Neil Pratt, of course, we come across every other match, it seems. It was at square leg. 13 without loss after that leg by. A big long short week for Derbyshire, because they play Lancashire here on Wednesday and then Worcestershire here next Friday. In this competition, as Chappell bowls, Cracknell pushes it out into the offside. Quite fitting that there's a Cracknell opening the batting for Middlesex, with the Olympics starting today, and the rowing, rowing being one of the first events.
It started about 3 days ago, the Olympics,
on Wednesday
officially.
With some football, some nonsensical
football, handball, rugby.
The handball has been terrific. I've been watching.
Oh, you're...
sort of. Yeah, it was the women's tournament that started on Thursday. Yeah, Charlie's not playing as much handball as he used to. Ooh, Zach Chappell's now bending over. Oh dear, don't be sick. No, he's all right. Perhaps he swallowed a fly. I watched a bit of the rugby sevens as well on Thursday. That was good. I like sevens. Chappell is in, and that one is down the leg side. What a take that is. absolutely magnificent from Brooke Guest. It's been signalled wide because it did go down the leg side. He tried to flick it away, Robson, but it was brilliantly taken, diving away to his left-hand side by Brooke Guest, who was last season's captain in the One Day Cup, of course. There's captains everywhere. David Lloyd's out there somewhere. Where is he? There he is at backward point. He's the red ball skipper. So plenty of captains, if nothing else. And Chappell, halfway through his third over, is in. Bowls to Robson, who has a flash at that one outside the off stump. Misses.
We did get distracted by, I think, a very fine delivery by Connors, because I was which then drew me to the Collymore story, because I was talking about Wednesday, Middlesex's not great performance with the bat. So yes, in answer to your question, one change, which is Henry Brooks drops out for Josh DeCary's coming in, which lengthens the batting lineup from that team on Wednesday. It's an extra spin option as well. Now they do, in this side, Cullen, Cornwall, Bamber, Anderson as a four-seam attack.
Didn't turn much here. Traditionally, as that one is clipped away nicely by Robson for 4 runs out to the straight mid-wicket boundary in between Bin Naeem and Moore. That's it, Moore. The two youngsters out there. Bin Naeem, incidentally, for those who keep count of these kind of things, wears number 18, which I'm fairly sure is Alex Hughes' old number. He's on the coaching staff now. I think he is. He's one of those two changes. Dupavillon wears 8. He's in for Ross Whiteley. So how many have we lost then to the 100?
At 3, Deploy, Higgins and Eskenazi.
Only 3?
Oh, 4, Helm as well, sorry.
Yes, Derbyshire have now lost 4. As Chappell to bowl his final ball of the over. He's driven down the ground by Robson for 4 more. Over-pitched. And he kicks the ground. Look at him. He's not a happy man, Zach Chappell. He just kicked the ground about 5 times there. But I was the umpire. I just passed him his hat and let him go off to graze in the distance. As a couple of boundaries, back-to-back boundaries indeed, off the final 2 balls of the over. Take Middlesex up to 22 without loss after 5.
And that probably ends my conclusion on Wednesday. The Middlesex in this competition for the last couple of years, the One Day Cup in particular, I think has been a trophy that Middlesex have thought, right, Championship, it's going to be a harder ask. Last year in Division 1, and they were relegated. The T20, we're not going to talk about T20, we agreed. And the One Day Cup, the Middlesex side last year was pretty strong, you know, the names and the players they had around, and similarly this year, but it does look as though with no Roland Jones, whether he'll take this month off and come back for the championship. As Connors hits the crease now, he bowls, and this beats Cracknell. It looks like a Jaffa from here. The batter's head didn't snap around, which is usually one of the giveaways. However, again, we're at deep third. It looked from here as though that was an absolute beautiful ball.
Yeah, umpire Pratt just lowered his head immediately.
Come on, lads. Yeah. Really? It was excitement, though, and I think understandably so, because Cracknell's start and finishing position in the crease looked as though he was well beaten. A lovely ball again. A little bit of movement here this morning for Connors with the new ball, one from either ends. First 10 overs, they say, on these balls. Oh, and here comes another slip. Would it be another slip or a gully?
I'm surprised David Lloyd's going into slip, because he came out of the slips early on in the season due to that bandaging he's got on his left index finger. It was a badly mashed up finger.
Oh, was it? Oh, that's not nice.
But he hasn't missed a day's cricket yet.
Here's Cracknell in, bowl short, and that goes up in the air, just short. He didn't judge it, he's missed it. Oh dear, that was
Samit
dollying up to Samit Patel, and he was on his heels a little bit. Cracknell looking to pull Connors, mistimed it completely, and that is actually what has saved him, because it's done Patel as well. Patel's thinking, hold on, oh no, it's not coming to me, it's short.
I think he thought it was going over his head to start with, and then it's dropped to 2-3 yards in front of him.
Waist on his heels. Exactly that. He thought it was going over his head. He just didn't get the judgment quickly enough, and by the time he realised, no, hold on, he's completely mishit this, it was too late. The ball was dropping down in front of him. As here's Connors in with a bit of pace. There was a bit of fire in that one, wasn't there? That was onto the back quickly, and Cracknell turns a single through square leg. 24 without loss.
Yes. You don't get many wickets if the fielders don't catch them, though, do you?
No.
The slip's now come out. The third slip has come out. David Lloyd's gone back into mid-wicket. He wouldn't have got to that catch either.
Was Patel a little... Well, yeah. I mean, look, it was straight down the line of Patel, wasn't it? I was going to question, was he a little bit wider because of mid-wicket not being...
I don't think so.
But even if he was, it was straight to him, wasn't it? So here's Connors in. Now, Robson didn't get forward to that. Again, Robson almost looked as though he was stepping back. He then... Yeah, there you go. He's done it again. He's stepped... His front foot has backed away outside leg, and then he's opened the face to play the ball outside off to backward point. Almost Philip Hughes-esque from his time with Middlesex, sadly departed, that tragic loss after the ball struck him on his neck. A dreadful moment. Down under, former Australian international, very, very popular in his time with Middlesex. But yeah, it was uncannily like Hughes. He used to almost cut the ball out of the block hole. It was an extraordinary shot. Connors is in, bowls, and Robson this time forward with a front foot forward as well. Forward and across, and he drives with an open face. Very fine tumbling stop. At backward points has prevented what was at least two. Deep third probably would have got around. But a good stop there.
I'm not sure Harry Moore's quick enough to get round.
Naeem, he's a slender lad. He's
only 17 as well. But
flash.
Some of these youngsters aren't as good a fielders as you would expect, necessarily.
Really? Here's Connors. Right arm over, he bowls short, and Robson over the top of it pulls this one, and he gets it through on this occasion. He hasn't quite timed it, but he's got enough on it. It was low end of the bat. Patel's giving a good chase. Actually, he's miscued it completely as well, because the ball comes to a complete stop just short of the rope. I thought, as it kicked off the surface, though, it had more pace than it did. So they've taken two to end the over, 25 without loss.
You could see Samet fretting about the ball there.
It's stopping. It's stopping.
Oh, no,
Don't stop.
No, it's stopped.
Yeah.
He's great value, is Samet. Absolutely great value. He's been a terrific addition to the Derbyshire ranks. No question about it. He was named as white ball skipper at way before the start of the season, and then unexpectedly, they thought he was going off to play something T10 in Scotland. I think I heard mentioned. Obviously, up in Aberdeen, but he's not there. Unless he was going to go to Canada. An interesting fact about Mohammed Amir in a moment is Zach Chappell begins a new over, and there's a flash at that one by Cracknell. It goes through to the keeper.
On that ball, Middlesex regretting not playing Henry Brooks right now and playing Josh DeCaris.
I think they probably are.
That's really lifted again, hasn't it? I mean, Brooks for sure will be sitting there, unless he's got a slight niggle or a slight injury.
He also picked up a 6 on his Derbyshire debut on loan from Warwickshire last season.
Oh, Fletch.
Henry Brooks on this ground.
Oh, Fletch.
Just sort of chuck that in there. I think they're still his best bowling figures, actually. 6 for 20 odd in red ball cricket.
Taking that muffin back now.
Chappell's in. Cracknell just turns this one into the leg side. Lewis Rees dives over the top of it. And Bin Naeem is around to do the field. He doesn't pick it up cleanly. They get back for 2. He gets back to it quite quickly. He is sharp around the field. It's my first sight of Yusuf Bin Naeem. He did play against Cheshire when Derbyshire lost last Sunday to Cheshire, which I didn't see, I'm delighted to say. And the same showcase matches when Notts lost to a minor county and Leicestershire lost to a minor county. It was a terrific day terrific weekend for East Midlands cricket. Chappell bowls. That one is again turned into the leg side, this time by Robson. Did he get 1 the last time? They must have done. They're going to come back for 2 this time. Bin Naeem runs around the ball to pick it up, and throws it back in. Decent throw from the young man from out in the distance. Robson moves to 22-28 without loss. I was going to say something. It's completely gone out of my head now. So
I interrupted you, didn't I? You were heading to... I did, because I interrupted about Brooks. You were just about to go on and said, before you go to that, they must be regretting Brooks right now.
Yeah,
My fault.
No.
Sorry, Fletch.
It happens increasingly frequently, sadly. Chappell is in. That one's in the air now then. Bin Naeem, is he interested in this one? No, it's bounced once, and he does well to keep it in the field of play as well. He had to extend to his full 5'10" to pull it back. Pavillon completes the fielding. Robson comes back for a second, but he's rather got away with that one because it wasn't under control at all. It was an excellent piece of fielding in the end by Yusuf Bin Naeem out there in the leg side on the boundary.
Who's your shortest player?
That's a great question.
You got someone around 5'3", 5'4"?
Samet's not very tall. David Lloyd's not tall. Chappell bowls, he is tall. That one has been edged. Where a second slip would have been deliberately by Robson, I fancy, and he picks up 4 runs down to quite a fine third man. Moves to 28, 34 without loss.
An angry response from Chappell as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A real grunt of...
He doesn't look a happy man at the moment,
No.
Zach. I'm to a degree surprised he's playing. Obviously, I spoke to him after the game at Northampton where he picked up career best bowling figures and a new career best batting score to basically win the game for Derbyshire. He's in again to bowl to Robson, who's got 28 runs. That one's down the leg side. What a take that is again, and that was a quick delivery from Zach Chappell.
He's angry, isn't he?
Yeah.
I like him when he's angry.
The nicest man you could speak to off the field.
Is he?
On the pitch, he does have a tendency towards anger. 35 without loss, but his right hamstring, his left hamstring and his right Achilles. So he basically helped win the game on one or half a leg. It was an astonishing watch. Chappell is in again, bowls. That one is a slight leading edge from Robson out towards the point boundary. Nice piece of fielding by Lloyd. Can't prevent them coming back from a second, and his throw overshoots Brooke Guest by some considerable distance. It's backed up by Lewis Rees. 37 without loss. It's weird, isn't it, how you can see a team day after day after day after day, and then they suddenly put light blue tops on. I've got no idea who any of them are.
Yes.
That was the final ball of the over. 37 without loss.
It feels like there's more of a conformity about the one-day strips than there is the whites, though. The whites, there's always enough of a nuance there, isn't there, of something, long sleeve, short sleeve.
Yes. Yeah.
But generally.
This is new, though, this year, the pale blue and with white flecks all over it. I'm sure there is more to it than flecks, but...
Connors to bowl to Cracknell. Oh, dear, now. That's bounced past, is it?
It's gone straight through him. He's actually run around too far and then struck out his hand or his hands, and it's sort of gone burst through his hands.
He just apologised to his mate there. As angry as he was about that little run by Robson through the vacant second slip, as you say, it was run deliberately, but it was through what would have been second slip, but he was still angry about it for whatever reason. Maybe they'd just taken out second. Or...
I just think he's an angry man around there.
Yeah. So he's the opposite of Tim Mercer then, because Tim Mercer on the field is the loveliest man imaginable. Off the field, he's a right pain in the backside.
Is he listening?
Here's Connors. I hope so. Full delivery, push back up the track, and there is no run.
I was a little startled to discover that one of our absentees, and Aaron Donald, was listening to the commentary of Derbyshire winning at Northamptonshire in a jacuzzi. That was an image that took me at least 24 hours to get out of my head. It's never a good thing, is it, when somebody's listening to you in a jacuzzi?
Connors in bowls. Oh! Hit somewhere midship, deflects away backward of point. May have been courtesy of an inside edge.
They've bowled quite... it's been quite a hostile opening spell, hasn't it, really? So all the more disappointing that they haven't managed to pick up a wicket. They've got 2 wickets by this stage at Northampton. Both openers had gone, which obviously helped them restrict and indeed eventually bowl out. Northamptonshire inside the 50 overs.
Connors in bowls. Oh, what a length ball. This ball's through to the keeper and a top board it is. Swing and a miss though.
Well, they're trying to make the most of the power play, aren't they? I mean, it's obvious what's happening. And unfortunately at the moment, or fortunately for Derbyshire, they're not making any contact whatsoever. Just needs a little bit of contact, and Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, the 2 slips, will be in play. Saw them warming up this morning. The ball wasn't travelling this quickly when they were practicing their slip catches this morning.
Connors again. Bowls through to the keeper. Top ball once more.
He'll hit one eventually, Cracknell, though. 22 deliveries now for his 8. And half of his runs have come from a boundary. It's not as if he's been starved of the strike. He's only faced 3 deliveries fewer than Robson. So he's just struggling a little bit. Perhaps he's fretting. Might be why he's going so hard at the ball, fretting that he can't make contact.
Connors sprinting in, high action. Oh, goodness me, that flies through again.
3 in a row he's done there at the end of that over. 3 in a row.
And for 13 off 4 for Connors. Fine start from him. 41 for no wicket Middlesex. And Cracknell, 8 from 23.
Angry Zach's been taken off.
Angry Zach.
I think.
Is that a new one, or is that?
Yeah,
I think you need to hold that one. I think it's good.
Yeah. But as I say, he's such a nice bloke off the field. Such a nice bloke. And Harry Moore's coming on. The 17-year-old bowled really nicely at Northampton. He only picked up the 1 wicket. He only has 2 List A wickets. This is only his 5th game. He played 3 last season as well. As a 16-year-old, he's been off with the England under-19s. He's got a bit of pace about him, and he's 12 foot tall, so if there's going to be some bounce in this pitch, he'll be able to extract it. Just bowls a few practice deliveries to his skipper, Samit Patel. And stretches out his right leg. He wasn't massively overworked. A couple of 3 spells at Northampton. He's in to bowl to Robson, who turns the first delivery into the leg side, backward square. There's a shy at the stumps, which bounces over the top of the stumps. Now, I'm not saying it went directly over the top of the stumps out of Darren Dupavalon's hand as Middlesex move on to 42 without loss, but even if it had been on target, it would have been far, far too high. He threw it into the ground effectively. Harry came acting as the clapper-in-chief at first slip. As Moore is in and beats Robson. And all of a sudden, well, Lewis Rees was running towards Harry Moore as though he'd taken the edge, but it was only Lewis Rees who thought that. The scoreboard, which I know it's one of those things, but it says Derbyshire decided to field. A couple of things that irritate me about that is field's got a capital F, which is nonsensical, and what they actually decided to do was bowl, fielding being a consequence of bowling. In goes Moore and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside, straight to David Lloyd, and there's no run.
At least they haven't put field first.
Yes, that was an erroneous, yes, an entirely unnecessary first.
Yeah. Which also goes in on a few championship
Does it?
games as well, yeah. And it's not necessarily then either, but even though they will be fielding for a second time in the match at some point, but it's still not necessarily in the score.
Well, I would hate it less if it said Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bat second. In goes Moore and bowls. That's bang on target. And it's defended by Cracknell, who now has faced the same number of deliveries as Sam Robson.
It sounds like it'd happen more at Trent Bridge, to be honest, that one.
Many strange things that happen at Trent Bridge, as you know, Kevin.
They're not playing today. Well, I might be tuned in. Dave Bracegirdle.
I wouldn't have thought so for a minute.
Oh, come on.
He'd be earning money working for another company at a friendly football match at Newark Town or something.
On that front, I'd say fair play.
Here's Moore again. Bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-off, straight towards mid-off by Cracknell. Samit Patel throws the ball and hits the stumps, but of course the batter was in. Only when the batter is in do the stumps get broken from a throw. Well, we did see a very fine run out from Mitch Wagstaff on Wednesday, diving full length, rolled the ball towards the stumps and managed to hit them. Oh dear, umpire Neil Pratt's been asked to come and fix the stumps. I'm going to find umpire Watts is. It's Chris, of course it is. I probably would have guessed Chris. So umpire Chris Watts at the racecourse end, and Neil Pratt at the City end, and here comes Moore to complete his first over. The ball is turned just into the leg side by Cracknell, who I don't think Derbyshire will be too displeased. It takes a quick single. He moves on to 9 from 28. Robson's got 31 from 26. And Harry Moore's first over cost just the 2 runs. Good start for the young man, Middlesex. After 9 of 43 without loss.
I think they'll be slightly relieved, Middlesex, as well, because the bowling's been good. There's movement out there. There's a lot of pace. So there's a real threat. Again, Chappell and Connors, and Chappell having picked up Robson at Lords in that championship game. And the start of a List A game is not too dissimilar. The first 10 overs, especially in the first innings, 11 o'clock start, it's not too dissimilar to the start of a championship game. So Middlesex, I don't think will be too disappointed at this stage with where they're at. Cracknell's probably itching, isn't he? As there's two slips crouched down behind him as Connors bowls and beats the edge of the bat. But that time it was beating the edge, which is good. Rather than a swing and a miss, that was a proper line length delivery, beat him.
I'm sure Cracknell knows where the ball is. Bless him at the moment. Just a young man, I assume. Is he Joe Cracknell?
Well, he's into his 20s now. Like I say, he had a breakthrough year in 2020. Made a name for himself by thumping a hole in the wall that goes up to Old Father Time above the scorer's box. Little tower that goes up, one of the little panels, still there now. The hole blasted Overton, Surrey Middlesex game. So it was Craig Overton, Jamie Overton. As this ball's through to the keeper, beating the edge. From Connors again.
The Joe Cracknell hole, as it's called. I would have thought. I imagine.
Yes,
little plaque,
exactly.
Little plaque. Next
Yeah, well, you keep looking every year thinking they're going to fix it one year. They haven't fixed it yet.
No.
But why would you?
I imagine the MCC have given Middlesex a bill to fix
Yes.
it. Middlesex are just ignoring it until the final demand arrives.
Here's Connors turning again. Well, I saw it first the other day at Lords as well, I should tell you about in a moment. Here's Connors in, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, and he gets some bat on that, and that ball runs away down to deep, long leg for a single. Cracknell moves to 10 from 31, 44 without loss. Was that me?
That was you. Yeah.
What did I do?
I think you had your chair on two legs, which
worries you.
Well, no, I'm not bothered if you end up in a big heap on the floor. It will be another 5 minutes of content.
Yeah, exactly.
In an otherwise long day.
What did I do? What dropped there? Something dropped.
No, it was just the sound of the.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Don't worry.
Here's Connors. He's in, bowls, and this ball beats Robson. This ball races onto the inside edge of Robson's bat down to long leg, just a little tickle away down to Chappell, who's still down there. What were we saying before I nearly fell off my chair?
I don't know, but England is 75 for 5.
Oh, beautiful. Well, no, not beautiful in that sense, but it was like a good test series, don't it?
Yeah. So they've lost.
Well, no, not beautiful. It'll be the It'll be the county's fault, won't it? It won't be the hundreds' fault.
Oh,
it'll
right, yes, no, it'll be the county's fault. Harry Brook is out.
Here's Connors. It's the crease now. He bowls, and that's chopped away down to deep third for a single. 46 without loss. Here's the score. Ripple of applause for the fielding down below us.
It could be the county championship's fault, because Jaden Seals has now picked up 3 wickets.
Oh, Sussex
is playing at Sussex.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all the county championship's fault.
Here's Connors in bowls, and that time he does take the edge. Robson turns and walks off to the dressing room, and that was another peach of a delivery from Connors. He had a good length, got a bit of bounce, I'd suggest, high up the outside edge. Robson dabbles at it just outside off, and a fine catch by Brooke Guest behind the stumps as well, tumbling away. Robson's gone for 32 from 28, and Middlesex are 46 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket that, you feel. And a good catch, a good solid catch, just moving away to his right-hand side by Brooke Guest, and reward for what has been a very fine opening spell from Sam Connors, 1 for 16 from his first 5 overs. So he'll be pleased. He hasn't, as I say, hasn't got the volume of wickets that he would have liked. 5 fours for Sam Robson, and the wicket falling right at the end of the whatever over this is. I shouldn't have started right at the 10th over. Yeah, 9.6 I would have put there in that case. As Nathan Fernandez comes out to bat for Middlesex. Derbyshire desperate for a breakthrough, really, having bowled pretty well. And finally get one from the final ball of the power play. And Robson will be disappointed with that, I'm sure. Got himself in, 32 off 28, batted reasonably nicely. Showed us 1 or 2 tricks by manoeuvring the ball to various parts of the outfield. Connors finally gets his wicket. I always thought it would be Cracknell he got, given the very, very expansive looking drives he played at the end of the previous over to him, but it's Robson who's gone. It was the final ball of the over, so Fernandez can have a little look before he has to face a delivery. And it's Joe Cracknell, 11 off 32 on strike, as Moore comes into Baltram and beats him outside the off stump.
Well, these. Sorry,
I was just going to say there's been a lot of that.
Well, these two Middlesex would like to think of the future. Fernandez and Cracknell.
Yeah.
Fernandez with a century on Middlesex and first-class debut in the first innings of the match against Northamptonshire, which was a first by a Middlesex batter.
Really?
To score in the nobody had ever scored in the first innings a century on first-class Middlesex debut.
Yeah, that's impressive. Not even against the universities. You think it would have happened as Moore bowls to Cracknell, pushes this one out into the offside. Moore fields himself.
It was even more impressive that I found that out. With the help of Andrew Rudd, I must add.
I was going to say. Because I don't do any of that kind of thing.
Stats.
I just wait for...
stats get in the way.
I wait for David
So
Griffin
we're not statisticians. Exactly. We're not statisticians. We're commentators.
Yeah.
Although that one, it just so happened on air that Radders was looking up something, and I said, well, hold on a minute, just go to that. So he actually did all the work, and I took the glory.
As it should be. 46-1. Moore bowls a short delivery that's pulled nicely by Cracknell for 4. A long way in front of square towards the mid-wicket boundary. Banged it in, and no pace off the pitch at all there for Harry Moore, who concedes his first boundary of the innings. He's now conceded 6 runs off the 9 that he's sent down. He might want to rethink that particular strategy. Has got a bit of pace. Picked up wickets as well for the England under-19s in the recent match against Sri Lanka that he featured in. He has clearly got a future, and he's in again now to bowl to Cracknell, who turns this nicely into the leg side. They want 2 as the ball gently trickles towards the 30-yard circle. Bin Naeem's quite quickly in off the boundary and keeps them down to a single. Cracknell moves to 16, 51 for 1. I ought to have mentioned that Middlesex's 50 came up from that previous delivery. For what it's worth, 10.2 overs.
Yeah, it's not the worst start this for Middlesex. What will obviously be disappointment is it's Robson's falling. That's with no disrespect to Cracknell, but Robson, former Test opener, Cracknell a little bit scratchy at the moment and has been a little bit scratchy in this innings. But then again, it's a little bit scratchy in innings when you just all of a sudden come to life again, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Scramble
you
your way.
need one shot, really, don't you? So that one is pushed out into the offside. Matt Lamb comes in, bends down and picks up.
You have a great mind, Dave Fletcher. That was exactly, I mentioned Adam Gilchrist earlier, who said when he arrived at Middlesex, he was like, guys, what are you doing? You've got to have right-handed, left-handed in white ball cricket. You've got to break it up. It affects the bowlers. And that's from a wicket keeper. He's going to know, and he's a pretty good cricketer.
Not bad.
And he also said, form, forget about all that. It's one good shot. One shot out of the middle of the bat, and all of a sudden your feet are moving, your head's in the right position again.
Well, Ross Whiteley, come back to that after this next delivery. The final delivery from Harry Moore in his second over. Bowls to Fernandez, who doesn't get off the mark. Pushes it into the leg side. And there's no run. 51 for 1 after 11 Middlesex. Ross Whiteley sort of scratched around down at New Road, Worcester, in the penultimate T20 match. Derbyshire had to win their last 2 matches to qualify. It didn't look in any kind of nick. And then he drove a ball out to the cover boundary, and I actually said on commentary, I wonder if that'll get him going, and my word, did he get him going. And he ended up helping them win the game.
It's a great game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is.
So it can happen. One shot can just spark you into life.
It's just so difficult to explain to people who don't really know cricket or like cricket just why it's such a good game. But it's moments like that, isn't it? You're like, oh, look, he's away now. Connors, 2 slips in place. He bowls to Cracknell. Oh, gets another leading edge, this time just off a back foot. Ease into the onside. He was just looking to run a single through square leg, ride the bounce of the ball. He was unable to, and it took high up the outside shoulder as the bat face closed. No chance for Samit Patel on this occasion down at mid-on. That ball virtually dropped at what would have been a silly mid-on, and it was Connors himself charging down from his follow-through. Thought for a moment he might just have a chance.
He's had a lot of luck. He has a wicket, but he hasn't had a lot of luck. Sam Connors, I think it's fair to say. People still coming in. Excellent.
Yeah, go away. What are you doing? Get out. You can't come in. Connors. He's in, bowls, and beats the edge through to the keeper. It passes. It was busy around the back. It was busy around the back of the fast stand, which is a new stand since I've been here. I couldn't before. I don't think it was. Oh no, maybe it was here. Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
Used to be here.
Ooh.
Before the media centre was built and opened in 2016.
So it was here the last time I was here. Then.
I think so. The permanent temporary stand was moved from one end to the other.
The old commentary box above the cafe's gone though.
Yes, and has the old commentary box that square as well. That's been knocked down as well.
Connors bowls just full of length, and Cracknell gets a good stride in, and this time he does connect, pushing out to deep cover for a single. Probably his nicest shot.
For a while.
For a good while. He's had a couple of clips, hasn't he, into the onside, but that one, feet, again, talk about one out of the middle. Front foot across, head in position, strokes it out to cover. Sweeping up on the boundary.
First dog of the day's arrived. It's only a little one. Just by the car park at the far side.
Ah, yeah.
Dog's more than welcome.
Absolutely. More welcome than humans. Connors in, bowls, a bouncer. That'll be a no ball. That really got up. Oh, yes, in the end it was. That really got up. It was one of those where it was so obviously a no ball you didn't even think to look, and then the umpire didn't put his arm out for a moment. He does now.
Yeah.
And
I think he was just waiting for confirmation from umpire Watts.
Yeah, a little nod.
And now umpire Watts has done a very strange signal by tapping his thigh, his hip. Not sure what that is.
It's not a free hit for the ball above head height. 3 slips go down, though, as Connors bowls to Fernandez. Right arm over. This is his first look at Fernandez, these couple of deliveries, as he bowls now onto the ribs of the left-hander, and he rides the bounce well to pick up a single to square leg. Up charges the sweeper from the deep, and there's no chance for second, even though there was a thought.
He's quick over the ground, isn't he, Bin Naim? Good to see. More down below, as he looks even taller when he's close up, as things tend to.
Why are we the only game today? Is it a Sunday thing that everybody else is playing on Sunday this week?
Don't know.
There was a reason for some pushing us to today?
Nobody's given me a reason yet, and I'm not thrilled.
There's not a concert on tomorrow night? No. Here's Connors in, bowl short. Now, pick-up shot from Cracknell. He's got all of it. He has. Now, that's the Joe Cracknell that everybody at Middlesex knew and loved as a youngster when he broke through, just had all the shots. And I remember saying at the time, of all of those that came through the Middlesex ranks, the Middlesex Academy, Cracknell was the most exciting T20 prospect I'd seen, because that was how he came through. He was, one of these aggressive young players. I'd not seen a Middlesex batter come through the ranks like Cracknell at Middlesex. So just haven't seen much of that in the last year or so. But that was a little bit more like it. And
some shot.
Well, it's a horrible comparison to make, but the Yadav Suryakuma pick-up shot, where he plays that shot over off virtually a length ball off the top of off stump, as here's a similar ball from Connors over the top of it. He hooks this hard to deep square, just a single Cracknell, and moves to 24. But that was in the ilk of what Cracknell played a moment ago, but I'd suggest he played it more off the top of his hip, the top of leg, than that Suryakuma from playing a length delivery just outside off over. Fine leg, long leg for 6. But a wonderful shot that was.
Was his 6th over in a row as well, Sam Connors. I think that'll be the end of him. I've already seen Darren Dupavalon warming up away to, in the far distance he is now. He got slightly distracted by a Burton Albion fitness update. They haven't played any games yet. Anyway, here's, I'll read it later. Here's Harry Moore to bowl his 3rd over from the racecourse end, and he's bowling to Joe Cracknell, who tries to swing this away as it goes down the leg side. He misses. It's signalled wide. And one more to the total, 63 for 1. Good to see that Charlie Webster, Jack Hazelhurst and Julian, I think that's Larson, is a missing hour, face a period on the sidelines. So 3 out already, and the season's a fortnight away. In comes Moore again, balls turned into the leg side nicely by Cracknell. Sets off very quickly for the first one. They're thinking about coming back for the second, and they managed to get back for the. That's excellent running. Ball ended up no more than 18 yards away from where the batter was standing. But as Brooke Guest, Bin Naeem and Chappell all converged on it, they saw there was an opportunity for 2, and Cracknell moves to 26. Middlesex 65 for 1. Sun has disappeared for the time being as a cloud has come across. There is rain in the forecast for later on, which I find bizarre, but it probably won't rain as more bowls turn it down into the leg side, down towards long leg. Gets to the edge of the circle, came off a pad. I think, no, the umpire's not going to signal anything. He gave a pre-signal and then seemed to ask Cracknell if he'd hit it. Well, he's not going to say no, is he? As a result, he moves to 27, 66 for 1. Men out at long leg, square leg, and down at a wide third man as Moore is in, and that one is, he's trying to guide it, Fernandez, down towards that wide third man area, but got a bit too much on it, goes straight to Yusuf Bin Naeem, and there's no run. The balcony of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground is well populated. Nice and warm out there, pleasantly warm, not oppressively warm as it was when we were down at Lord's.
Oh.
It was ridiculously hot those 4 days.
Did you have the window open?
Oh yeah.
The window closed and the air conditioning on. You've got a choice there. It's window open and a bit of a breeze.
Get the window open all day long. That one is defended back. 2 more by Fernandez. Yeah, you've got to open the window, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's the only one that opens in the entire media centre at Lord's, so it would be churlish not to open it.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? That's a fair point, well made.
Although it would be better if it was on the floor below.
Too high up?
I think so. Just a floor too
Well,
high.
you know you can go the floor below, but you wouldn't get the window though, obviously. So there are 2 commentary boxes either end.
Yeah,
So
I'd go down a floor. More bowls driven but not stopped by Samit at shortish mid-wicket. And has it got the energy to get all the way to the boundary? No, it hasn't. It's stopped, and Samit, for the second time in the match, is having to get all the way to the boundary. Cracknell's now dropped his bat, and they get back for 3. Very obligingly, Brooke Guest picks it up to go and give it back to him. Or did they run 4? No, they only ran. Yeah, they ran 4. Well, that's madness.
an all run 4.
An all-run 4, everybody. How exciting is that?
Have we had an all run 3 yet?
I don't think we've had a 3, have we? I do like an all-run 3 there. We haven't had an all-run 3. 70 for 1. Moore is in. Oh, and that's all. I thought that had gone off the edge of the bat and had looped slightly further into the offside than it did. I think it came off a pad, actually, and dropped short of Bin Naeem. It's the end of the over. Moore has bowled 3 overs for 15 now. Cracknell has 27, Fernandez has 5. And already this partnership were 24 off just 19 deliveries. Middlesex 70 for 1 after 13 overs. Now that further to our previous on-air meeting, production meeting.
Oh, you got an update?
I will have an update, but cleverly, you can carry on commentating. And I just remove that and put it in there.
Very well done.
And
very well done. Lovely.
It's indiscernible, other than the fact that I won't be there. And for 20 seconds, you'll hear me talk in the distance.
Lovely. Lovely.
It is Darren Dupavilon for the first time in the One-Day Cup, making his One-Day Cup debut for Derbyshire. Missed the game at Northamptonshire.
Comes in for a mightily long run up. He starts outside the 30-yard circle. Elbows pumping as he leans forwards. He bowls, and this ball's slapped away out to deep extra cover, where they'll pick up 2. Deep cover coming around. Quite a round arm, actually. If you compare it to Connor's absolutely perfect high release. Dupavilon is just slightly more round arm. It took me about 3 sessions at Lord's. At least I did it in 3 attempts there.
He's also, when he starts his run, he runs about 3 paces and then dips his head. Watching him mark out his run-up, he actually marks it out at the end of his run-up and where he dips his head as well. Watch this. Here we go. He starts, dips his head every time.
He's in now, bowls, and this is cut hard. Whoa, that was given the treatment by Cracknell. He's into the 30s, 33 for Cracknell, 76 for 1, Middlesex.
It deserved to end up where it ended up, didn't it, really? I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, short and wide. The other one wasn't so bad, the first one. But
No,
that
no.
one, just a wee bit of width on it. And, as you say, given the treatment by Cracknell, who's just looking a little better out there now, although I've probably just talked him out. But a slip crouches down behind him. Pavilon makes that little shuffle start. He didn't. He did. He dips his head. And he's in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Cracknell, and there's no run. He was teasing us with that one. I'm sure that was much later in the...
He never
dips
his head. No, we've already got a medal.
Oh, well, no, you've got things in your ear.
Yeah.
Great Britain already have a medal. Olympics, but a few hours old. Paris. I was there this week.
Yeah? Silver in the synchronised diving.
Who, me? No,
not
Euro
you.
Disney for me. Comes a length ball. Oh, goodness me, it takes the edge and it flies to slip and the catch goes down. It was
Just catch it.
Well, I think that may have been the keeper's catch, because I think he left it.
It went straight to him.
Left shoulder of Clark, which is straight to him, you're right. But I think he was put off thinking that Guest was going to take it. The rule partly is with slip, unless it's perfectly in your channel, then anything as he was standing with the keeper to his left, anything slightly to his left is the keeper's. Certainly anything outside the line of his body, but the fact that it was inside the line of his body, I think that's why the error happened. I think that's why the error happened. A grumpy Fletch goes to do his update as another chance goes down. And here comes to Pavilon, bowls, and this is run by Fernandez over the top of it down to deep third. They'll think about two, but they'll settle on one. Will they? No, the back they come. He's scampering. Throw comes in high above Brooke Guest's head, and he's through safely for the second run. So 79 for 1 the score. And here is to Pavilon to Fernandez again. He's 7 from 9. And Middlesex just settling again after the loss of Robson. 32 he was on when he fell. Just shy of a 50 partnership with Cracknell opening up. His length ball pushed away into the offside by Fernandez. Excuse me, and there is no run. So end of the over at 79 for 1. And you are listening to BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. It's Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. Here comes Cracknell onto strike again. It has been an improved last 10 or so deliveries for Cracknell as he's moved to 34 from 27. Fernandez 7 from 10. It's pretty much looked Fernandez out there. Just always looks cool and calm. Out in the middle, young Fernandez. Fletcher's back already. That was a flying update, that was.
I'll tell you about the updates in a moment.
Oh.
Moore is in. Bowls to Cracknell, who plays at that one. It drops straight into the ground. He could have played on, didn't. Ball dribbles back towards Brooke Guest, and there is no run. We're shared bulletins following the reorganisation of...
oh, yes.
And I have a 20-second slot in the shared bulletins.
Oh, goodness me.
That one was 21 seconds, so I'll be getting slap wrists. Moore into bowl to Cracknell, who goes on the back foot again, pushes it out into the offside. Agreed single is taken as Samit Patel just trots around to do the fielding. And they pick up a single 84-1. Cracknell moves on to 35 off 49 deliveries. Fernandez 7 off 10. The partnership already worth 34, which tells you how much Cracknell has picked up the pace of his scoring, because it's 34 off 27. And of those 27, Fernandez has faced 10 and scored 7 runs. Moore is in again. Bowls to Fernandez, who's beaten by that one. That was a really good delivery.
pace and bounce again, isn't there?
Yeah, no, it was
Fernandez.
really good.
Done by that one. It's interesting. The amount of pace and bounce on this pitch is
Surprising.
for you as well.
Yes.
I mean, I think they're really going to be kicking themselves over Henry Brooks right now.
Derbyshire pitches don't have pace and
Yeah.
bounce. Certainly not in the last few years, and it's been a real issue. But there is certainly some pace and bounce in this one as Moore is in again. Fernandez again plays at that one. It goes past the edge of the bat and through to Brooke Guest. Somebody just sent me a message saying, I don't know how Lloyd dropped that one. I had to ask him if he meant the one that Harry Kane dropped, which he did. I thought I was seeing things.
Yeah.
Come on, Joe, you're better than that.
Here he goes.
I'm not sure if he's got the commentary on. He's certainly watching the pictures. In comes Moore again, bowls a full delivery that Fernandez gets his bat down on. You could hear it was off the toe end of the bat. It was a horrible noise. And the ball dribbles up towards Samit Patel, fielding at mid-on, long way inside the circle, as is Zach Chappell with his cool shades on and his resplendent beard, which is only visible when you get to within about 3 foot of him because he's so fair. 2 slips and a gully for Harry Moore, who bowls. Fernandez is struck on the pad. An anguished cry from behind the stumps, I think it's fair to say. And just one run off that Moore over. He's bowled 4 overs for 16. He's bowled really nicely. Young Harry Moore, Middlesex, after 15 overs at 80 for 1. Joe Cracknell has 35. Nathan Fernandez has 7. Their partnership currently worth 34, and the run rate just hovering around the 5.3 mark as it has done for what seems like forever. Harry Moore gets a little round of applause from the supporters down below us. Joe does have the commentary on, and he promises to do better. Good, absolutely, Joe. Well done. Got to keep standards up.
To Pavlon is past the umpire. He bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, my understanding of slip is always they basically the slip has a channel because they're slightly retreated, aren't they? Where the keeper and second slip stand almost parallel to each other in line. And then slip is slightly retreated, and as a result, if slip is to go ever so slightly to his left, well, actually, it was the keeper's catch with the right-hander on strikes. It was. If he's go ever so slightly to his right, well, it was second slip's catch. He's got a channel basically that he meant to focus on, but the left shoulder, I think, does fall into that channel, doesn't it? Which is where he basically parried it from. As here comes Dupavallon with a sprint. This ball takes a bit of bounce off a length again, and Cracknell does well to ride that down to deep third, and he moves to 36. Middlesex 81 for 1, 36 from 51. Cracknell 7 for Fernandez onto strike.
Useful, that scoreboard in here, isn't it?
It is.
Useful.
It is. It makes your co-commentator, because not all do, I'd like to think I do, turn to talk to you, though.
It does, yes. Yeah. And then you'll have a crick in your neck by the end of it because you'll be having to look the other way.
It's Dupavallon pumping those elbows, dipping his head forward and charging in again. He bowls just full of length onto the pads. The ball deflects to what would have been a third slip, and they've come through for a leg by 82 for 1.
Although you quite often commentate in bizarre seating positions,
yes,
don't you?
Contortion.
You're not really a conventional sitter and watch the cricket kind of guy, from my experience.
Just not a conventional sitter. We're not made for sitting, are we? We're not made to be...
Oh, I am. I prefer sitting to most other things.
Yeah, I'm a fidget as well, aren't I? Which doesn't help. I'm just fidgeting around and trying to knock myself off chairs. So here's slip crouching down behind the right-handed Cracknell, and Dupavallon past the umpire to bowl. It's a short ball and pulled hard. Not quite timed, though. There's a long chase for deep backward square, and it will beat him. It was the positioning as much as the power that did for deep square on that one. It was a long, long chase. 86 for 1 it is, as Cracknell moves to 40.
He didn't really catch that properly, did he, Cracknell? But it's a long way in front of square. David Lloyd, absolutely no chance of getting round. There's a little disc, you know, the 30-yard circle. You won't be able to see it 'cause it's through that brick wall that you can't, unfortunately, see through. But there's a rogue disc out there. I like that. To our left.
I see it. Yeah.
Where the stage for D Block Europe was.
It's Pavillon in bowls and just riding the bounce again on this one. Cracknell, I'm saying it virtually every ball, but they are, because it feels as though it's always hitting closer to the splice than it is the middle of each delivery.
Have you heard of D Block Europe?
No.
No, I haven't either. They were here, though.
Shall I ask my daughter? She's here. Shall we see if we can get a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Yeah, go on.
Sophia? Oh, she's got her headphones on.
She hasn't. She's just ignoring it. Nasty man's dragged me to Derby. Don't throw something at her.
Here's to Pavillon. I did not. How dare you? He's
Nothing heavy.
He's nothing wrong with the paper aeroplane. This ball's full of length and pushed back to mid-off, and there's no run. Sophia, have you... Is she listening? She is. Have you heard of... Go ahead, Fletch.
D Block Europe.
D Block Europe band. They are a band, I assume.
Yeah.
No, even the kids haven't heard of them.
I think they're for slightly older kids.
Okay.
I think they might be a bit sweary. I don't know.
Well done.
I don't know. They're very popular though. Apparently, there's a big crowd here, and the stage was to our left, and you can still see where all the bits of the stage were on the ground. It looked even worse a few weeks ago. Harry Moore, I want to call him Henry. Harry Moore, to continue from the race course, and Henry Moore was the sculptor, bowls, and that comes off the edge of Cracknell's bat. Slightly aerial initially, but hit the deck before it reached Matt Lamb, who I noticed practicing his bowling this morning. That's interesting. I haven't seen him bowl much. Darren Dupavel on 2 overs for 16, and already Lewis Rees warming up at mid-wicket. I did see a case in the final T20 game when his first over went for a lot, and he wasn't used again until the game had gone against Durham. Moore is in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Cracknell, and on this occasion there is no run. England now 103 for 5. Ben Stokes batting with Joe Root. They've just reached a half-century partnership. Harry Brook out this morning for 2. Caught behind of the bowling of Jaden Seals. In the only other game of professional men's cricket going on today until 3 o'clock. No, 6 o'clock. That one's pushed out into the offside by Cracknell. Oh, it's gone through Matt Lamb's legs, but he turns around. He's recovered quite nicely. Cracknell picks up a single, moves to 42, 88 for 1. Middlesex. And we're in the halfway through, in fact, the 17th over now. After Derbyshire won the toss at 10:30 this morning, as you will recall, Kevin, and chose to bowl first. Yeah, there is a game down at Lord's, of course.
I was too busy getting you a muffin, which you're going to refuse on me.
Well, not, there's long days. No, that one has been caught behind. Yes, he has been caught behind Fernandez. He doesn't think he's been caught behind. Harry Moore was sort of politely inquiring. Brooke Guest was more certain. And Fernandez goes for 8. And Middlesex at 88 for 2 now. Just as that partnership, which was worth 42 or 41, was starting to reap dividends. And Harry Moore gets his second wicket of the season. 1 for 17 for him now. 8 off 17 for Nathan Fernandez. But as I say, I'm not sure he was entirely convinced that had either hit the bat or the gloves. The only person that really matters, though, is Chris Watts, of course. And he raised the finger to send him on his way.
Mark Stoneman, the skipper, makes his way out. Skipper. He is the only one to come away with any pride. 70 odd, or 30 odd. At Worcester the other day in that heavy defeat. There's a replay for us of that lifting delivery.
It looked like he did. It seemed he wasn't happy though, and the director Matt has done very well for Nathan Fernandez there, because he stood there for a while. You've got to be careful of that kind of thing, of course. But Harry Brook now. Harry Moore picks up the wicket with the fourth ball of his fifth over. 1 for 17. He's bowled nicely. Harry Moore. Zach Chappell a little unfortunate to have figures of 4 overs for 27. Darren DePavel on 2 overs for 16. Sam Connors 1 for 27 from 6. And here goes Moore bowling to the new man Stoneman, who drives the first ball and gets off the mark. A bit of a push and run as much as anything. And Zach Chappell, who already looks stiff, which is a concern, bends down to pick the ball up. He does tend to look like he's stiffened up quite quickly.
He doesn't contort in his chair, you see. He sits down orthodoxly. You never see me stiff, Fletch.
Thank goodness for that. 89 for 2. Final ball of Moore's over.
Had a mouthful of coffee there, Fletch.
He's in and bowls to Cracknell, strikes him on the pad. That might have been on the full. Ball going down leg side almost certainly. And Moore fields off his own bowling. So fifth Harry Moore over is done and dusted. 5 overs, 1 for 18. And Middlesex 89 for 2 after 17 overs. Oh,
sorry, that was a slightly more dry croissant than I realised. I had the mouth. I thought I'd have a little nibble. I thought I had time for a nibble in between, but I didn't.
You probably do. We don't need to talk all the time, I always think. And you're more used to not talking all the time than most of us.
Are you suggesting I'm a splitter, Fletch?
No, I'm just suggesting that you. I did a game the other week. It was an Army side here, and a women's game, Army against a. What were they? I can't remember what they were called now. They had a fancy name, and it was all. I had it all on not to describe every delivery because I was only doing it for the stream, and you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Steady.
Probably not worth paying you as much. I
Here's Lewis Rees. He's in bowls, and this is eased away down to deep third for a single by the left-handed Stoneman. He moves to 2 from 2. Cracknell on strike on 42. It's a very different skill set.
Yes, absolutely. Slightly easier one.
You're a bad man. You've been writing that all week, haven't you? Who is it? The Army against who? You can't pronounce who the other one is.
No, I could pronounce it. I've just forgotten who it was. This is where my skill set lets me down.
Memory.
Yeah. It was a decent game before Derbyshire's final T20 match against Durham. Highly entertaining.
In comes Rees, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell over the top of that one. Just a gentle little guide. That was quite different, wasn't it? It's a different style of bowling, it's a different pace of bowling, but a different bounce as well, isn't it? I mean, that one he played almost closer to the toe end of the bat than the middle, didn't he? Having for so long now, saying he's ridden the bounce. It was just a gentle, patient. Almost don't be through the shot too early. Just wait, tap into the onside.
Wait till he sees knuckleball. It isn't always successful. There was no ball from above waist-high full toss at Northampton. He's been working on this knuckleball, Lewis Rees, he tells us, for some time.
Rees is in bowls, and this ball is driven beautifully by Stoneman. Just outside the off stump, he's leaned into it. Fine of cover, which actually may have made it look a better shot because he had cover, then diving desperately trying to stop it, and it beats him and it's through. But nonetheless, it was a nice flowing drive from the Middlesex skipper for 4.
Ball retrieved by Mitch Wagstaff, who's on the field as a 12th man with 22 on his back. I think it's Sam Connors who's left us temporarily. Can't see Sam.
Lewis Rees bowls, just short of a length. Oh, now. How has that got through? Stoneman on the back foot is trying to clip that through mid-wicket, square leg. And an off-cutter is the suggestion by my esteemed colleague to my left.
I think
and
so.
Right.
Yeah, depending on which way you look at it. That's the only thing I can suggest there, unless it has hit the seam and the seam has remained on the white ball.
I've just spotted comms cam. I need to snuggle up next to you to be in
No,
shot.
no, you'd be in shot. It's quite a wide.
Is it?
Yeah, you'd be all right. But no,
It needs to be with the amount of muffins we get through.
But by all means, snuggle up.
Stoneman, top edges. It goes back over the keeper, over the bowler. Lobs him. And Samit Patel running in is not going to get there. Couldn't have landed better for Stoneman, that leading edge, as he looks clip again into the onside. Maybe again, back of the hand from Lewis Rees, but shaping away. Certainly the drive, he had to go with the movement away from him, didn't he? And
Yeah.
as he's looked to close the face on two occasions, one he's made no contact with. Either it beat the back of the bat, or it went in between the bat face and the body, and that one took a leading edge back over the bowler. Rees with his last ball of his opening over. He's in bowls on a good length. Oh, and Stoneman has clipped him for 4. Just fine of the rope. It was perfect for us to see that one. It was in the air, and it was touch and go as to whether it was just going to dip. Is it going to dip? It does. And one bounce over the rope. 4 runs for Stoneman. Deep square signalling as well. But it was 4 rather than 6. Stoneman moves to 10 from 6, and Middlesex in 99 for 2 after 18.
Sort of got away with that one. Bin Naeem was running around, but he never really looked like he was going to ever get into a position to take the catch. I think it's fair to say it was a bit squarer than him at mid-wicket. Landed about 10 yards away from him. And Darren Dupavalon, who bowled 2 overs from the City End, is coming back at the racecourse, and 2 overs for 16. Darren Dupavalon, this is the end. I can't remember which end he bowls from in red ball cricket, if I'm honest. It's that long since they played it. Certainly here, the one game, the home game that they had in that little break when they lost heavily to Middlesex at Lords, and then Yorkshire was at Chesterfield, which was nice. In comes Dupavalon and bowls. That one is pushed nicely into the offside, straight to Samit Patel. Got rather fooled by the ball there and ended up on his knees and in no position to throw the ball. So Cracknell picks up another single, moves to 44, and the Middlesex 100 is now up in the 19th over, 18 overs and 1 ball. So the second 50 considerably quicker than the first, which came up in 10.2.
I just had a notification about a meeting at Radlett on Monday.
You got a meeting?
Apparently about pay for commentaries on streams from the Director of Communications at Middlesex, Stephen Fletcher. Thanks, Fletch. Both Fletchers.
Come on, Fletch, you're better than that. Next delivery from Dupavalon. He's cut for 4. Nice shot, Stoneman. It was a bit too short. He didn't offer him an awful lot of width, but Stoneman's a classy hack, didn't he? And he cut that away. He moves to 14. Strike rate of 200, 104 for 2.
It is funny sitting between two disciplines, as we do, because they are very different, TV commentary and radio commentary. It is funny sitting between the two, though, I have to say.
You can't be good at both.
Jack of all trades.
Leicestershire going behind a paywall.
Are they? You have to pay to listen to Richard Ray. Is he on that? Oh, well, can you?
This is the big issue. In comes Dupavalon and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Stoneman. There is no run. I did ask Rich this morning. He thinks that they want to use his commentary, but like you and like me, I'm not sure that's a goer. My response to that was, if they want to use me at Grace Road, it will be for the usual fee. Or I might book a stream and just do a commentary by myself. If they're not willing to pay me extra. As a
Fox's
freelance.
TV.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think that's what it'll be called. This one is, keeps low. Stoneman playing a defensive-looking shot, but that one definitely kept a bit low.
Oh, no, I think I'd go with that. Fox's TV.
Yeah, no, I think that's what it'll be. They announced it yesterday, I think. With few details, mainly details of how much you'd have to pay to watch Derbyshire play against Leicestershire in the final round of county championship matches.
I mean, awkwardly, you do have to be very careful when you're typing in Middlesex TV and your Google search.
Yes.
Make sure you don't put a space in the wrong...
You have to have the middle bit all joined together.
Yes.
It's Dupavalon. That's driven into the floor, though, which takes a lot of pace off the drive, and out to Bin Naeem, who fields at cover. And they go through for another single. Stoneman moves to 15, 105 for 2 in the 19th over. 1 ball of the 19th over remains. De Pavillon a little expensive. 22 runs conceded so far. His kick kicks the ground. Looks like he's bought some new boots, Darren De Pavillon. To me, anyway. They're very shiny. Unless he took the opportunity of not playing on Wednesday to wash them. Here is De Pavillon in then and bowls, and Cracknell mistimes a shot out into the offside where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Tosses the ball back to umpire Watts, because we have a ball at each end, of course, in 50 over cricket. The Middlesex after 19 are 105 for 2 with 44 to Cracknell and 15 to Stoneman.
A few glimpses, slithers of blue here and there. A few patches of grey as well above the county ground in Derby. And,
just having a look round to the marquee where the tap takeover is. It looks like a reasonable take-up so far, but...
Is that where Griff's taking all the pictures from today?
Is he over there? I can't actually see Griff, if I'm honest. He will be out there.
There's that Rees in bowls, and this is turned back with a square on the leg side, and they pick up a single. 106 for 2. Yeah, I saw him on the way in this morning.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, he is here.
Said low.
15 years unblemished.
Yes.
It's remarkable. Absolutely.
Not even a wedding has taken him away. I've missed a game for a wedding.
He went to a wedding, but still managed to get here, all in his
Did he?
Yeah, just before play was abandoned for the day. So that was the biggest scare, I think.
Lewis Rees bowls. Down the track comes Cracknell, and he's beaten by a ball that on this occasion does lift from Rees through to the keeper. May's dragged his length down slightly dragged the ball down slightly with a...
Trying to get to his half century with a 6 there, wasn't he?
I'm more interested in is there photographic evidence of Griff in his suit for the abandoned match.
I thought so, because every time I wear a suit, he takes a picture of me.
How many times have you worn a suit?
Twice.
In your life or in your Derbyshire commentary career?
I've been seen with a suit twice.
Rees is in, bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowl up by Cracknell. There's no run. It's David Townsend's line. I might get my suit out. Which suit? No, just my suit.
No, I've only got one.
Yes.
Yeah, and the only 2 times I've worn it here when I've got changed into it, because I was going to Burton's end of season dinner at the close of play.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Were you the compare?
No, I'm not. No, not yet.
His Rees is in, bowls, and this ball's eased by Cracknell defensively into the offside. There's no run again.
I know I can say not yet. We do have 1 or 2 members of the media team at Burton who watch the stream and listen in to us, but they'll be busy today.
Football season.
Running around trying to work out who players are.
Football season, can you believe it?
I know, it's too quick, isn't it? Too quick. My lad's league campaign starts next week. So
Wait, handball?
No, football. So he's stopping playing cricket, which is disappointing.
This ball's on length and run away down to deep third for a single by Cracknell. Moves to 40. He's going to turn it into 2. Diving stop on the ropes down below us. Forgive me, that was more difficult for De Pavillon than I suggested. He's done well to hold them to 2, I should say, rather than it was a comfortable one. 108 for 2.
De Pavillon's facial hair.
Yeah.
It looks about like Mitch, what's his name, the Australian?
Stark.
Stark, didn't you think?
Yep, absolutely.
There's a little look of him there. I've never noticed it before.
Very good observation. There's Rees in bowls, and Cracknell steps down the track and lifts him over mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4, and he moves to 50 from 65 deliveries. And goodness me, that'll feel good for Cracknell. Tricky start, sticky start, and a tough run with the bat for a wee while, but he's shown his class, I'd suggest, in the second half of this 50 here at Derbyshire after he was really tested by Connors and Chappell, as you'd expect at the start of an innings. But he's borne the reward of digging in for Middlesex and ridden his luck slightly, we should say as well. 112 for 2.
No, it's been a nice 50. He's put it together well, hasn't he? Because he wasn't fazed by playing and missing and the very aggressive drives that he was playing. think he might have to move to the other side now, though, for Samit Patel, who's coming on to bowl. There we go. Samit will bowl over the wicket to left-handed Stoneman. Comes in between the stumps and the keeper when he's bowling to right-handers, which I always enjoy. Stoneman on 16 off 11, 112 for 2, and Samit bowls his first ball of the day. It's cut, but nicely fielded there by Matt Lamb at backward point on the edge of the circle. So he's got time to see the ball. He's a good fielder. Down he went with a tumbling stop. Samit's in again, bowls. That one is defended by Stoneman. These two will have faced each other for many, many years. Samit Patel and Mark Stoneman. Stoneman waits. Samit bowls. That one is cut away for a single out towards Bin Naeem. Oh, they're coming back for the second now. Then if they throw it to the bowler's end, the bails are actually whipped off at Stoneman's end. That's the end to which Bin Naeem threw it. But I'm not entirely convinced that Cracknell wanted 2 there or thought there was 2 there. But Stoneman was determined, went back to what turned into the danger end and survived. It moves to 18, 114 for 2. Next delivery from Samit. It's just pushed out into the offside. Sam Connors is racing in, picks up and just throws the ball underarm to Brooke Guest, but they've got through for another single. It's been 2 examples of really, really good running between this pair, Cracknell and Stoneman. Stoneman moved to 19, 115 for 2, and now Samit will go around the wicket in between the umpire and the stumps, and he sends Darren Dupavilon back out to the long on boundary. He's got a man on the mid-wicket boundary. He's got a long off as well. It's Harry Kane by the look of it. That one is driven down the ground, and Dupavilon comes around from long on to pick up and throw in and keeps them down to a single. 116 for 2. Cracknell moves to 51. So now Dupavilon is back on the edge of the circle at mid-off. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary as well, as this one is flighted, in fact flighted so much that it's a full toss. Pushed into the leg side. Harry Kane does well to get round quickly to do the fielding. Throws the ball back in, single taken. 51 to Cracknell, 20 to Stoneman, who has pinched the strike, kept the strike. 117 for 2 after 21.
I'm going to guess that if you are to snaffle one of the things that I may or may not have got from the hotel buffet this morning, the double chocolate muffin will be the one you'll go for rather than the raspberry croissant.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
Okay, I thought it was a safe bet. I'm grabbing the raspberry croissant.
So. I'm not brave.
Raspberry croissant. I'm intrigued by this. Has it got raspberry in the middle, do you think, or is it just that little glaze on the top?
You'd hope not, wouldn't you?
Oh, look at that!
Look at that! Absolutely full of raspberries.
Beautiful, beautiful. Is that all too healthy for you?
It's like a raspberry explosion. I don't think that's healthy in any way, is it? I wouldn't have thought.
I've been getting told off by Richard Ray now. He
for eating on air.
It's Dupavilon, he's in, bowls, and has he got him? Yes, he has. Pace and bounce again from the Derbyshire attack. Dupavilon finds the edge of Stoneman's bat. Stoneman falls for 20 from 17 deliveries, and that one's really, it's not exploded, it's not climbed, it's just lifted off a length. It's a lovely ball, a bit of pace, a bit of bounce, and through to the keeper. It's what we've seen all day, and the return of Dupavilon brings the wicket as Stoneman looks to cut late at it, but the edge goes through to Brooke Guest, and Middlesex lose their 3rd wicket. They are 117 for 3.
It's not a shot he would have played in any other form of the game but white ball cricket, I think it's fair to say, Mark Stoneman, but perhaps didn't fully commit to it in the end. It was a little bit short of a length, did climb on him, and a comfortable enough catch in the end for Brooke Guest. He was actually sort of down on one knee and took it at shoulder height. It was nicely taken, and the happiest man out there is the slip Harry Kane. Just in case it came to him. For a moment it looked like he might be the man to take the catch, but it turns out that he wasn't. So Jack Davis, the Middlesex wicketkeeper, will come out to join Joe Cracknell. Stoneman 3 fours in his 20. And the wicket falling at the very start of the 22nd over.
as I tuck into my raspberry croissant, for 11s is at 25 for 1.
I'd have thought you'd have been able to eat most of that during that little...
What is for lunch?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I have no idea, but there'll be enough of it. There'll be enough for everybody, if you know what I mean.
Are we talking sandwich bags, or are we talking...
T20 with sandwiches, very nice sandwiches, by the way. Really nice
To Pavlon to Davies, his right arm over, the left-hander pushes into the offside.
Sandwiches.
On a Lord's level of sandwiches, higher than the Lord's sandwiches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, much higher. And there's no indeterminate soup.
Were you nonplussed about the fruit as well, or?
Do you know what? I ate more fruit in my 4 days. Were we there for 4 days? We were. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we're not. At the match, that is. I had more fruit in those 4 days at Lord's. The strawberries were magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
Just lacked a little bit of cream, didn't they? Mm. Here's to Pavlon, he's in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside by Davies. 117 for 3.
Jane, the Derbyshire scorers, cakes today. She did tell me what they were called. I've completely forgotten.
Wait, hold on a minute. Run this by me again.
Oh, yeah, she's got cakes. You'll get one later.
Oh,
yeah,
so you mean all this effort I've gone to at the hotel buffet of burgling pockets and... it's like the Great Escape in reverse, isn't it?
Stealing, yes.
You're not shuffling out the edge.
I wondered what you were doing when you arrived at the ground, emptying your trousers. Most disconcerting.
To Pavlon. Midway through his run-up, he bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside for a quick single, which gets Davies off the mark. I was worried for a moment, but they judged it well.
Yeah. The running has been pretty good, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've certainly maximised their score, coming along at 5.5 and over still. But it always strikes me that 250 is your minimum requirement in a 50-over match.
Yeah, in this day and age, for sure, yeah. Because I say in this day and age, and I don't say that lightly, because even on the most dog of a pitch in this day and age, it can be a batter that can come out in the way that they go nowadays. Yeah. To Pavlon, bowls, forward goes, Cracknell pushing into the offside, and all of a sudden, in 20 deliveries, he can completely change the face of a match. So 250 is an absolute minimum, as you say.
That's why Leicestershire were a tiny bit short yesterday.
Is that why you were on the phone to Richard Ray this morning?
No, I didn't even mention the game to him.
Oh, did you not?
No.
That's very...
I was more concerned about getting paid for the commentary at Leicester, if I'm honest.
Oh, I see. Was this a bit of a to-do?
Interesting conversation to be had.
Slip crouching down. As here comes De Pavlon. Bowls to Cracknell on 51. And this ball's eased away beautifully, backward of points, over the top of it, right in the bounce with an open face for 4. That was really nicely timed by Cracknell. He moves to 55 from 68. Deep third was giving chase as well. Feels quite tight, the boundary down here, actually, because it's almost as though get it out of that 30-yard circle, and if you do, then unless it's within a 5-metre radius either side of the fielder, it's going to be 4. Quite a central picture, aren't we, for this one, maybe?
We're a little bit towards the players' pavilion, but yeah, it's as far across as I can remember. The last T20 was on the pitch immediately in front of us, which was excellent. This one is, the Samit Patel bowls to the left-handed Jack Davis. We're at long off, essentially. So, by no means in line. I'm not complaining, incidentally. More than happy to commentate from anywhere. As soon as when I first started, we were on the cover boundary to the left-hander. Here comes Samit then, bowls to Davis. It's a full toss that's driven away for 4. Davis isn't going to miss out on that. He hasn't landed it. That's a couple of full tosses he's bowled in the first 7 deliveries that he sent down Samit, which is not like him. He's standing there, he's got the double teapot on. Not happy with himself, I fancy. Oh, I remember what I was going to say half an hour ago. Talking about the bizarre nature of players being whipped from counties to play in the 100. As Samit is in again, bowls to Davis. This one beats him. Actually comes off the, I think off the left knee of Brooke Guest. Yeah, bye signalled. So that one has turned and beaten the left-hander. 127 for 3. We might have to wait until the end of the over before I get this story or something.
Can I try and interrupt you again, and then it's another hour until you tell it?
I saw Matt Roller tweet this morning. Another full toss swept by Cracknell, but straight to Matt Lamb. And there's no run. Yeah, Matt Roller this morning signalled the something about, I can't remember the exact phrase. It was about Mohamed Amir. As this one, he goes for the cut shot, too close to him. Cracknell beaten on the bottom edge. The ball didn't bounce as much as perhaps he was expecting. Taken nicely by Guest. No run. 2 balls left of the Samet over. He's in again and bowls. That's quite a flat, quick one. And it's pushed by Cracknell into the offside. So Mohamed Amir, a week yesterday, played a T20 match for Derbyshire. He played in the very first game in the 100 on a 1-match contract. As this next delivery from Samet, he goes for the sweep. Bales whipped off by Brooke Guest. Back foot never left the crease. End of the over. A good one from Samet after that initial boundary off the first ball. 127 for 3 after 23 overs. Cracknell has 55. Davis has 5. And he has since played for Toronto as well in the Canadian T20. So he's played for 3 different teams in 6 days on 2 continents.
Nice.
It's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. If you need to do something, Kev, you do it. I'm more than happy to commentate on Dupavilon's over from the City end. Bowling to Davis, left-hander. Ooh, surprised by the bounce of Dupavilon on that occasion. Just guides it down towards Sam Connors at backward point. And there's no run. Cracknell has 55 off 72 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. Just the 1 4 since his, well, that seems sensible because he's only on 55 now since his half century. Davis has faced 6 balls, including a boundary for his 5 so far. As we move towards the halfway point in the Middlesex innings at 127 for 3. In comes Dupavilon again over the wicket. Bowls. It's cut by sort of drive cut. The drive to backward point. And Sam Connors does the fielding. There's no run. Everybody with caps on even. Lewis Rees down below us at got a wide, fine leg, really. Still a slip in place, though.
I've just found there's an amazing coffee machine down the end in the media centre.
Yes, if you can work out how it works.
Are you a coffee man?
Not really. No.
Here's Dupavilon. He's right arm over, he bowls, and this is short and hooked in the air, deep squares underneath it. It's hanging up there for a while, but it's held, and well held as well by Yusuf bin Naeem. Had to look up into that white sky. Bit of sun pinching through the cloud from that same direction as well. But the top edge brings the end of Davies for 5. Middlesex lose their 4th wicket, 127 for 4. He faced just 8 deliveries, Davies, but a top edge on the attempted pull. And we have seen additional bounce today, and we have seen a few that have gone high up off the top edge or a leading edge today. This one goes straight down the throat of the deep square. Davies departs. Middlesex 127 for 4.
I think part of his problem now was he was hitting into the wind. You could see it dying, couldn't you? You could see it. I mean, it went up a long, long way, and of course, the higher it goes, the windier it is, I'm told. You can see the trees away to our right, where the car park is, really starting to move around. I'm having drinks. Look at that. We are. Thank you, Jane.
I see.
Yeah, they're having an official drinks break. Yeah. Thank you.
Shall I point to, she's pointing to a cup to tell us it's drink. Shall I point to a cake? Back to Jane and see.
Jane has her own cake.
Is that trolling?
As I told you.
Let's see. Let's see what oh no, she's going to announce something. Let's not make her laugh.
No, don't make her laugh, you see. So that drinks 127 for 4. They're taking them because we're 9 balls away from the halfway point in the Middlesex, and I think she's merely telling everybody about the tap takeover. Shiny Brewery from Little Eaton are providing the
tap takeover,
the drinks. I did go on their website a little earlier to see the kind of some of it really does appeal to me as well. There's a lot of IPA beers and that kind of thing, but slightly slightly too strong to be just walking in and having a couple before you have to drive back to Bolton this evening, which is what I will be doing. Did you drive up yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Tap takeover. I mean, that's Jane's come to see if I want cake. No, she can't. I'm naughty, aren't I? I'm naughty. She was coming to see if we wanted some. Or maybe she wanted some of the muffin. Maybe she wants 11s. Maybe she needs a little. Do you want to go? You can go and take some. Do you want to share your double chocolate chip muffin, or are you?
What I actually need to do is, I should have done it at the start of the drinks break, but
Go on.
Too much tea.
Here is the new batter then, which is going to be. Is it Anderson? Sure it is. Yes, it is Anderson. It is Anderson. He turns now, just looked to somebody rather tall walking past him. He didn't look as tall as usual, Anderson, but it is. Who batted well at Cheltenham College in a partnership with Jack Davies to rescue a very difficult situation for Middlesex there. They were 4 down with only 30 on the board and fought back to win the game. A fabulous partnership between Anderson and Davies. He was out for 49 at Chelmsford in the blast as well when he got a little bit stuck with deploy at the other end. He was on 49. I think it was the 5th delivery of the over. He eventually fell. So what was a brilliant catch, it must be said, a pull shot that he would have thought for all the world. He got 4 or potentially even 6, but a diving catch denied him another 50. As here is De Pavillon charging in, racing in. He bowls and it's full straight onto the pads. Going down the leg side, though, says the umpire. It's scampered. Leg by? Just wait and make sure that he picks up his leg. No, there's a little bit of bat involved. So a run for Anderson to get off the mark. First ball. 128 for 4. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. Together here on the BBC Sport website and app. We're live on the streams, of course, as well. For Derbyshire and Middlesex via their websites. Slip crouching down behind Cracknell on 55. Innings that's holding Middlesex together here. He's past the umpire, bowls, and this ball's clipped away, back of the square on the leg side for a single. Cracknell's on to 56, 129 for 4 it is. Yes, Jane, the Derbyshire scorer is in the box to our right, alongside Don Shelley, who's next to us as well. Nice to be sitting alongside Don, doesn't happen often. 20 seasons Don and I have done together as scorer and commentator, travelling around the country watching Middlesex. We don't often get to sit just the other side of the glass from each other, though, as we are today.
You don't look old enough. Don, however, he hasn't aged well.
It's a Pavillon. He's past the umpire, bowls, and this is just full of length. Anderson dabs the ball into the onside. Samit Patel comes to collect. And it's 130 for 4. Anderson 4, Cracknell... Anderson 2, sorry. Cracknell 56.
Martin Anderson with 2 S's.
Aye. Swedish father.
Brief loan spell here, 17 or 18. Can't remember which.
Was that the game when he had to leave on the morning? Was that the spell when he had to leave on the morning of the game?
Yeah, they called
and he
him
had a crash down the M1, and he still played in the game.
I know. Played 1 game on loan.
Yeah.
Martin Anderson with 2 S's. A very fine bat twiddler as well. 30 for 4. Here comes Samit. Bowls darts that one in at Anderson, who pushes it out off the back foot towards David Lloyd on the point boundary, and they go through for a single. 131 for 4. The end of this over will be the halfway mark in the Middlesex innings. Derbyshire just applying some pressure by picking up wickets. Successive wickets are always a good thing. The long on is pushed back from mid-on. That's Harry Moore down below us. And Samit is in and bowls. And that one is a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. Cracknell's gone for 56. That is a big, big wicket. He couldn't resist the sweep shot. Samit picks up his first wicket of the match, and it's the big one. Cracknell, 56 of 74 deliveries. 131 for 5 now. Middlesex and Derbyshire just starting to turn the screw a little bit.
Well, after what was such a good start for Derbyshire with the ball, Middlesex hung on in there, didn't they? Now they're in trouble. I would suggest. This is where, after what happened on Wednesday, nerves can kick in. So Middlesex are going to have to be wary at the moment.
I said this when I was with Andrew Radd on Wednesday, or whenever it was. I do wonder, and I know they've been practicing 50-over cricket, and do you practice any differently to T20? But if you come out of the T20, you don't realise how much time you've got. There are still half an innings left, so you don't really need to take any risks at this stage. But the modern way is to go hard and keep going hard and go harder if it's not working. And I'm not sure that's the right approach to a game of 50-over cricket. I mean, Derbyshire, you only have to look. If you're at 70-odd for 7 in a game of T20 cricket, you don't win it. If you're 70-odd for 7 in a game of 50-over cricket, where you bowled reasonably well, you still got a chance if you bat sensibly, and that's exactly what they did down at Wantage Road. Anyway, it's Luke Holman, the new batter, another left-hander, blimey. In goes Samit over the wicket, and Holman's beaten outside the off stump. Bale's whipped off by Brooke Guest, back foot never left the crease. 131 for 5 it remains, but a good first delivery to him by Samit. He's just pushed Zach Chappell back at long on for the left-hander, and Samit is in again. Bowls a full delivery that's whipped down towards Samit, who might have damaged his right hand here. That's a slight concern, especially if he's going to be the next person to be picked for the 100 from this Derbyshire squad. Single taken by Holman. He hit that very hard indeed. 132 for 5, and he's still in a lot of pain now, is Samit. Fortunately, it won't affect him till he bats. He's in now, around the wicket to bowl to Anderson, who turns that into the leg side. Connors quickly in to prevent the single from being stolen. Stumps for this competition. Very dark blue with red bails. They look very similar to the stumps for the previous white ball competition, if I'm honest. And that one is pushed straight back to him by Martin Anderson. 132 for 5. A really good over by Samit Patel. Conceded just a couple of runs. And picked up the wicket of Joe Cracknell for 56. And now Holman on 1 and Anderson on 3. They face 7 balls between them. Middlesex almost have to just rebuild for a few overs here, which will work to Derbyshire's advantage, I'm sure. And Darren Dupavillon with 2 for 30 from 5 will be looking to take full advantage.
Well, I wonder if they hit somewhat by Wednesday and how big Worcestershire went, how far Middlesex fell short. I know in the T20 they had the mantra that you're going for 200, and if you're all out for 70, fine, but you're going for 200. I don't want you 140 for 5 on the board. Here's a bouncer from Dupavillon to Holman, just looking at square leg. He's got a 1-3 over. Yeah, he's all right. It's not going to be called as a no ball. That was tight, though, that one. But it was sharp as well, wasn't it? Really sharp. Yeah. But yeah, I wonder, are they caught in a rock and a hard place here, Middlesex, in terms of, seeing how big Worcestershire went and how much damage that did to Middlesex in that game. Have they themselves been caught in a mindset where they think they have to go too big? As you say, get 250 on the board, you got something to bowl at. There was obviously
You'll have seen that Derbyshire was 79 for 5, though, aren't they? So they'll expect that they're slightly fragile too, the top order certainly.
Yeah.
And no Ross Whiteley.
Holman awaits as Dupavillon is in, bowls. Oh, it's fast, and it's onto the hip as well of Holman. Has he just steered that? It felt as though it's gone too softly. He has. He's got over the top of it, just ridden that to square leg.
This is
Dupavillon.
As quick as I've seen him, I think.
Yeah, and again, though, the pitch is playing its part, isn't it? Because both Chappell and Connors this morning, I looked at it and felt that is quick. That is sharp. And both Middlesex and Derbyshire are in Division 2 of the County Championship, which often is wrongly maligned.
Well, absolutely.
And, the Championship as a whole is often very wrongly maligned, but Division 2 equally. So he's Dupavillon past the umpire, bowls. And that's left alone by Anderson.
I think Henry Brooks will enjoy this pitch, won't he? I can't see his name on the team.
Stop it. I think they'll be regretting it now.
Extra spinner there.
I think they'll be regretting it now. Well, De Carey's as much as a top order batter. He was an opening batter when he made his debut against Durham at Lords. He slipped down the order and the off-spin has come into it. So he's a second spin option with Anderson as a fourth seamer. I guess they've looked at it and said, look, you've got 4 seamers there. Having been shot out as you were, you've got to get an extra batter in. The fact he offers a bit of spin as well. But, yes, I think right now you'd look at this and think, oh, Brooks could have been fun on this. Here's Pavlon bowls short and up and over the top of it. Anderson cuts a single out to deep points.
Only since Martin Anderson came in that I've noticed the very fine nod to the pink on the inside of the arms.
Yes.
He's wearing sleeves on his Middlesex top. I like that. I like that a lot.
We like a nod to the pink.
Yeah, I like that. A very fine kit. Derbyshire's kit's getting good reviews though. Back to pale blue.
Insert Pavlon bowls. Oh, now that's really climbed, and Holman trying to ride that bounce. Now again, previously I said one, took some bounce, but I said it didn't climb. That one really felt as though it climbed, didn't it? Holman was in a position where he thought, right, maybe he was a little flat-footed on it, wasn't up on his toes, wasn't springing. He comes down and prods at the surface. The bounce is consistent, though, I'd say, on this pitch. There's consistently good bounce for the seamers, for the quicks, which is what they'd want. It's a good cricket wicket, it feels like. It'd be a great championship game, this.
I'm sure Harry Kane would have expected he'd have caught that. Just
short of... well, it did fall short, didn't it?
Oh, it's in and out, I think.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies.
I think so.
I don't know if it was the leg of the tripod was slightly in my way there.
Oh, yeah, look at this. No, not yet.
This ball's just short of length. Oh, he's ridden that again off his nose, this time with his gloves. We're looking at the replay of the one that he edged to... Oh, yes, it did. Yeah, I thought it was low to his left and bounced in front, but low to his left. He did get 2 hands to it, but his hands... It was almost like a seal clapping, wasn't it? They missed each other.
Yes. Let's put that one down. So 2 dropped catches off Darren de Pavillon, which sort of goes along with the season he's been having because he has bowled quickly. Same happened to Blair Tickner at the start of the season as well. There was an inordinate number of catches dropped off his bowling. They were dropping 5 catches a match in the first innings of games and subsequently not winning those matches, which is not entirely unsurprising. Samit Patel, 3 overs, 1 for 11. He's going to bowl the 27th over at 135 for 5, and he bowls, beats Holman. Terrific delivery again from Samit. Again, the bails are whipped off by Brooke Guest. And again, Holman hadn't lifted his back foot, rather fortunately, but he can't afford to dance down the track to Samit. You wouldn't have thought. He gets bat on ball this time, pushes it into the offside, and it's in between a couple of fielders, so they stroll through for a comfortable single. Both Holman and Anderson have 4, 136 for 5. There's Samit. He's in again, turns. Does Anderson this one into the leg side, straight to Connors this time at mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket. Interesting that the solitary slip now is Lewis Rees rather than Harry Kane. Samit is in again. Might be just because it's a spinner. That one is drilled to Kane, who feels nicely at extra cover. Another good over from Samit. Just the 1 run off it so far. 136 for 5. He's in and bowls to Anderson, who drives Samit down to his left. Almost at full stretch. Stops it with his left hand and gets up nonchalantly, tosses himself a catch. Final ball of the 27th over. He's in and bowls at a full delivery, perhaps a full toss, but Anderson can't do anything with it, and the over comes to an end. 136 for 5 at the end of 27 overs. Holman has 4, and so too does Martin Anderson with 2 S's.
Swedish Martin Anderson. Your boy, you said, stop playing cricket to start playing what this week, and what happened to handball? Or have you got 2 sons?
No, same son.
How many sports does he play?
No, he plays everything. Not to a first team village
The handball is
kind
pretty
of
good, though, isn't
standard.
he?
The handball was okay, yeah, but that's sort of been put on the back burner for the moment.
It's Pavlon to Holman. Now, this was a tasty encounter. Last up, he swung hard at a length ball, and it flies through the vacant second slip for 4. Well, that was the shot of a man. I'm not going to say desperation, because that would not be the correct description at all, but that was his counter to, I think, that last over, that he's going to come out punching himself, Holman. And he is that kind of character. But the pace has definitely unsettled Middlesex today from the off. Robson and Cratnell. Robson fell to the last ball of the power play, didn't he? The last ball of the 10th.
Yeah.
And we were saying at that point, Middlesex been pretty happy, because that was a tough 10 overs against, as a new ball. You generally feel that the bounce, the pace, any movement certainly with these white balls disappears after about 10 overs. The pace and bounce is still there, though. So here's to Pavlon, slip in place, he's in, bowls, and Holman slightly squared up by that one, gets a low edge on the outside of the bat. Down to deep third for a single, 141 for 5. Testing times for Middlesex, again with the bat. Cries of encouragement from the field. As here to turn and bowl. Once more is to Pavlon to the right-handed Anderson. He's had a rescue act earlier this season in the T20 at Cheltenham. Middlesex's first victory on a Gloucestershire ground in a T20 match was achieved this year, and that was at Cheltenham College, thanks to Anderson and Davies. As here's to Pavlon in, bowls a bouncer. I think he saw Anderson coming, and that bouncer has flown over the top of the batter and the keeper, Brooke Guest, who just about got fingertips to it, and it races away for 4 no balls. Now that will not be a free hit. No, a bouncer for overhead height is not a free hit. The umpire did seem to hold up his hand, though, for some reason. I assume he wasn't holding up his hand to signal buys, because it's 4 no balls it goes down as, surely. A tap of the shoulder of 1 for the over. There's a lot of hand movement out there at the non-strikers end from the umpire, but I'm quite confident in telling you this is not a handball. De Pavlon turns to bowl from nearly 3-4 yards outside the 30-yard circle. Here he comes. Right arm over, he bowls, and this flies through to the keeper. It is almost as though this is too quick for the Middlesex batters at the moment, and you do not often say that in any form of cricket anymore. But the pace of this surface has certainly unsettled Middlesex. And when you look in comparison, Noah Cornwall, Blake Cullen, Bamber's not renowned for his pace but his accuracy. There's a fair bit to do for Middlesex in this game with bats but ball as well, to try and unsettle in the way that the impressive, I must say, very impressive Derbyshire attack have done to Middlesex. Slip crouching down, which is still Harry Kane, as to Pavlon's in, bowls, and forward goes Anderson, pushing away into the onside. And a single is taken, 148 for 5. Anderson moves to 9, Holman moves to 9. And Fletcher, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that it's almost as though you've got, a high-quality test star, almost to the days of old, running in overseas, bowling at a pace, though. I mean, at a pace that
really quickly,
at a pace that is just unsettling. But you don't often say it, though, do you?
No,
you don't often look at a domestic, any level of game really now, of a professional level, and say the pace is unsettling the batters.
No, he has bowled extremely. Just said that on the update. He has bowled extremely quickly.
Yeah.
As Darren de Pavlon picked up a couple of wickets, been a little expensive, but that can happen.
And comes to Pavlon. He's up to the stumps now. He bowls. That's edged in the air by Holman again, down to deep third, a single. This went through the gully region, didn't it?
You've seen probably wouldn't play that shot necessarily in red ball cricket, but you'd have a much bigger cordon, wouldn't you, to prevent them from playing that shot, and then you'd have to try and find ways of scoring in front of the wicket, which is not easy given the pace that de Pavlon's bowling at. Derbyshire have discovered their pitch with bounce and pace. It's been there all the time, just nowhere near where they usually play the cricket.
Well, how do they keep this? Because
I don't know.
It feels as though they're onto something here. Because
whatever they've done to this pitch, they need to make sure when we come to the final 2 home games of the season, in the I think we've got 2 in the championship.
Here's to Pavlon Up to the stumps, he bowls. Oh, onto the hip of Anderson. Again, the pace. It just seems Middlesex are late at all times on this. I don't say any criticism of Middlesex, saying huge credit to the ground staff here and to the Derbyshire attack.
No, absolutely. No, it's been a good pitch. And as I said, Brooks will bowl really nicely on it. 150 up. I'm just a bit mischievous now.
You, Fletch. Mischievous.
Well, looks like my afternoon updates are 20 past the hour rather than half past. Either way, 150 for 5. He goes Samet in and bowls a foolish delivery that's dug out by Anderson, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane, and there's no run. Samet is in again, bowls. This one is played off the back foot nicely, 4 runs. He's got all of that one. Bin Naeem, no chance getting round the boundary from square leg effectively to quite a straight mid-wicket. Anderson has played a nice shot there, moves to 13. 154 for 7. He's got a lot of time, or both of these batters have a lot of time with the carriers to come in next. There is batting to come for Middlesex. That one is a full delivery driven by Anderson straight back to Samet. A nice cooling breeze comes in through the window. It feels warm.
Yeah.
Samet's in again around the wicket. Anderson, full face of the bat. Maker's name, pushes it back to the Derbyshire skipper. Second skipper in 2 matches. 154 for 5 it remains. 2 balls left in the 29th over. That one is played off the back foot by Anderson out towards David Lloyd, the red ball skipper. And they go through for a single. Anderson moves to 14. Partnership now at 24 off 28 at 155 for 5 as we approach the final ball of the 29th over of the Middlesex innings. Put into bat this morning, remember. Samet bowls to Holman, who just eases this out into the offside. Bin Naeem is quick, gets around and puts a good throw in straight away. Gets the applause of his teammates because he's kept them down to a single. Holman's moved to 11 and pinched the strike. Anderson has 14 and Middlesex after 29. 156 for 5. We've got to lunch at the test with England on 157 for 5 now. So having lost those, or that early wicket, Ben Stokes 48 not out, Joe Root 58 not out.
To the rescue again.
Yeah, they put on 103 so far for the 6th wicket. Those 2. Mark Wood went in last night as a night watchman and didn't last very long.
Chappell with a change of ends, which is interesting. Now, but maybe that's to do with the pace, because I'd imagine he'd have fancied to go, wouldn't he?
You'd think so, and he's still got 6 overs to go, Zach Chappell, as long as he hasn't stiffened up too much. I think his first delivery might be one to get his body back into action. Harry Moore has got 5 overs left. Sam Connors 4. Papillon's only got 3 left now. And because Lewis Rees has bowled a couple of overs, he and Samet Patel have 3 overs between them left to bowl if that's the way that Samet decides to go.
Chappell with one slip in place, he's right arm over, bowls and forward goes. Holman drops a quick single just in front of Samet Patel, throws to the non-striker's end through, I think. 157 for 5. I think that was well judged.
Yeah, Holman set off pretty sharpish there, didn't he? A hit and run, because he was running to the danger end. He always looked like he was going to be okay, which he was anyway, because the ball didn't hit the stumps. It never does. Except at Northampton, where Rich Wagstaff pulled off a very nice run out.
Slip still for the right-handed Anderson as well. I mean, Chappell, you would imagine the bounce that's being found at that end will enjoy this. He's lost his run-up. Was it because Anderson advanced?
I hope not. I don't like that.
I've never seen that.
Hartley, the Lancashire spinner, does it all the time.
What, if the batter moves, the bowler stops?
He
Really?
He doesn't bowl, yeah.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, I don't like it.
I wouldn't suggest that was what Chappell was doing. He might have been, but it was a late decision to stop and a very controlled decision to stop as well, which perhaps leans towards what you were suggesting. As here's Anderson awaiting, and Chappell does bowl onto the pads, tries to clip through square. 5, 6, 7, come on, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, they're not that wrong, to be fair. Middlesex do need to be careful at the moment. This is a bowler surface. The thing is, usually when there's a bit of pace, usually it's coming onto the bat nicely as well, though, isn't it? And we've never quite felt that today for Middlesex, that they've been able to get the pace for it themselves, as this is a length ball from Chappell, defended by Anderson, back into the offside. I did mean to make that note a while ago, but we were nattering about something else.
Talking nonsense.
We try our best.
I imagine.
We try our best. But yes, usually you'd say, it's good pace on this pitch. But the batters like that as well because they trust the pace, and there's no reason not to trust the pace nor the bounce on this pitch. We've not seen any keep low. We've not seen any misbehave.
One was kept low, but it was from this end.
Chappell in bowls, and forward goes Anderson, drops a single, just fine of extra cover. 158 for 5, and that's the kind of shot that we were suggesting a wee while ago. Fletcher, it's a 50-over game.
You can do that. There's no need for the extravagant shot. There's still over 20 overs to play, and we know how many runs teams can score in 20 overs because they do it on a regular basis. And there are still some fielding restrictions. So, Northamptonshire didn't bat their 50 overs on Wednesday, which is the cardinal sin, really, isn't it? If you've got 50 overs, you bat them.
Yeah. In comes Chappell, bowls. Oh, now that was a late decision to hook by Holman, and it looked as though he was playing a back foot defence. And at the last minute, the bat basically moved to a horizontal position, and he steered it for a single. And he did it well, to be fair to him.
Strange looking shot, though, wasn't it? It's not the kind of shot that you'd see in any kind of coaching manual.
Well, you wouldn't have thought he'd have had time to play that shot, judging by the way that the pitch has rushed all the Middlesex. But that's the kind of one that's led to a top edge today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It has been fascinating so far. I'm sure it will be fascinating throughout. Well, I found it fascinating.
No,
Chappell is in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. 159 for 5. I was saying it more in the sense of Middlesex listeners and viewers who might be. 159 is not that. 159 for 5 is not that fascinating.
No, it is.
I think it is.
And I've always enjoyed 50-over cricket.
Yeah,
I think it's such a good game because things can happen and things can change.
It's better now that they've got these phases of play. Phase 1, as Mark Butcher made the point, they're not power plays, are they? Because power plays, you've got the first one, the second one, you've got the third one.
Yeah.
The 3 phases of play, I think, lean really well.
Yeah, they build to a crescendo.
There was definitely a point with List A, though, where they just didn't have these power plays right, and the whole thing felt a mess at every level.
The middle overs were awful, weren't they? But I don't think they are anymore.
Well, at that point, it was a case of you've got to play 40-over cricket. These middle overs are too long. If you're going to play List A, it's got to be 40 overs. But I think, as you say, this format goes well.
Samit Patel begins a new over from the racecourse end, the first delivery of which is pushed by Luke Holman into the offside. Bin Naeem does the fielding, and Middlesex move on with a single to 160 for 5. Scoreboard just taking a moment. There we go. Long on comes out. Harry Moore down below us. And Samit is in to bowl to Martin Anderson, who pushes this one up towards long off, where Mitch Wagstaff's on the field again. I think Darren Dupavalon has departed temporarily. I can't see him out there, I don't think. No. So Mitch Wagstaff on the field again, does the fielding. 161 for 5. Anderson on to 16. Samit bowls. That one is a cut, and that's nicely stopped by Sam Connors. That extra cover diving away to his right-hand side. He's one of those quick bowlers who's a good fielder. A bit like Pat Brown, who's an excellent fielder. This one is played off the back foot by Holman back towards Samit, who gets through his overs quickly as well, which is another great aspect of Samit when he's bowling. The batters really have to try to slow it down as much as they can. He bowls this next one, keeps a little low, cut away into the offside towards Yusuf Bin Naeem. And they are through for another single. 162 for 5. 15 now to Luke Holman. Partnership worth 31. Samit bowls, cut by Anderson, immediately says no. He actually cut it in front of square. And Samit takes his cap. 6 overs, 1 for 21. Terrific effort from the Derbyshire skipper. Wickets also for Connors, Moore and Dupavilon, who has 2. Anderson has 16. Holman has 15. Middlesex after 31 overs. So 19 overs remain in their innings after they were put into bat this morning at 162 for 5. And Derbyshire have applied the brakes with those wickets. It looked at one point as though they were going to comfortably get to 250. They almost certainly still will if they keep their wickets intact, but they have slowed it down nicely. 27 runs off the last 5 overs doesn't suggest that they have. So I'm talking absolute nonsense.
It's a good game of cricket out there. The wickets column's a problem for Middlesex. Chappell past the umpire. He bowls to Holman, who gets a thickish edge fine of deep third, where the sliding stop holds them to a single. 163 for 5. Holman's on 16 level with Anderson. I mean, it feels like Middlesex are light, even though, as we say, 5.2. But I think they feel light because of the wickets column.
Yes.
30 overs, double your score. 320 is not a bad score.
No, I think it'll be a very good score on this pitch, but not sure they're going to get that far.
No.
Derbyshire certainly shouldn't allow them to.
Here comes Chappell again. He's right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and this is steered backward square on the leg side. Courtesy very much of an inside edge, I'd suggest, by Anderson. Moves to 17.
I thought it'd come off the outside edge and gone through to the wicketkeeper initially. That was my first thought.
It is funny when the optical illusion plays tricks with us. You do get that with the trajectory, the flight of the ball sometimes. You're looking one way and it's going the other. Not ideal, but we do our best, don't we?
Well, some would say it's not necessarily...
good enough.
Yeah.
Chappell to Holman. Holman's been tested by the pace of this surface so far as Chappell bowls short to him down the leg side. He swats at it, and through the gloves of Guest it bursts, and 4 runs are signalled. That was a chance put down by Guest. Having got both gloves to it, you'd suggest he'll be disappointed not to hold on to that one.
Absolutely.
Another one. Note it down.
Duly noted.
There's probably 3 now in this innings, isn't there?
Yes.
And that doesn't include the top edges that have landed safe.
I'll tell you what, he was at full stretch, but he probably should have caught it,
Well, getting 2 gloves to it, maybe if he'd have gone with it with one, it's one of those, isn't it? If he'd have gone with 1 glove, he might have just extended his reach slightly. As here's Chapley bowls and dropped by, or dabbed down into the ground, dropped down into the ground in front of him by Holman. No run, he plays that defensively off the back foot. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just trying to look back at, but the computer's decided that I can't go backwards on the video.
Probably a good thing for us, Fletcher. We only look forwards.
Yeah.
He's
Never look back.
It's Chappell. 2 slips crouching down. He bowls. Oh, it's short, and it's right up into the armpit of Holman, and he's got the bat on it, full bat face, and he picks up a single to deep square, but it is seriously a level of cricket and pace and bounce that hasn't had me on the edge of my seat like this for quite some time.
It's the kind of pitch and the bowling at the kind of pace, especially from the city end, where ordinarily to the left-hander, certainly, and possibly to the right-hander as well, you'd say get a short leg in, but it just doesn't happen in 50-over cricket, does it really?
No.
Getting the short leg in, which is a real shame. It's that kind of pitch. Matt Lamb has come a lot closer at mid-wicket now for Martin Anderson.
Yep. Here's Chappell into bowl to the right-hander, who is struck on the hip, and you just thought for a moment, was there a little inside tickle? Was it going to go straighter than it did? Instead, it went square and dropped safely. Whether there was bat involved or not, we shall not know, but 169 for 5. Holman 21, Anderson 17.
7 runs off that over, but it felt a much better over than that. If there's any questions, Zach Chappell's now bowled 6 overs for 37 runs, which doesn't feel like just reward, but these kind of things happen, don't they? Picked up 4 wickets and a career best on whatever day we played, Wednesday, that was the day we played, down rather, at Northampton. He picked up 4 for 39. Hasn't played an awful lot of List A cricket, it's fair to say, just the 25 matches. Samit Patel, on the other hand, has played 247. The first ball is taken by Brooke Guest. First ball of the over, 169 for 5.
What happened
I
there?
don't know, James dashing about next door. This one is driven out into the offside for a single by Holman. He moves to 22 after 24. 170 for 5. Martin Anderson has 17 off 28. The partnership 39 now. As Samit is in again, bowls and back into the leg side goes Anderson, but can only play it straight back to Samit on the bounce. 20 past 1. Time's flying here. Time's flying. This next delivery is cut out towards the point boundary where David Lloyd has to be careful of the bounce on the least good area, I think it's fair to say, of the outfield where D Block Europe were. Still hasn't fully recovered. Single taker, 171 for 5. Holman back on strike. Samit bowls to him and he plays this out backward and square on the offside. Around goes Zach Chappell to do the fielding. Holman moves to 23 after taking the single, 172 for 5. One ball to go in the over, then there'll be 17 left in the Middlesex innings. Cut-off time 2:36 as this one is played down the ground up towards Harry Moore. And they go through for another single. Holman moves to Anderson moves to 19 and keeps the strike. Holman has 23. Partnership worth 42. 17 overs to go for Middlesex. It looks like, I was going to say it looks like Lewis Rees is coming back, but I'm not 100% certain. Zach Chappell isn't wearing a cap at the moment either. Lewis Rees replaces his cap on his head. 173 for 5, Middlesex. It's quite the meeting going on out there. Nick Potts has come on with a drink and potentially a message, you would have thought, because he's only carrying one drink. He's talking to all sorts of people. And now he goes off. I'm not sure anybody took any fluid out of that bottle at all. And it's going to be Zach Chappell to continue. And Darren Dupavalon trying to work out where he should be.
Chappell wipes a bead of sweat from his brow. And 2 beads of sweat. One with either sleeve. And off he goes. Tall, upright approach that he has in bowls and good pace. Once more onto the middle of the bat, defended by Anderson, back up the track. 173 for 5. His partnership's worth 42 from 54. It's which as well it should be marked. There's not a single extra in there.
Really?
Or have I got my maths wrong? Yeah, there we go. 42 is the partnership. Oh no, hold on, because maybe were they both on naught? Perhaps not. Then we don't know whether Anderson or Holman.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that back. But this ball's pushed to extra cover. So I constantly said if you added the 23 to the 19, the partnership's 42. No, there must
really good maths, but
yeah, missed a trick here somewhere.
There have only been 10 extras in the entire innings.
Well, there's commotion somewhere, isn't there? What's going on?
I don't know.
Trouble at the mill.
James Whittaker, who's the match
Oh, is it James
referee.
Whittaker? Well, there we go. We're on safe grounds.
Yeah, it's James's voice, isn't it?
Lovely man. There he is.
There he goes.
The ref.
Yeah. Neil Mallander's here as well.
What's he doing? Here's Chappell in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside, and there's no run.
Not sure. I think it might. He might be mentoring one of the two umpires. I think Chris Watts is new to the list, so I could be in touch.
He's relatively new. Middlesex have had him a few games.
Yeah. So, but they do have people who go around and help them out, don't they? If required.
When do we get any help, Fletch?
It's a good question. Because we definitely need it.
Chappell past the umpire, he bowls. A shuffle forward from Anderson, and then the bouncer's dropped in response, I'd suggest, by Chappell. He's hooked it for a single. Not timed, but at least controlled by Anderson. Cry of catch from somewhere, because there is that short mid-wicket, as you pointed out, Fletch. Lewis Rees.
He'd have been interested for a moment there, wouldn't he, Lewis Rees? But It's a long way to his right. Yusuf bin Naeem is just told to go a little bit square out square leg on the boundary. And Lewis Reese has come into a sort of leg gully kind of position. He's asking if that's where he should be, and nobody's saying no, so he's going to stay there. I might have said we won silver before it was bronze, by the way. In the derby. Downgraded already.
Chappell's in, bowls, chipped by Holman. Goodness me, has he chipped that for 6 over extra cover? That's an extraordinary shot, but it also tells, it is 6. It tells a little story of the pace of this pitch.
Well, David Lloyd signalled 4. He signalled 4 before.
This is the crowd.
Yeah, it's gone back to a 4.
Yeah.
David Lloyd did signal 4, and then the umpire suddenly said 6, and David Lloyd looked slightly aghast. I'm not sure whether it will be, or it might just be they're not quite picked up on the...
well, the crowd certainly made their feelings known, didn't they?
Slow that down, that last shot down that was on the stream. We might get a better... There is history this season of dodgy boundaries.
Here's Chappell, he's in, bowls, and over the top of this, Holman rides a single into the offside. Ooh!
Yeah. It looked like it might have gone over the rope, didn't it? But I'm not sure.
Yeah. There was a real growl from the crowd, wasn't there, when the two arms went up. I'm going to go with the crowd. I reckon they're an honest bunch here at Derby. End of the over. 179 for 5. Holman 28 with that boundary, Anderson. 20. We're taken away from the shot, actually, though, because it was a full delivery just outside off, nearly to the block hole, and he's virtually chipped it out of the block hole over extra cover, very nearly for 6. But again, that talks a lot about the pace of the pitch out there, I think.
It is incredible what batters can do these days, of course.
Well, again, my query on this has been that usually when you talk about pace in a pitch, it's coming onto the bat nicely for a batter as well, if you get in. But Middlesex have never really found that at any stage, and even still now, these two are very troubled by the pace of it.
They're in now, 28 for Holman and 22 Anderson, partnership worth 48. Harry Moore is back. He picked up the wicket earlier of Nathan Fernandez for 8, caught behind by Brooke Guest, who was responsible for the catches to dismiss the top 3, but the first 3 batters, as Moore is in full delivery. Nicely played by Holman, but straight to Samit Patel at mid-off. And there is no run, so Moore has got 5 left, including this one. Chappell just the 3, Connors 4, Dupavel 3. And between them, Rees and Patel only need to bowl 1 more, and then he can stick with his 4-man pace attack if he wants to, Samit Patel. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. As Moore is in once again, and that one is pushed out into the offside where Matt Lamb does the fielding at extra cover. And there is no run. Very excitable squeal from the crowd there.
Kids in?
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? You'd hope so. I can't see an enormous number of youngsters, but they might be playing cricket on the grass bank at the back, which they often do. There are certainly still people arriving by the looks of it. As and goes Moore again. That one's pushed out. And once again, it's gone to Matt Lamb at extra cover, who rather unnecessarily throws it to Brooke Guest, who immediately throws it back to Matt Lamb.
Well, this was a Pete Hanscom thing at Middlesex when he came in. Middlesex relegated infamously in 2017 due to a slow over eight, and a crossbow and a rake and
potentially
all sorts of other shenanigans. But Pete Hanscom
happened at Somerset, didn't it?
I'm not going to rake it up.
Here's Moore bowling. That one is well dealt with by Holman, who turns it into the leg side for a single, 180 for 5.
But Pete Hanscom arrives at Middlesex with this notorious over eight problem that they had. I can't remember if he particularly solved the over eight problem, but he did manage to get Middlesex to speed up at least in the field, and he suggested that everything, bowling, batting, the whole intensity of a match comes from your intention in the field. And that's why they used to fizz the ball around in between deliveries and keep everybody on their toes, keep everybody engaged and keep the game moving.
Get it back to the bowler. It goes Moore again. That's turned into the leg side by Anderson, and he's thinking about a second, but bin Naeem's quickly, very quickly in off the boundary. And he keeps them down to a single. Anderson moves to 21. The 50 partnership between these two comes up in 64 deliveries, 181 for 5. Came together when Joe Cracknell was trapped leg before wicket by Samit Patel. They've done a good job for their side with 15 overs still to go after this one. Looks like Reese is warming up. That's interesting. As Moore is in and bowls. That one is guided into the offside by Holman for a single down towards Bin Naim, who's been a very busy boy out there. He's taken a catch as well to get rid of Jack Davis. Holman is on 30, Anderson 21, 182 for 5 with 15 overs remaining in the Middlesex innings. The good thing for Samit is that the scoreboard, in fact both scoreboards, tell you how many overs each bowler has bowled. The hard part is Luke Holman undresses and then redresses himself in the middle of the pitch. The hard part is working out how everybody fits into that particular jigsaw, but that's why the skippers get paid the big bucks, I suppose. But it's going to be Zach Chappell to continue from the city end. You can see how far over we are. We don't normally need that that extra little side screen to the left of the permanent temporary stand. That's how far across we are on the square today.
This ball's run away down to deep third. Oh, and it's going to beat him as well. More coming around, but the left-handed Holman picks up that boundary down to long leg, not deep third, my apologies. And 186 for 5 it is. Holman moves to 34 from 33 deliveries. Chappell's in his 8th over now. Still 14.5 to go this innings. Connors has 4 to bowl, Moore 4 to bowl. Pavalon 3 to bowl. And there's bounce again from Chappell over the top of it. Holman down to deep third it is for a single. And it is deep third this time. Unlike the deep third that's also known as long leg last time.
You can tell the football season is not far from starting, because I'd go through an entire summer barely messaging anybody. And now the Radio Derby...
Who's after you?
Well, no, nobody's after me, but the Radio Derby Sport group is alive with people messaging each other about ISDN lines and all sorts of things. I never have any trouble.
Chappell bowls short, and that's hooked down to deep square for a single by Anderson. Moves to 22, 188 for 5.
Strange old shot that, wasn't it? Right for the toe end of the bat. See Harry Moore just stretching out his right thigh down below us. He's fielding at fine leg.
Chappell to Holman, bowls. Oh, he's up on his toes to that one, but it hits a bottom edge. And deflects down into the ground, trickling away between slip and gully.
I just noticed they do have a shirt sponsor at Derbyshire, but you can't really see it. Because it's in white writing on pale blue shirts with white splodges.
There he goes. Sorry. Here goes Chappell.
Don't apologise to Miko.
He's in bowls, and this is run away into the onside by Holman over the top of it. Always apologise to you, Fletch. You're one of the good guys.
Absolutely no need to apologise to me for anything.
One of the good guys.
Look at that. Pitch looks superb at Burton.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Have you just got that on the WhatsApp group?
No, that's
Is that Twitter?
Burton have tweeted that themselves.
Well, they've X'd it.
They've posted it, yeah.
They posted it, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Old habits die hard.
It's funny calling it X, though, isn't it?
It is weird.
It's Chappell, he's in bowls, and this is driven away for a single by Holman. 189 for 5, he's on to 36.
One of the 12th men, it's the Middlesex 12th man. I was trying to work out who it is, because their kits, their sort of hoodies look remarkably similar, but it is, excuse me, the Middlesex 12th man bringing out some fresh gloves and a drink. It's warm weather out there. It's a very pleasant day here in Derby. In excess of 20 degrees. Certainly, which is, as a colleague of ours might suggest, more than enough. Although he'd make it rhyme. 189 for 5, 14 overs to go. And Sam Connors is back. He's got 4 overs left. 1 for 27. Picked up the first wicket to fall, that of Sam Robson for 32. Derbyshire could sort of need or do with another wicket, really, I would suggest, because this partnership's now worth 58. Cracknell, the last man out, 131 for 5 at that stage. It's now 189 for 5. They would dearly love to split these two, Holman and Anderson. Holman on 36, Anderson on 22. And in goes Sam Connors from the racecourse and bowls to Holman, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Lewis Rees at extra cover, and there's no run.
I just got that scrunched up bit of paper thrown at me from the back of the buckets. I deserved that, didn't I?
You probably
got
did.
it back.
I think you probably did. Just looking at the members' pavilion balcony, which is starting to get some sun now as it moves around, or the earth moves, obviously, but moves around towards the west. And goes Connors. It's like a war zone in here. Connors pushed out into the offside. They've gone through for a quick single. Harry Kane does the fielding. Might have been Kane the previous delivery, actually. Apologies if it was. But they still managed to scramble through for a single. Right.
What's up?
No, it's our trip to Leicester.
Multitasking.
Well, it's the final game of the season, so various members of our travelling party are now telling me which nights they're staying in Leicester. People from Derby generally don't stay in Leicester because it's close enough just to go down. But
is that the real reason they don't stay in Leicester?
No, I don't think it is, actually. Connors is in the bowls. That one is guided off an edge down towards a fine-ish third man when it's fielded by Darren Dupavilon. Anderson picks up another single to move to 23. 191 for 5. Halfway through the 37th over. The roundabout, see, they've got another hour to get 13 overs in. You just hope that they don't actually expand the overs into the time, although Derbyshire generally don't go at much more than about 13 and over in any long form of cricket. As Connors is in, that one's defended by Holman into the onside where Rees does the fielding, and there is no run.
Speaking of places you don't stay.
Oh yes.
And yeah, just a little bit of fun rivalry. I'm commentating on Surrey for BBC London tomorrow.
Are you?
I am. I haven't done that in a while. I know.
Wow.
I know.
And I've never been to the Oval.
Have you not? Oh no, we had this conversation at Lord's, didn't we?
Never been.
You come with me if you want.
I'm all right. That's right. He's guided into the offside by Holman. Nicely fielded by Matt Lamb, who has a little shout that stumps at the non-strikers, and Martin Anderson backing up, gets back into his ground. And there's no run. Yeah, I've never been to the Oval, and until about a week on Wednesday, I think it is, I will not have been to the Bowl in Hampshire.
The Utility Bowl?
Is that what it is? I know it's a bowl of some description. We're going there next week, or the week after. This one is guided by Holman out into the offside. Square, single taken. Holman moves to 38. 192 for 5 at the end of the over. Anderson has 23. The partnership worth 61. 13 overs to go. What will they get?
I dare you, Fletch.
No,
I dare
I'll
you
get involved.
I dare you to say on air with Kevin James the Utility Bowl. Do you play Truth or Dare or Double Dare or what do you got? Truth or Dare?
Does he not like that?
Well, I don't know, but you can try it out and see the Utility Bowl. I dare you.
Well, Kevin James was here. He's in trouble now.
Go on. You're getting it. You see, you want to play now. There's paper aeroplanes have turned up to scrunch balls of paper in our commentary box. Kevin James, sorry.
Was here for the women's T20 finals day, and we were driving, I think, to Lord's.
Yeah.
In actual fact. So I'm driving down. I've got 5 Live on.
Yeah.
Sports Extra, and he's commentating. I'll tell you in a moment what he said.
Here comes Moore, right arm over, he bowls, that's cuts. Oh dear, Holman's cut it straight to backward point, and Lewis Rees, he hangs his head backwards. It almost happened in slow motion, and I guess to some extent it was almost catching practice for Holman. Flays it away, but straight to the fielder. He falls for 38, and Middlesex's partnership of 61. For the 6th wicket comes to an end. Anderson's still there on 23, but Holman, who looked as though he might fire for Middlesex, departs. And he'll be disappointed because he's been really tested by the pace and the bounce of this surface, which may have accounted for a cut shot straight to the fielder as well, but on this occasion he's out playing a genuine shot as opposed to particularly troubled by the ball with the bumpers that he's received as well. 192 for 6. Moore has his 2nd wicket.
Yes, he automatically has career best figures of 2 for 21. It was a strange old. I mean, they have been playing some shots, but he didn't have to move a muscle, as we see on the big screen. A replay of that. He cut it, and well, he just had to move slightly to his left, if at all. But a comfortable catch for Lewis Rees. And a big wicket for Derbyshire, you feel, because those two, as you said, had added 61. It is Josh Decares, though, so he's somebody who's more than capable of batting, which is probably a good reason now that they have got the extra.
Oh, yes, yeah.
The extra batter.
How many overs to
Nothing.
go?
Absolutely no reaction from the back whatsoever. It's unbelievable. It was a very good left-handed throw by me, I thought.
See, it was too much to resist in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Had to get involved.
Once I had the scrunched up bit of paper in my hand, although we could be in trouble in a minute. It was fairly straightforward.
192 for 6. Yes, there's still Ethan Bamber, Noah Cornwall and Blake Cullen's come. I was going to tell you of the first I'd seen at Lord's the other day. There's another one from half an hour ago that I've forgotten now.
Oh, go on then.
Noah Cornwall hit the ball over the top of the grandstand, which I've never seen before.
Really?
And he was flicking it off his legs. Flicked it off his legs over the grandstand. Enormous 6.
That's a decent effort.
It is. It was. Still is. Well, that'll be. They should be mentioning that in the tour. Albert Trott always gets a mention in the tour. He's more to bowl to. To carry sense. Got to be a no ball, isn't it? Oh, wide.
Been giving us a wide, not a no ball. Yeah.
Oh no. Well, look, square leg saying it's a. Square leg saying it's a no ball, but the umpire's sticking with his decision of a wide. So maybe it was down the leg side, and he gave it on that a wide.
But then if square leg says it was overhead height, it should be changed to a no ball. For a start, you get
Because
2 runs instead of 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know why it is a no ball. It isn't a no ball.
Here's a length ball from Moore now, which is defended by Decares. No run. That was an interesting one. A little bit of disagreement. At least there's 2 match refs here. Or 1 match ref and an assistant. An assistant match ref or
I don't know. I don't
assistant
know.
to the assistant's assistant.
Video assistant referee. I have no idea.
VAR.
Yeah, no idea. But he is here, Neil Malander. I've seen him.
You've seen the ghost?
And he is. He's difficult to miss. He's a big man.
Moore, he's a big man himself, bowls to Decares and singles pushed away through square leg by Decares. He is off the mark. He's off the mark.
I only have one more timed update to do. That's good news. I've got other updates, but they're not timed, so the pressure is off.
Off with his head. Did you watch the Olympic opening ceremony yesterday?
I did.
Did you see Marie Antoinette singing?
Yes.
Headless Marie Antoinette?
Yeah.
Off with her head.
Lady Gaga singing in French.
Radio Goo, Radio Gaga. That's all I can ever think
The
of.
Minions.
The Minions, yeah.
They were great.
Here comes Moore. Attempted hook by Anderson, who looks at the toe end of his bat, miscued all on the floor to mid-wicket.
It was a long way outside off stump where he was trying to fetch that from, wasn't it? Yeah.
See, the Minions had stolen the Mona Lisa. Was that the gist of it last night?
I don't think so.
I'm sure the Mona Lisa was in the background of the video.
Yes,
So it had gone missing, and then it was in the Minions thing.
Well, yes, I think they were keeping it safe.
Was it ever recovered?
I have no idea.
It was a long old ceremony. I did enjoy it, but it was a long
4
one.
hours.
As forward goes Anderson. and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 194 for 6. And unlike Middlesex in this innings, there weren't many. There were a great many lulls. Middlesex needed a few lulls in this innings. Yes. They kept going at it, didn't they? But there weren't many. There were a lot of lulls in the opening ceremony, I felt, last night.
As long as nobody from the Middlesex team sings "Imagine," which is about the worst rendition of "Imagine" I think I've ever heard.
Imagine we reached 300.
See, was it Danny Baker who said it was a John Lewis version of Imagine?
Did he?
Yes.
Oh, naughty.
That's how he described it on Twitter. He wasn't far wrong.
John Lewis version of Imagine. That's terrible. Here goes more. He's in bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler by the right-handed De Caires, and there's no run. Did we just both get simultaneously pelted?
I think we might have done.
Did you get hit?
No.
I think I got hit twice. I don't think she knew it was you that threw the last one.
No, I don't think she did.
Does that mean we go one each back at her? 195 for 6. 3, 2, 1.
And neither of them got anywhere near. Absolutely pathetic.
Who's the cricketer out of the three of us?
Yes, neither of us do.
Yeah.
So, 12 overs to go. Sam Connors, he's going to continue from the racecourse. And just 3 runs off his last over. 3 runs off that Harry Moore over and a wicket. This is good stuff from Derbyshire. Middlesex will still fancy that 250. He's bowling Connors 2. Anderson, who takes 2 steps towards him and then defends it straight back to him. Anderson making his intentions fairly clear here. And Connors gets a low 5 from Lewis Rees as he picks the ball up and walks back to his mark. We were asking before about playing on a Saturday, and a lot of these lads would have played club cricket today, but obviously they are contracted to play for Derbyshire, so not playing their various clubs. As Connors is in, Anderson guides it out into the offside. Good stop, tumbling stop by Matt Lamb away to his right-hand side. Definitely, I thought he was moving a little freer down at Wantage Road as Darren Dupavillon starts his warm-up. And that piece of fielding and 1 or 2 others today would suggest that his back might not be troubling him as much as it has been over the course of the last 12 months or more. As Connors is in, and that one is driven nicely. Dupavillon's got some work to do here and does it nicely. Can't prevent the single from being taken. Martin Anderson moves to 25. 196 for 6. Slip goes back in for Josh De Caires. Noah Cornwell and Blake Cullen are not cricketers I've come across.
Good ones to watch, definitely. Yeah, really. I mean, both of them genuinely Middlesex could and should be excited about. Cullen they've been excited about for years. Yeah. Michael Atherton wrote that Cullen was his one to watch in 2020, but he's had a couple of back injuries, the fast bowler. When he gets it right, good pace. Should like this surface.
Josh De Caires has just been distracted by either a feather or a small piece of paper that's landed on the playing surface. Thank you, Clive. In goes Connors, and that one is left. A leave, everybody. Josh De Caires leaves that one to go through to the keeper.
Is Clive hammering me? What have we done?
No, he just said you've got to finish the story. What did Kevin James say?
Oh!
Because Clive...
we finish our stories in half an hour. It's the way we're working it today.
That is how it's been going today. Well, Clive was here as well, of course, because I heard him on commentary. I think the Central Sparks were in action that day, so Clive Eakin was here as well. He didn't say anything derogatory.
Oh, it's Clive Eakin. You didn't say it was Clive Eakin?
Yeah.
Hey, Clive.
Clive Eakin. There is only one Clive. In goes Connors again as a swing and a miss from De Caires outside the off stump.
That's the chant you always hear in the Holly stand, isn't it?
You hear it in the Cop at Prenton Park as well. Yes, so a couple of driving along, and Kevin James first of all described it as a very bitty ground. And I managed to stay on the M6. I think I was probably at that time, and I'm thinking, all right, I'll let that pass. But it's been noted for when I go down.
So I've teed you up nicely with the utility bowl.
The concrete bowl that you play in as the next delivery from Connors is a short, nasty one, and De Caires deals nicely with it, gets his bat on it, defends it straight down into his feet. He remains on 1. Anderson has 25. There are 11 overs to go. 196. 4, 6. Then he had a pop at the outfield saying it was a bit bumpy. And I'm thinking, you've got to be very careful here. Commentating on a club that basically wants to sell its soul to the IPL. I'm not having that. So
Can I get some sort of notification on my phone when you go on air with Kev to discuss all this?
I imagine it'll be 11 o'clock on the Wednesday, but he will be getting both barrels. I mean, I love Kev. I've only worked a couple of times with him over the years, but we have,
And you still love him?
we have spoken on a number of occasions, and he's great fun, but my word, he's got something coming to him.
Moore is in, bowls to Anderson over the top of this. There's no run. He dabs it into the onside. Still 10.5 overs to go in this one. It feels like we've been going forever, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
It feels like we're going forever because this feels like it's been an innings of two halves. The first 25 overs, what, Middlesex were 4-5 down by
Some of
by
us
that
have been here
point.
since 8 o'clock this morning.
What do you get out early for?
I just love it. I love being in an empty cricket ground.
Do you know, I have to say, I've been in Lords a few times to beat rush hour traffic. Got in at stupid o'clock.
It's really good, isn't it?
And so here comes Moore. He's in bowls, and this is short. Run away down to deep third, and they pick up a single. Misfield, and they've run it. Misfield as well. A little fumble down below. That is DePavalon down there, isn't it? With his Mitchell Stark beard. 198 for 6. And I think I was even inside the ground before Carl, the head groundsman, and he lives in the ground as well.
Yes,
So even before he was out his front door, although Carl, I'm sure, will message me in a moment and say, Kev, I'd already been out and done an hour and gone back for my breakfast at that point.
I'm sorting the flowers out.
Here goes Moore past the umpire. He bowls, and this is onto the pads of Anderson. Falls away into the onside. An appeal from Moore. Nothing doing from the umpire. Former head groundsman down at the Venergius Bowl. Now the what is it called? The Utilita Bowl.
I think. I'm not going to say that word too many times because it's clearly some kind of.
You're at the bowl.
Yeah, I'm at the bowl.
At the bowl.
I'm just going to call it the bowl.
I'm just giving you so much ammunition.
Just
now,
call it the bowl.
I do remember us doing this off air at Lords, actually, having a natter over a bowl of soup. At Lords.
I'd love to tell you what flavour it was, but I've no idea.
This is just full of a length from Moore. It's clipped down to deep backward square for a single. 199 for 6.
We had some cauliflower soup one day. There's some curried cauliflower or spicy cauliflower.
I did enjoy
that was
that
all
one.
right,
I
actually.
did enjoy
to be
that.
fair, I've always criticised the soup, or not criticised, but sort of put down
Yeah.
the soup at Lords. But that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that one, I must say. Spicy cauliflower, as you say, whatever it was, or curried cauliflower.
Yeah, one or the other. I can't remember which, but it was all right. It was all right.
In comes Moore bowls, and this is driven hard by De Care. He's open face, just a single though. The sweeper's back on the cover boundary. Ripple of applause as Middlesex reached 200. 250 we were talking about earlier would be something to play with. And it would be, I think, if Middlesex bowl well.
They're going at 5 and over. If they continue to go at 5 and over, that's pretty much where they'll land. So, I'm sure as Darren DePavalon continues to stretch down below us, I'm sure they'll want to keep them below that 250.
Skip from Moore. Off he goes. Leggy run up, isn't it, from Moore as this ball falls backward a square on the offside for a leg by, just off the back hip perhaps, that one of Anderson, or maybe the front hip. He's not rubbing anything, but in comparison to the sprint of DePavalon, it's a more leggy, leapy kind of run up, isn't it?
Well, I mean, his legs are exceptionally long. They seem, well, the whole of him's quite long, isn't it?
Yes.
He's a tall young man. Come on, Kev, you're better than that. Well, perhaps not. 201 for 6. Samit's coming back. He's still got 3 overs up his short sleeves if he fancies them. The white elbow protecting Badge.
Who's that down below has given us a wave?
Lewis Rees.
Lewis Rees. He just heard you told a dirty joke, somebody said on the boundary. He's giving you a wave.
One of the smiliest cricketers in the Derbyshire ranks. This one is a full delivery from Samit, driven by Anderson up towards long off.
Leas Deploy, he's a nice fella, isn't he?
He is a very nice fella, yes.
Very, very nice chap.
very polite,
Yeah, he was.
quite quiet. But yeah, he's more than happy to talk. I mean, he didn't have a massively happy time as the Derbyshire skipper because they didn't win a single game in the county championship, didn't get through to the knockout stages of either of the white ball competitions. But hey, what's new? That one is driven by De Caires up towards Lewis Rees for another single. De Caires moves on to 203 for 6. Still quite breezy out there. Samet is in and bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side. That'll be 4. That was a nice shot from Anderson. Just went back and pulled the ball a long way in front of square out towards the straight-ish mid-wicket region. And away it went for 4 runs. Yusuf bin Naim, who we've already established is quick. No chance of getting around there. And as a result, they've now strengthened the field on the leg side. So bin Naim will go to square leg. And Matt Lamb will be the man at mid-wicket. He defends the next ball, Anderson, into the offside. It's fielded by Samet. And there is no run. 207 for 6 with 2 balls of the 41st over to go. Samet in again, bowls, and this one is driven into the offside, straight to Harry Kane by Martin Anderson. 52 balls for his 33, but it's been the kind of innings that his side required. Final ball of the over from Samet is punched down the ground by Anderson for a single. Rees does the fielding. Anderson moves on to 34 and keeps the strike. Possibly. Yeah, 208 for 6. De Caires has 3 from 8, and we have 9 overs to go in the Middlesex innings. They were put into bat this morning by Derbyshire at 10:30.
What's your projected score? What's your Wasp saying?
My Wasp. Well, I think they will be massively disappointed if they don't get to 250. Anderson is batting very sensibly. De Caires can bat, we know. And if they don't get to 250 in the remaining 9 overs, I think it will be Derbyshire on top.
More to Anderson. This ball's dabbed away into the offside. Onside, sorry, defensively. Mid-wicket does the fielding. So,
I'm not very good at predicting things, but I think they'll be disappointed if they don't get 250.
Yeah.
And I think it's a minimum requirement. Of course, Derbyshire could fall in a big heap as they did on Wednesday. And there is no Ross Whiteley, but there is Yusuf bin Naim, who is a useful bat.
More. It's past the umpire. Bowl short. It's hooked away by Anderson and a single to long leg. 209 for 6.
I think Yusuf bin Naim is a useful bat. He is on debut, of course, so there will be some nerves when he first walks out. There have no question about that, even though he's played a lot of second-team cricket, played in the game at Cheshire, and scored a half-century in a losing cause.
Off goes Moore again. No slips anymore. Partnership worth 17. Moore in, bowls, and up on his toes. De Caires pushed the ball just in front of backward point. Cried yes, and there was an almighty cry of no, and I think rightly so from Anderson at the non-striker's end. He got back.
Lewis Rees could have run in and taken the bails off there. He was that close.
Probably could have played walking cricket and taken the bails off that one.
What happens if you run in walking cricket?
Ooh. 5-run penalty.
Is it?
Do you have runs in walking cricket or walks?
That's a good question.
Here's Moore. Bowls just short of a length. It's hooked in the air by De Caires, but he's bisected the field. 1 bounce and 4. Long leg and deep square. Set back. But he places it perfectly, and it's his first boundary. Moves to 7 from 10.
Yes, that was a good shot from De Caires. His first boundary of his innings. Didn't quite have the pace to trouble him on that occasion. Harry Moore, now in his 9th over. There are 2 fielders out there. It's not quite a trap, but...
It's another length ball. De Caires looks to uppercut it almost with a punch rather than an uppercut with a cut. I thought he was going to lift it to backward point. Had he been an orthodox point, it would have been. Well, he may not have played the shot, but it would have been straight to Rees. Single it is out to deep cover. What have we got? 8.1 overs to go.
Only a minute before I have to disappear.
Oh.
Only temporarily, so don't worry at home. I'll be back.
It is a cut shot out to deep point for a single. 215 for 6 is the score. You're listening to BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, we're live on the streams as well, which you can pick up from either county. Click on the links, and there we are.
Very good.
We're allowed to say that, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've just been listening to Shaggy with "It Wasn't Me," if indeed that was Shaggy. I think it was.
It was Shaggy, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't heard that.
I bet it was him. Do we ever know who it was?
Well, it wasn't him.
You sure?
Apparently. Yeah. So I'll nip off for this over, Kevin, if that's all right.
Yep. I'll speak to you in just a moment. Dave Fletcher there, BBC Radio Derby, and this ball is dabbed into the onside through square leg for a single, and it will be one more to the total. So 216 for 6 is the score. And this is pushed down to long on for a single by De Carys, who moves to 9. Or does he? Oh, am I ahead of the... I've got it the wrong way round. It was Anderson, sorry, he's on to 37. This is swept hard and swept for 4. Beautiful shot by De Carys. He moves to 12. And it is 220 for 6. As De Carys moves to 12 from 13. Anderson 37 from 57. And Middlesex recovering this innings at the moment. 28 the partnership. They had a sticky time with the last... they had a sticky time at the start, but the last wicket has got them back into this one as well. And another single taken by Anderson moves to... taken by De Carys. I'm sorry, I'm mixing these two up now. De Carys moves to 13 from 14. 221 for 6. And here goes Patel again. This ball's tickled through mid-wicket, a single more. So a powerful sweep and a few tickles from Middlesex in this over. Here is Patel to skip across the front of the umpire, and this ball is turned for a single into the onside again on this one. And that is the end of the over. So we've had 43. There are 7 to come. It's 223 for 6. And De Carys has 14. Anderson has 38. So Kevin Hand and Dave Fletcher bringing you commentary of this one.
Harry Moore is going to bowl out in. It's his final over. 2 for 35, his figures at the moment. 9 overs. 2 for 35, bowled nicely. Picked up a couple of wickets already. And Moore from the City end, bowling initially to Martin Anderson with 2 S's. He's in and bowls, and Anderson just turns that nicely into the leg side, out towards square leg. Oh, there's a slight misfield from Sam Connors. Then there's a slip from Anderson. So the second single, which he was keen to take, isn't taken. He slipped as he turned at the non-striker's end, Martin Anderson. So 1 more to the total, 225 for 6. Anderson moves up to 44 from 61 deliveries, just the 4 fours in his innings, and now he's he looks to be in a little bit of strife down there, just leaning on his left knee. So we'll wait and see, because he may well have to bowl at some point you would have thought. Who knows? I was back at base has just knocked me off com 5, but I'm back on again now. That's good. Unbelievable. It's a dot ball. 225 for 6. 6 overs and 4 balls remaining. In comes Moore again. That one is driven hard out towards the extra cover boundary. Around goes Yusuf bin Naeem, picks the ball up, but can't prevent them from coming back for 2, which they do. Carres moves to 12, 227 for 6. If they don't get to 250, it would be a major surprise. Middlesex, which is probably about par, you would have thought. Looks a pretty good pitch to make the most of the power play and the hard ball as that one wraps the pad of De Carres and dribbles out into the leg side. In off the boundary comes David Lloyd to do the fielding. Leg by is signal 228 for 6 with 2 balls with the 44th over remaining. Darren Du Pavillon down below us has an energy gel and a drink. He's still got 3 overs to bowl, 2 for 46 for him. Zach Chappell, 8 overs for 50, but better than that. As Moore is in again, and this one is off a leading edge of Martin Anderson's bat, out into the offside where it's fielded by Lamb, and there's no room. Sam Connors, 8 overs, 1 for 31. Lewis Rees, 2 overs for 17, and Samit Patel, 9 overs, 1 for 42, just to complete the bowling figures for Derbyshire. Anderson twiddles his bat as he seems to do before every delivery he faces. Do like a bat twiddler. And he turns this next delivery short of a length down towards fine leg, where it's fielded by Sam Connors, and the over comes to an end, and Harry Moore's final figures, 10 overs, 2 for 39, and it's been a really good effort from Harry Moore. Career best figures in his fledgling Derbyshire career. Going at less than 4 and over when the overall run rate's 5.2. He can be pleased with his afternoon's work so far, and he'll be hoping he perhaps isn't required with the bat. Very capable with the bat, as he showed at Wantage Road when he helped Zach Chappell finally get Derbyshire over the line with that remarkable comeback in midweek. Samit Patel then to bowl over number 45, his final over. First ball is turned by Anderson into the leg side. They've run the first one quickly. Harry Kane gets to the ball nice and quickly and sends the throw in. Good piece of work by Kane. Anderson moves to 46, 230 for 6. Samit's in again. De Carres goes long. He might go over the top. He has gone over the top for 6. That's a really nice shot from Josh De Carres. For a moment, Sam Connors looked like he was interested, greeted with complete silence by the county ground crowd. That will please Samit if the shot didn't. 236 for 4. Samit's in again, and this time he just turns it, clips it into the leg side. Harry Kane gets there now, and there is only a single. 237 for 6. De Carres on 219, halfway through the 45th over. They might now be looking at 265, 270 if they can possibly get there. Samit's in again. That one is pushed into the offside. He sets off for a single, Anderson, and De Carres quickly sends him back. Didn't look like there was a single there necessarily. Ryan Sweeney is the Burton Albion skipper today. That's interesting. Oh, bowled him. That one didn't bounce at all. Anderson goes for 46. Samit Patel strikes with his penultimate delivery. He has 2 for 49, but that one did not bounce at all. And that's a slight concern for Derbyshire with 50 overs in which to get the thick end of 260 runs. That one just grubbed along the floor. It did turn as well, which is probably good news for Middlesex, but as packed as they are with spinners. But Martin Anderson with 2 S's has perished. 46 off 66 deliveries, and he hit just 4 fours. Just looking at a replay of that one, and it kept low, didn't it? Kept very low. Hit halfway up middle stump at best. He went back and was done by the bounce, Anderson. And Middlesex are 237 for 7 now. Whether it's enough to keep the brakes on, I'm not sure. 1 ball left of Samit Patel then. Anderson 46 off 66 with 4 fours, just to complete my inadequate scoring system that I have in front of me. Samit Patel's final delivery, he'll be bowling it to Blake Cullen, who's been sent in down at number 11 on my team sheet, but that matters little really. Strongly's looking at Burton Albion on the side. Okay, Choke's playing. This one is pushed into the offside by Cullen. It's saved, fielded by a tumbling Mark Lamb. And Samit Patel finishes with figures of 10 overs, 2 for 49. So 10 more runs conceded by Samit than Harry Moore and Zach Chappell. 5 overs to go, has 2 overs left. He's bowled better than 8 overs for 50, I think, but bowled sharply in the early stages with the brand new white ball. Let's see how he goes with a slightly older one.
It's right arm over the wicket. He bowls and shorts. That's hammered by De Carey's. That was a really impressive shot. Cut away in front of the deep cover boundary, and I think the intent was there to try to beat that cover fielder, and that was why it was so forced, the cut shot. It wasn't out of the textbook, but it was manufactured and done well. De Carey's moves to 23 from 19. Middlesex 241 for 7, so they'll get their 250. And goodness me, Fletcher, if they get to 300 from here, they will have done remarkable. Well, I say that number lightly, but they get to 280.
Well, I was thinking 265, 270 now, yeah.
Yeah, if they get to 280 from here, it would be quite incredible, wouldn't it? As De Carey's goes again, but he might go back to the pavilion, and he does. He's holed out straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket, and he holds his head knowing that he's erred. It's Harry Kane who holds on the boundary. De Carey's falls for 23 from 20, having just clubbed away a fine boundary. He and Anderson fall in quick succession with 4.5 overs to go. Yes, it's a 50-over match, but even still, I think they'll be slightly now wary that they're going to fall short of batting out their overs, Middlesex, and that is why De Carey's has his hand on his head. I think aware that he probably was a little rash in going for another powerful shot, another risk shot so soon after the boundary. 241 for 8, Middlesex.
That is reasonably reckless. I would suggest.
Reasonably reckless.
I would suggest if it can be reasonably reckless. Yeah, he needed to be out there. You feel he needed to get to 270. You feel he needed to be out there. Of course, I have no idea how Blake Cullen can bat.
They're good batters, but
Bamber has come out to join him.
Bamber coming out ahead of Cornwall.
Yeah,
maybe to bat out the overs, but then
tell me he's a relation of Hugh, who was the lead singer of the Stranglers.
No, sorry, I'd love to.
He's a massive cricket fan, Hugh Cornwall.
Well, I'm really hoping that I'm right in saying no. Maybe I feel like word would have reached me.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Or maybe not, because I'd keep talking about it. That's what they said of Ethan Bamber and his dad. His Chappell in bowls, and this goes through to the keeper, beating Bamber. Very unfairly of me, it was said that I keep on talking about who Ethan Bamber's dad is. But every time I sit down for a new commentary with a new commentator, which we do every single game, the commentator asks me about Ethan Bamber's dad. There's no relation between Hugh Cornwall and Ethan Bamber. I mean, Noah Cornwall.
Yes, no, Ethan Bamber's mother and his father are both thespians.
Yeah, don't get into it.
No.
Every single time. And then I get the blame. It's not fair.
No, it was me who mentioned it. Ooh. That one has gone straight past the nose of Ethan Bamber I'm not sure what kind of shot he was trying to play there. But, that was a very quick delivery from Zach Chappell. I think he's clearly related to Hugh Cornwell, who was born in Tufnell Park in North London. All the clues are there.
Oh dear. Help me.
I think you need to find out. Is Noah a relation of Hugh?
Here's Chappell, he's in, bowls, and a hook from Bamber. He lifted his left leg as though he was a right-handed Brian Lara, and then he ducked his head as though he was Phil Tufnell and hooked it away down to deep square.
The duck of the head was a bit of a giveaway, really, wasn't it? But he didn't quite get into line, I think, probably. Is the best way of putting it. Just looking for any reference to him, but I'll keep looking.
Chappell past the umpire bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. There's no run. Again, end of the over. 2:42 for 8. Bamber has 1. Cullen has yet to get off the mark. 3 and 2 faced respectively. Middlesex still with plenty to do here at Derby in these final few overs. 4 to go. A couple of overs back. 280 might have been on right now, as you say, 260. 260 and take it.
Hugh Cornwell has cricket pedigree. Been on the view from a view from the boundary. It was, I guess it's the Ashes, which was on 5 Live. Plays with the Bunbury Cricket Club. And sang in I'd love to have heard this, an acoustic version of "Get a Grip on Yourself" with Mark Butcher. As long as Butch wasn't on it for too long. Here is Sam Connors from the racecourse end. Bowls to Bamber, who drives very pleasantly, but straight to Samit Patel. So he starts with a dot ball, does Sam Connors. The dulcet tones of Colin Gibson on Radio Derby at the moment, talking about the Burton game. Dominic Dietrich at Shrewsbury for Shrewsbury against Derby County. Next delivery is an attempt to, just hit it hard somewhere into the offside by Bamber, misses it. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest, and there is a no run.
No, sorry, go on.
No, I've got nothing. I did say to Colin, because obviously Burton's my team in the winter, and I am terrified and excited in equal measure for Burton's season, as Connors is in and bowls. That one is driven. That's a nice shot by Bamber. That's 4 runs out towards the long off boundary. Met it on the half volley, and it was all the way along the floor. Really nice shot. 246 for 5. There are just 3 players left from last season in the Burton side today. And one of them's a bit of a surprise to me. So,
ooh, intrigue.
Kegs Chowkay, I didn't expect to see him. I think he's one of the players they were trying to offload, but I'm not sure. That one is striking the pad. Half an appeal for leg before wicket in the end. Then it's a shot at the stumps by Matt Lamb. They get through for a leg by. 247 for 8. Gibbo still on, he's milking it today. Keep it brief. Keep it brief.
So is he your stand-in today at Burton?
Gibbo used to be the sports editor at Radio Derby years and years ago, yeah. So he's doing Burton today as Connors is in, and that one is driven again by this time by Cullen, actually, and he picks up his first run, third ball he'd faced. 248 for 8 with 19 balls of the innings remaining. I'm only actually listening to him just in case they suddenly throw to me, which could happen. I'm due on, I think, after Colin. In comes Connors and bowls. This one is lifted into the leg side aerially. It's gone over the head of Lewis Rees, and it lands safely. They come back for 2. Bamber moves on to 7, And the 250's up for Middlesex with 3 overs to go there. 250 for 8. Oh no, he's been asked another question. But I think I'll just nip off if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, 3 overs here, 18 deliveries. I mean, again, you know, in this day and age, you just can't rule it out. We talked about it earlier, 50-over match. 3 overs, he score all sorts. The big hit in Noah Cornwall to come as well. So we shall see. Middlesex are at the point, though, that they may as well swing at this point rather than just let these 2 wickets fall in 2 deliveries as his. Chappell, he's in, bowls, takes the pace off, and it's run for a single by Cullen down to deep third. 251 for 8. It's a long way shy of what they'd have been envisaging, I would suggest. But it's something on the board, that's for sure, for Middlesex. And, here is Chappell turning again at the top of his mark. Top of his run-up. He's in now, bowls, and stepping away is Bamber, not like a bunny though, I think just looking to give himself room. Chappell follows him, turned off his legs for a single out to deep square. And Middlesex nudge along, nudge and nurdle their way through the end of this innings, and they'd love to be producing some explosive efforts. Maybe they'll save it for the last 12 deliveries. Maybe they'll pick their bowler, because Zach Chappell, of course, is a hugely dangerous bowler who deserves an awful lot of respect, which they are showing him here at the moment. He's in past the umpire, bowls a short ball, and over the top of it, Cullen rolls the wrists quite attractively to turn a single off his ribs down to long leg. He's done well there, because that was a danger for sure for Cullen's ribs, and potentially for the physio to be charging out had he have not made contact with that, Cullen, but he has, and it is just 1 more to the total. So here is Chappell in, bowls, and a stretch from Bamber as he eases that one out to the deep cover boundary. The BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London together here at the county ground in Derby. It could be a very, very good chase setting up here, because, well, unless they get off to an absolute flyer and get there in no time, but otherwise I think Middlesex will feel they've got a bit to play with. Here as Chappell's in, bowls, and this is lifted into the onside by Cullen for a single out to deep mid-wicket. And 1 more to the total. Yes, Chappie, the cry from somewhere in the field. Encouraging the main man. He has 1 for 60 so far, as the final ball of his day is about to be delivered. Deep point, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, set back as Chappell is in, bowls, and that's hammered over extra cover by Bamber, and he'll get 4 for it. Nice shot, chipped away. It was a bit of a clubby effort from Bamber, but a boundary nonetheless. And Chappell ends with 1 for 64 from his 10, 259 from 8 it is, so Cullen's 4 from 6. Cullen is 4 from 6. Bamber has moved to 13 from 11. And I'm about to be rejoined by Dave Fletcher. I thought he was getting irked by the fact he wasn't going to be able to rejoin me, but he is back with him. They ditched you. They ditched you, Dave.
Well, I was supposed to be on at 20 past, and Colin took that long that they've started to play another song now. So I'll go back in 3 minutes. Sam Connors from the racecourse centre complete his 10 overs. 1 for 38 at the moment.
There's the ripple of applause for Chappell's figures.
Goes Connors and bowls. This one's been pulled into the leg side by Cullen, not timed though. He picks up a single as Yusuf Ben Naim picks the ball up, throws it back in. 260 for 8, 11 deliveries to go. 270 is still very much on the cards. Kevin's fanciful
280.
300. I'm not entirely sure. There is Connors again, bowling to Ethan Bamber, who's lifted this one high into the sky. Who's going to get underneath this one? Harry Kane settles himself and takes a good catch. a really good catch in the end, because that one was up in the air for a long, long time. It looked for a moment as though he'd slightly misjudged it, but he picks up his second catch of the innings. Bamber goes for 13, and Middlesex are 260 for 9 now.
I think that was okay, wasn't it, from Bamber? Time to head out.
Oh, absolutely.
Time to get going for Middlesex at this stage now with tail enders together. There's not. I mean, it could be over in 2 deliveries, just bowled out, couldn't it? So it is time to swing, and that's what Middlesex have managed. There's the confirmation of dismissal from. It is Jane next door, isn't it?
It is very much Jane. Yeah, 2 fours in his 13, which came off 12 balls, which is what you want from your lower order batters, I would suggest. Just looking at the replay of that, Harry Kane ran around the boundary, and then all of a sudden he had this moment where he thought, oh no, and had to dive to his left and take the catch, and then he almost juggled with it while he's on the floor. He gets up with a big smile on his face. Quite right too. It was a good catch in the end from Harry Kane. 260 for 9. Will they bat out their overs? They have 10 balls left. I'm following an artist called Dasher. I have no idea who they are, and I have no idea if this song's close to being finished. So
I think maybe we're followed on social media. Hey, I'm followed by Scouting for Girls. The big Middlesex fans. Here's and Dave Fletcher, if you tuned in. Everybody from Scouting for Girls, or anybody from Scouting for Girls. Fletcher's impressed. Big Middlesex fans. So, here is the single, as we said, for Cullen. So one more to the total. And here comes Connor again. Down the leg side, he darts one. It's going to be a wide signal by the umpire. Or is it a leg by? Did he get a little flick on it? Middlesex will hope it's a wide, but it looks as though yes, it is a wide. It is a wide. 262 for 9 then. Cullen 5, Cornwall back on strike. Will we see another big shot from Cornwall? That's the question at this stage for Middlesex. And there's a single clipped by Cornwall, just wide of mid-on. Deep mid-wicket comes up. 264 for 9, the score now. BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London together here for this commentary. Dave Fletcher alongside myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. So here comes Connor again. He bowls to Cullen. It's pushed away into the offside. And dot ball once more. There's one to come. The penultimate over of the innings. Middlesex. It could have been an awful lot worse than this. How much better could it have been? Well, we can only really judge that when both sides have batted. But certainly it's been something of a recovery. Anderson, Holman, Cracknell holding it together from the top. As this ball's lifted just short of Reese at mid-on by Cullen. It means he'll keep the strike for the final over. He moves to 6, and Middlesex are 265 for 9. Cornwall 2 from 2, Cullen 6 from 9, and the final over of the innings coming up here at the County Ground in Derby. It's innings that they will be close to batting out now, Middlesex, but it's not quite there just yet. 208 for 6, England. You might just have heard from Dave Fletcher alongside me. An update from elsewhere on this one. Here goes the final over then, which is bowled by Pavlon. Oh, goodness me, it's a bouncer first up, and it struck Cullen, and it may have struck him on the helmet. Let's see. What are the refs going to decide on that one? Let's have a look. Yes, the helmet comes off. And it is going to be a concussion check for Blake Cullen on this one. I think he's okay, but always got to err on the side of caution in these instances. And it will be the Middlesex physio to charge on. Pete Waxman looks as though he had a haircut. Come and meet Cullen, who's on his feet and over to have a natter with him. They'll do the precautionary checks, but it should be just a formality by the looks of it. Middlesex will certainly hope so. They're going to need him with the ball, Cullen. 265 for 9 it is. Sharp ball to begin the final over from De Pavillon. It's a little bit of a surprise that he's only bowled the 10 overs, to be honest. 2 for 46 so far. The 7 overs so far. Lewis Reescott getting a couple, going for 17. So, concussion check looks to be complete. It is. And it's going to be Cullen to continue. Well, I guess what would happen in the instance here of that, it's the final over of the innings. There's 5 balls left. I guess there's a like-for-like replacement, which perhaps even would have been Henry Brooks, who'd have come on to face the last 5 deliveries of the over. Well, he'd have been like-for-like. He'd have been like-for-like, wouldn't he? But had it been a spinner, then obviously you'd have to replace him like-for-like for a spinner. But if you didn't have a spinner on the ground, then what happens?
Play with 10.
Yeah.
It's your own fault.
De Pavillon comes in. It's another bouncer and it's top-edged. Deep mid-wicket's charging in. He's not going to make it. They've taken a single, so Cornwall will have strike. 266 for 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really understand the concussion protocol substitution business, because a couple of seasons ago, it might even have been last season, Saranga Lakmal got hit on the head in a championship match against Yorkshire at Chesterfield, and Yorkshire refused permission for Zach Chappell to replace him as a concussion substitute because he was a better batter, even though he was the bowling replacement. So it was a little bit unpleasant all round, really. 4 balls to go in the innings. Darren Du Pavillon bowling to Hugh Cornwell's nephew, and that one is a swing and a miss from Noah. I'll put it out to the listeners of Radio Derby to try and help me out in that one. Colin's given me some jip as well. I spoke longer than he did. And then I tried to stitch Jack Timon up. He said, of course, a lot of people at the Country Ground will have close eye on what's happening at Edgbaston. And I said, why, what's happening there? And then told him the test score. He just messaged me saying he had palpitations for a moment, thinking he'd got the wrong venue. Here is Darren Du Pavillon. 3 balls to go. He's in and bowls to Cornwell. That one's gone straight up in the air. Who's going to get underneath this one? Matt Lamb looks like he's taken responsibility and takes the catch, and Middlesex are all out for 266. Cornwell dismissed for 2 off 4 deliveries. Darren Du Pavillon picks up a 3rd wicket to finish with 3 for 47. And, well, that is... I'll let you say how disappointing otherwise it is, but I think that's slightly disappointing from Middlesex. Not to bat out the remaining 2 deliveries, which is probably neither here nor there ultimately, though, but to go from 237 for 6 to 266 all out. It's not quite a collapse, but it just feels like they've left a few out there. Yeah,
and they have. There's no doubt. They've left a few out there. Just even in terms of not butting out your overs, and in the end it was kind of not a scramble to the end, was it? But they weren't powering their way through power play 3. They perhaps went too early when you're that number down. Did they go too early in power play 3 in terms of the charge? Look, at the end of the day, they were in deep trouble halfway through this innings. At 25 overs, their run rate was good. They were going at 5 and over, weren't they?
Yeah.
At 25 overs, and you thought, okay, well, fair enough. Actually, you double that from here, and they're 320. So. The first half of the innings, they lost 5 wickets. Second half of the innings, they lost 5 wickets. But the second half of the innings was the tail, and they put together a couple of partnerships, didn't they? But well done to Cracknell at the top, who got through a very tricky power play 1 with Sam Robson, who fell to the last ball of it. And yeah, they're light, aren't they, Middlesex? They're going to have to bowl well. But credit to Derbyshire, it was impressive. The pitch was impressive. The bowling was impressive. And we've got a good game on our hands here, because 266 should never be a stroll in the park. But equally, Middlesex will never feel wholly out of it themselves.
Fair enough. Joe Cracknell with the only half century of the Middlesex innings. He made 56, 46 to Martin Anderson with 2 S's. Luke Holman made 38, 32 to Sam Robson, and a couple of 20s and a 13. included in that. Zach Chappell 1 for 64 from his 10 overs. Sam Connors 2 for 44. Harry Moore picked up career best 2 for 39. Lewis Rees 2 overs for 17. Samit Patel 2 for 49 from his 10. And Darren Dupavalon 7 overs and 4 balls 3 for 47. The Derbyshire bowling figures. We'll have a half-hour break now, during which time I hope some food arrives somewhere in this building. Middlesex all out for 266 in 49.4 overs, and Derbyshire will be chasing 267 to make it 2 wins out of 2 in about half an hour's time. Why don't you join us then? Welcome back to the county ground here in Derby for Derbyshire's innings in this one-day cup match with Middlesex. Derbyshire in pursuit of 267 after Middlesex were bowled out for 266 in 49 overs and 4 balls. And I don't know what's going on with the Middlesex kit. They've got a sort of mishmash of kit. Some of it's blue and pink. The numbers and the lettering are in different fonts. And it's not because of long sleeves and short sleeves as far as I can work out. It's an absolute mess out there. Anyway, Noah Cornwell is going to bowl the first delivery of the Derbyshire innings. It's a full toss down the leg side. It's going to go for 5 wides. So Derbyshire up and running without actually having faced a legitimate delivery. If you want to hear the latest from the 2 friendlies in the football, of course, we do have reporters at both Shrewsbury, where Derby County are the visitors, and at the Pirelli Stadium, where Burton Albion are taking on Port Vale. So we'll start again then, but with Derbyshire on 5 without loss. This is the way we like it. Easy runs, free runs. In comes Cornwell, left arm over the wicket, ball into the right-handed Kame, who drives very pleasantly, but it's a good piece of fielding, running around by Mark Stoneman at mid-off. And there is no run. Kevin Hand will be back with me momentarily. I must ask him about the kits and what on earth is going on, unless Fletch back at base can tell me, but it is vaguely shambolic out there. That's as much as I want to criticise until I'm given a good reason for it. Cornwell is in and bowls to Kame, who clips this one off his pads down towards Nathan Fernandez at long leg. They go through for a single, so the first run off the bat is scored by Derbyshire, who are now 6 without loss. Have you any explanation as to the village cricket nature of what's going on out there?
I shall send a question because I think it's a valid one, isn't it? Why?
There are 3 players wearing pink.
Well, I assume one is the one-day cup kit and one is the T20 kit. Why it's blended in this match, I don't know. I don't know.
It's not a good look for a professional sport. Cornwell in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who guides this one out into the offside. There's no run. There's me praising the pink underarms of the
praising the pink,
which I do like. I still like it. I don't like the kit with all the pink flashes all over it. It's neither one thing nor the other. Both Derbyshire players wearing light blue tops and dark pants.
Most importantly, though, Fletch, have you had your lunch? Because it's served. It's there now. Oh, you have?
Yes.
Good man.
Oh, yeah.
I was late to the party, but there's plenty left. That can't be thrown in the bin, by the way. There's so much in there.
Yes, can you not tell that I've eaten? You probably can't. There are people walking to the left of the sight screen at the far end of the ground.
Oh, clowns to the left.
Lewis Rees's peripheral vision is becoming Billy Gottleman-esque as in comes Cornwell and bowls. That one is skewed off the outside edge all the way along the floor down to wide third man for a single. So Rees off the mark as well. Derbyshire 7 without loss, with 2 balls of the first over remaining, the over that started relatively inauspiciously with 5 wides down the leg side. No culpability for Jack Davis, who dived across to his left but couldn't reach the ball. Now Harry Kame waits as Cornwell bowls to him. That one, a bit of pace and a bit of bounce there that surprises Kame a little bit. Does well to play it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Joe Cracknell, the leading scorer in the Middlesex innings.
Where's Billy?
Left at the end of last season, left a long way before then. Was left out of the side after possibly 2 championship matches next year, and that was the last we saw of him. Cracknell bowls, clipped nicely by Harry Kame into the leg side for 4 runs. Out to the mid-wicket boundary, hits the rope now. 2 boundaries in the first over. 1 off the bat. Harry Kame on 5. Lewis Rees on 1. Derbyshire looking for 267 to win this one. 11 without loss after 1 over.
Yeah, it's a solid start, isn't it? Middlesex losing the wicket, the last ball of power play 1 in their innings. Here's Blake Cullen. They're at the end with the bat, with Noah Cornwall. Right arm over, pacey bowler. Of the 3 seamers, 4 with Anderson. Of the 4 that you really want to watch right now and see what is he going to get out of this surface, it's Cullen. He's right arm over the wickets with 2 slips, and he bowls to Kane, who's forward, to Rees, who's forward, pushing to backward point, and there is no run.
Be better when we get on air later.
Yeah.
Second dog over by the car park.
Well done. Bigger, medium-sized dog.
Yeah, medium this one. Yeah. Neither of them have barked, it would appear today. I haven't heard anybody barking. Not dogs, anyway.
He's Cullen, thick inside edge, high up the inside edge of the bat. For a single down to deep square. 12 without loss. That was what I was going to say about Cullen before I got myself into a tongue twist over the very simple fact that there were 2 slips and Kane was on strike. The serious bounce that was affecting the batters seemed to be more from the other end.
Yes, it did. It did, you're right. This one, at this end, we saw a couple keep low, didn't we? Which was slightly disturbing. Ben Albion taking the lead against Port Vale. Billy Bowden, the first goal of the new era. Excellent.
Here goes Cullen. Oh, look at that. Fly down the leg side. A wide delivery. Stepping across Kane, trying to help it on its way. Davies diving across, can't stop it, but that went quickly, didn't it? Zipped off the surface.
It did, and it kept on moving down the leg side after it had gone past the stumps as well. Second lot of 5 wides, though. That's a clear concern, you would have thought, for Middlesex. But with Lewis Stern, which is on the board now, just to give us an idea, suggests that Derbyshire should be on 3. They're 17 without loss. However,
Cullen bowls full of length and forward goes Kane. Defending, ball trickles to mid-on.
79 for 7 or whatever it was on Wednesday. They were 106 behind Duckworth Lewis at that point and won the game. 106.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like it.
Wow.
And I'm unlikely to ever see anything like it again, I fancy. But
although it never fails to surprise us, cricket.
No,
it always
that is
produces
true.
something we've never seen before. Here's Cullen, he's in, bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper, 17 without loss. And that is credit to T20, I think. T20 has changed the game significantly in the last 2 decades in terms of 2005 is my first season, and what is possible now compared to what was possible then at any stage of a match is significantly different, and that is T20 that's changed Test cricket, first-class cricket, List A cricket, and it has made it an even more enjoyable sport because the game is never ever dead. And here's Cullen bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside and there's no run. And that goes the same way for bowling because batting isn't what batting used to be. Defences digging in, that playing the long game isn't what it used to be. That the T20 has been to the detriment of that side of the game. So it does also mean that even when a side are a long way ahead, all of a sudden, if a little rumble happens, batting lineups do collapse, it seems, in even more calamitous ways nowadays than they used to. As here's Cullen with a slip in a gully. He's in, bowls, and this ball's tickled away down to long leg for a single by Kane, who's on to 6-18 without loss. And that's understandable. In the old days, you were taught to go out there, and batters, you were meant to be there, you were meant to be durable, you were meant to stay there for a long period of time. Now you come into the game as a young batter, and it's how many runs can you score in this space of time? What is your strike rate?
Yeah. Well, Durham got promotion last season to the county championship, scoring at 4.5 and over.
Yeah.
And they've tried to continue that and with a fair degree of success in the first division this season as well, because it looks like they're going to stay in the first division, which I think
We've just got to get up there and join our mate Marty.
I'm more than happy for them to stay.
You love Marty, you can't say that.
I do.
You love
I spoke
Marty.
to him. I didn't really see him during the T20 last week, but I did speak to him a couple of times prior to that. De Carres has come out of slip. He's going in at mid-wicket. There's a straightish mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary as well as a third man. And the fine leg has come up on the edge of the circle for the beginning of Cornwell's second over. First ball is defended by Harry Kane. And there's no run. Talking of collapses, well, not quite, but England are 252 for 7 now in the Test match. 2 men in the middle. Chris Wokes is on 12 And Jamie Smith, who's had quite the start to his Test career, he's on 45 not out off 51 balls with 5 fours and a 6. So he's not hanging about. As Cornwell is in again and bowls. That one is clipped away nicely. Backward of square by Harry Kane. There's a fielder running round. That's a terrific piece of fielding out there in the distance. Really, really good. And they do only get, they come back for 2. They do come back for 2, and then I think it's Nathan. No, it isn't Nathan Fernandez at all. That's nonsense. It's Joe Cracknell out there. I just saw the 8 on the back of his shirt. Nathan Fernandez 18, Joe Cracknell 48. And it was Cracknell with that fine piece of fielding, cracking piece of fielding, you might say. Although probably not, as Cornwell bowls to Kane, who had gone to 8 with that couple of runs in the last delivery. Derbyshire 20 without loss. That one is defended.
Do you remember when you used to give me, and every other, quite rightly, commentator a sideways glance where they made some sort of play on deploy? No, yes. Every day, Kev, every week, I hear it from the opposition commentator.
You do, though, don't you?
You do, yeah. I do now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Cracknell bowls, that's off a thick inside edge. He goes in between Harry Kane and the stumps. Is nicely fielded by Fernandez, who probably wouldn't have been expecting that. There is no run. Good delivery from Cornwell. Yeah, it sort of...
I always remember,
the other thing
you grumpy so-and-so, now get it.
The other thing that always irritates me is when they can't... Do you play? No, it's Lias, not loose. It's Lias Duploy. That's how you pronounce it. Get on with it. Cornwell bowls to Harry Kane and pushes it out to the offside. I only know
Wait,
that.
how?
I only know that because when he first arrived, you do what the sensible thing.
You ask.
You go to the player and you say, look,
I did that.
It's relatively unusual. How do you pronounce your name? Well,
I think you sent me a message when he signed and said, just remember it's Lias.
yeah.
And I still went and just politely said, Lias, say it for me, please.
Did he confirm?
He did.
Thank goodness for that. I've been calling him the wrong thing. Caldwell to complete his over. Harry Kane pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run, so just the 2 runs off that one. Good over, better over from Cornwell. He's got bowled 2 overs for 13. Derbyshire, after 3, are 20 without loss. Harry Kane has 8. Lewis Rees has 2. And there have been 2 lots of 5 wides in the first 3 overs, which is probably 2 lots too many. My other team, which is Tranmere, the team that I support, they're playing against Fylde, who I think are still in the National North in a friendly today, and they're losing. How on earth they're losing up there? I've no idea.
Here's Cullen, right arm over, he bowls, it's short, and it tucks up a little bit. Lewis Rees, he was almost Lias there. That must have got you a few times when the 2 were together, Lias and Lewis.
No, never.
No?
Never.
Lias and Lewis, what does that sound like? It's pubs, solicitors' firms, what's Lias and Lewis? Brace, girdle and hand sound, well, very bad pub. But,
I'm not sure. I think I'd walk past that one.
Cullen is up to the stumps, he bowls, and that is picked up sweetly over deep square for 6. That has climbed into the car park. One bounce next to the spectators by the pavilion, and it bounces up and over into the car park on that far side. Huge shot.
That was decent, that, wasn't it, from Lewis Deploy? No, it was a really good shot. He picked it up really, really nicely. And wow, he has hammered it. And it has, as Kevin said, gone a long way. It cleared the green fencing. Anybody who knows the county ground, some green fencing between the grandstand and the car park. Well, it cleared that. And somebody is now who went to fetch it. Bless him. It's one of the Middlesex players. Went to fetch it.
Which kit's he wearing, I'll tell you?
He's wearing the proper kit, I think. It's the blue kit, which is nice.
The blue kit is the one-day cup kit, and the other one's the T20.
Stoneman must have played in the one-day game. Well, he did against Worcestershire, didn't he? And he's wearing a T20 kit, which is slightly embarrassing.
It's Fernandez who went to get it, and I think they are saying have a look at the ball. Cracknell's just had a quick look. No, well, it's been thrown to the skipper to have a look.
Umpire's not interested.
I actually couldn't tell when Cracknell looked at the umpire. I think he might have just been saying, "Yeah, it's all right." Not sure.
I've got to go.
See ya. Here is. Oh, what was that? A no ball from Cullen in the meantime. which flies through to the keeper. Reese comes down and taps away at the surface. A free hit is signalled. Beat the batter, but overstepping from Cullen. So here is the right arm seamer to turn and bowl again with 2 slips, a deep third, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Cullen is in, bowls full onto the pads. There would have been an appeal, but if that were not a no ball, a free hit. So, or a free hit from a no ball. But a dot ball it is into the scorebook. And 28 without loss the score. As they tick along Derbyshire in the 4th over of the innings. 3 balls bowled of it. Here's the 4th. It's Cullen, he's in, he bowls, and Reese is back and across, defending back up the track. No run. Murmur from the fields. They need a wicket here, Middlesex, they'll know it. They cannot afford for this power play to go awry, as here's Cullen in bowls, and that is picked up sweetly for 6 more. Goodness me, I think he may have top edged that, to be fair. The bat was almost at a 45-degree angle as he chopped down at a tucked up angle by the short ball. It may have top edged over deep backward square leg, that one. Slightly shorter side to the boundary down there than it is square of the wicket. Where the committee room sits on top there. The pavilion directly opposite us, the old pavilion directly opposite us. More checks for damage to the ball. 34 without loss. And the expensive start continues here. Off goes. Oh, Cullen, and it's driven down the ground, carved down the ground by Reese for 4 more. Planted that front foot and slammed the ball back past the bowler. 42 without loss. Reese moves to 18 from 11. Kame has 8 from 14. 4 overs gone, they're going at nearly 10s. And Middlesex needs to be careful here. They need a wicket. They need a wicket desperately. Fletcher's just updated the good people of Derby as to the mismatched tops out there from Middlesex. I have not got a reply on that one just yet in terms of what the reason is. That it's different shirts for each. As here's Cornwall in bowls. It's a low full toss and it's driven down the ground for 4. Kane moves to 12. Must have slipped out that one from Cornwall. Beautifully onto the middle of the bat. Lovely height just to stroke that back into the ground and down the ground. Kane's on to 12 from 15. 42 without loss in the 5th. Short ball from Cornwall. It's cut to backward point. Anderson does the fielding, no run. This one will go straight up. The cry from the field, the desperate cry from the field, it must be said at this stage. They need a wicket. They need one fast. They'll be scarred by the big score of Worcestershire on Wednesday. Cornwall in, bowls short of length, and came up on his toes to defend into the onside, and no run again. So slip, deep third, backward points, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket warming up. It's Josh de Carey's deep square back as well as Short fine legs up inside the circle. This is tickled out in front of deep square. It's deep mid-wicket, and there's a chase on here, and a big chase. It's bobbling away over the outfield. It's just lost a little bit of pace, I reckon, as a result. And 44 for no wicket. The score as Kane moves to 14. Tattoos the topic of discussion now on BBC Radio Derby. So here comes Cornwall in, bowl short outside the off stump. That's left alone, a little bit of shape in it as well. Middlesex need to find this pace and bounce as per the Derbyshire attack against them. They're a promising young attack that Middlesex have in Cullen and Cornwall. They might need to go to Bamber soon though, as so far this is proving a tough task for Middlesex. This ball's just full of a length from Cornwall, pushed back to mid-wicket, there's no run. End of the over, 44 without loss then. That is 5 bowled, half the power play done, and a significant chunk taken out of this target. The required rate is 5, the current is 8.8. 2 more to win as Derbyshire 44 without loss, and it is going to be Josh De Carey's in the power play. So the left-handed Lewis Rees, right-handed Kame at the other end. And they'll be desperate for De Carey's to have a good look here. I wonder should they switch ends for Cullen as well now that they've brought on De Carey's to replace him. So the off-break bowler, be right arm around the wicket with a slip, a backward point, a cover, a short extra cover, long off, mid-on, deep square. There's a mid-wicket in place as well and a short fine leg. 44 without loss it is. Rees is on 18 and De Carey's steps in again to bowl just short of a length, and they'll tickle a single out to deep backward square. Short fine leg gets there first as Rees moves to 19. I was pondering, Fletch, as to whether Luke Holman at this stage, the wrist spinner, if they try and hit out against the wrist spinner, or whether the finger spinner of De Carey's they've gone for. But it's clearly bowled to the left-hander, isn't it, that they've got him on?
Yeah. And just worth saying, at this juncture with Derbyshire 45 for 1 after 5 overs and 1 ball, at the end of the power play, Middlesex were 46 for 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Derbyshire have wiped that out in 5 overs.
In desperate need of a breakthrough here at the moment, Middlesex, aren't they? Absolutely desperate. As hold on, which end is it? That's all right. Here's De Carey's. He's in around the wicket, slip in place, bowls to Kame, who drives it back to the bowler. 45 without loss. I become Whispering Dave Jepson. He was one of your predecessors.
Yes.
I become Whispering Dave Jepson when you're doing your reports. I quietly go into this. I don't want to be shouting over you. Here's De Carey's. He bowls, and this is dabbed back into the offside, and there's no run. 45 without loss. Have you seen Dave recently? I did see him a couple of years ago, but I haven't seen him in a while.
I saw him at Chesterfield this season.
Yeah. That's home for him, isn't it, Chesterfield, or am I making that up?
I think he's north of Derby, but probably in between the two, I would guess.
This ball's clipped back with a square on the leg side. And that's going to be 4 more. Kame moves to 18, 49 without loss. That's a fine shot off the off spinner. It's just to work that power to bisect those two fielders, short fine leg and deep square.
Well, this is going splendidly from a Derbyshire perspective. I blame the kits, really. I think it's even putting Middlesex up. They think they're 3 players light.
Here's a full ball push back by Kame. He's on 18, no run.
Well, those 2 sixes were the second 6 was almost as impressive as the first from Lewis Rees.
A lot of flight. Push back again. It feels as though he's going to get a leading edge in it. It constantly feels as though his body and his bat face is closing to the onside, doesn't it? The ball keeps going into the off. 49 without loss. Sorry, what was the Lewis Rees comment there?
No, I was saying
distracted myself.
The 2 sixes in 1 over. The second one was almost as impressive as the first. He picked them both up really nicely.
Yeah. Yeah. So 49 without loss it is after 6. Came 18 from 25. Rees 19 from 12. Partnership of 49. Which was the opening stand, wasn't it, for Middlesex? End of the power play was 49 for 1.
46.
46 for 1. You only said it a moment ago, sorry. Concentration. 45 seconds nowadays, isn't it? Ethan Bamber replaces Noah Cornwall. At the far end. I think this needed to come to bring a little bit of control to proceedings for Middlesex.
What's 45 seconds? Here's Ethan Bamber from the City end. Bowling to Lewis Rees, who's on 19 of 12 deliveries. He's in and bowls 2 many turns. That went into the leg side for just a single, I fancy. Yeah, just a single. Oh, the throw from the deep by Luke Holman overshoots the wicket-keeper by some distance, but there was plenty of backing up there, and Derbyshire's 50 is up already. The 50 came up off 10.2 balls for Middlesex. This one comes off 6.1. 10.2 overs, obviously, not 10.2 balls. That's nonsense. 50 without loss. And Harry Kane just flexes his knees a couple of times as he waits for Bamber to come in and bowl, and he pushes this up towards mid-off. Again, there's no run. And bringing Ethan Bamber on may or may not get a certain amount of control. But much of the damage has already been done in the power play. They can just sort of push it around and comfortably get up towards 70, 80 without taking too many risks now. So Derbyshire have already worked themselves into a very good position here as Bamber is on his way in again. That one is turned away down the leg side. In fact, it's not turned away down the leg side. It hasn't touched anything. It was the far side of Harry Kane, and it's the third lot of 5 wides of the innings so far. 55 without loss.
Aye.
Yeah, there's not much you can say, really. And bless him, at least they are being signalled wides, and they're not going down as buys, because if that had been Jack Davis, I'd have been furious. He takes up his position again. Bamber comes in and bowls to Harry Kane, who defends this one into the onside. There is no run. So Cornwell bowled 3 overs for 19. Cullen 2 overs for 25 up top. Care is just continuing to stay loose. Cullen contemplating his bowling action down below us at third man. Martin Anderson with 2 S's. I've got him. He's at backward point. And he's just been beaten by that ball. A lovely shot cut off the back foot by Harry Kane out towards that backward point boundary for 4 runs. Kane overtakes Lewis Rees, 22 off 28. And Derbyshire 59 without loss in the 7th over. They've been looking to try to make sure that they don't require Zach Chappell to come in and score the winning runs as he had to do against Northamptonshire. But they were 70 odd for 7, so this is a marked improvement from the top order. We've only seen 2 of them. Bamber bowls. Kane guides this to Martin Anderson, and there's no run. Oh, Anderson's throws an absolute shocker, and it's a good job for him that Fernandez was backing out there and alert, because he threw it. Davis had to dive to his right to try and claim it. Couldn't, and Fernandez was there to tidy things up. It remains 59 without loss with 1 ball of the 7th over to go. Here's Bamber in and bowls. That was left alone by Harry Kane outside the off stump. And there is no run. So at the end of the over, 7 gone, 59 without loss. Rees 20 off 13, Kane 22 off 30. And as good a start as Derbyshire could have hoped for.
Absolutely. It's you couldn't. The flip side of that then is it's as bad a start as Middlesex could have hoped for, which it probably isn't that, but it's not been the start they wanted and certainly not the start they needed.
No.
They need a breakthrough here quickly, don't they? 59 without loss. It's going to be De Carey's right arm around to the left-handed Rees on 20. He's on for this reason to bowl to the left-hander. Otherwise, I'd imagine it would be Holman that would have been throwing the ball if it were two right-handers. This ball's just full of length and tickled into the onside for a single again, much as he did in the first over. He gets off strike to the off-spinner first ball.
Which is ideal for him.
Well, exactly. That will irk and irritate. It's
a great word, irk. Well done, Kev.
When were you last irked?
Oh, constantly.
About 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it doesn't take much either.
This is clipped away in front of mid-wicket for a single by Kane. And they're going to turn it into 2. That's good running. Long on coming around below as is Martin Anderson. Kane moves to 24, 62 without loss. And this is a very, very good start here from Derbyshire. The reverse of their innings against Northamptonshire. They are looking good from the off here to make it 2 from 2. As this is punched agonisingly out of reach of De Carey's at the end of his follow-through. Scrambles and dives to his right. It's just straight at the mid-wicket as well, which is Stoneman and down to Anderson for a single. That almost sums up the day for Middlesex. Just no. He's got the left-hander back on strike though, De Carey's, as he steps in. Nice bit of flight in that, but it's down the leg side and it's swept off a bottom edge. Fine for 4. It's just not going for Middlesex today. Rees moves to 25. Kame has 25. And the partnership is 67, which is Dave Fletcher, my colleague alongside, he was pointing out, means the extras column reads 17.
It's a lot, isn't it? 15 of those wides.
Yeah. Bad day at the office so far as forward goes. Rees turning into the onside, a dot ball. I mean, it's far from being a horror show here for Middlesex. It didn't sound great the other day at Worcestershire. It didn't look great. Look at the scorecard. So here's De Carey's, moves in, bowls, and forward goes the left-handed Rees, driving to point, and there's no run. There's still plenty of time to turn this around here for Middlesex. Just need a wicket, need a breakthrough. Who are they going to look to for it? End of the over, 67 without loss. And De Carey's none for 13 off his 2. Came 25, Rees 25, Derbyshire 67 without loss after 8.
I've just been set a challenge, and it's the only time I'm going to do this, but I've been asked to work the word discombobulated into the next 6 overs. There you go, I've done it.
Fine work, Fletch.
Thank you very much. Ethan Bamber will continue from the City end. He bowled his first over from there and went for 10 runs.
Who set you the challenge?
I can't say. I'm not limited to say. Suffice to say, it's somebody who's only listening for half an hour. Bamber bowls. That's pushed out into the offside by Harry Kame, and there is no run. 67 without loss. It remains. Just looking at the, as I do, looking at the scorecard from Wantage Road, when they were 79 for 7, that was in the 21st over.
Oh.
Shows you how games can change, of course. In comes the next delivery from Bamber, and Harry Kame defends this one. They're bombarding us as well. You know, at half-time we were asked if we wanted to taste beer.
Oh!
I'm now being asked by Tom Skinner if I'd like to taste beer. I wouldn't. And the beer comes from the tap takeover, which is taking place just down to our right, I believe, in the marquee. It's this shiny brewery from Little Eaton. I've taken over the marquee, as this one is defended by Harry Kame, and there is no run. So I'll just reply to Tom, saying I don't think we can. They have had a couple of mentions, haven't they? I know you can buy tokens. I'm not entirely sure how you do that. In comes Bamber again. That's turned into the leg side nicely by Harry Kane. Just for a single on this occasion, he moves to 26, 68 without loss. 2 balls left of the 9th over.
Just looking at the field for Middlesex. Robson at slip. Stoneman at mid-on. Won't be enjoying this as skipper. He's a proud man. And he's a fighter as well. He needs some fight from his bowlers here at the moment.
Bamber bowls. That's defended by Lewis Rees. He's a proud man, but he forgot his proper top.
I've set myself up, and Middlesex there, haven't I?
So not that much pride. I'm being accused of cheating by not actually using the word discombobulated. Now I've mentioned it twice now, so there's another time in the commentary. 68 without loss, 1 ball of the 9th over to go. So 7 balls of power play remain. Bamber bowls. Rees goes on his toes and plays it straight back to him. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs for 11, Ethan Bamber has bowled. 2 overs for 13, Josh De Caires. Derbyshire, though, did a lot of damage in the first 5 overs of this power play. They're 68 without loss. The run rate is 7.5. The required rate is less than 5. They will be more than happy with the way things are going. And it looks as though Josh De Caires is coming off. He's going to be replaced by everybody's favourite Swedish cricketer, Martin Andersson, with 2 S's. Marvellous.
I'm trying to remember. Was it Derbyshire against Northamptonshire, the game he left, or Middlesex playing Northamptonshire when he disappeared that morning?
Genuinely couldn't tell you. But I know he was whisked away. Cruelly taken from us too early, due to the fact that Middlesex spotted how good he was when he was playing for Derbyshire, and he went back. Not wanted one match, required to drive down the M1 on the morning of the game the next. It seems slightly bizarre.
I can't remember what it was. I mean, it was clearly an injury, something or other, wasn't it, that had the shenanigans. Anderson in first ball, and he's cut. That's a brilliant stop. Cracknell at cover has saved a boundary there. He saved all 4 runs because they haven't even got through for the single. That looked like it was 4 off the bat. Short and wide from Anderson.
Nice shot.
Came on 26. 68 without loss. Required runs already below 200. We're still in power play 1.
Psychological.
Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. And there's no run again when he put it back into it like a 40-over match. So, well, 40 overs, less than 200 to win. More often than not, sides are winning that game, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. They're handily placed here. Derbyshire, no question about it. That's why I'm just struggling to compute it. Doesn't normally happen.
Here's that full ball pushed to extra cover, and Stoneman front foot drive from Kane.
It'd take a cheeky little 10-wicket win now, wouldn't they?
Well, I tell you what, for Middlesex that'll be pretty hard, won't it, after the heavy defeat just the other day.
I'm not suggesting for a minute they're going to win by 10 wickets, but yeah, 2 wins out of 2 to start the competition. That puts you in a reasonable position.
Anderson in, bowls. This ball's pushed back into the offside. Good to see the ball in the hands of Martin Anderson again. We were discussing this off air in the interval, that he started as a pace bowler all the way through the academy for Middlesex, but a couple of back injuries slowed him up, and he focused on his batting, which he's done well to do, and he's something of a batting all-rounder now.
He's my favourite Middlesex player by some distance.
Why is that, Fletch? Because he's got 2 S's.
I think it's the 2 S's that does it for me, but yeah.
Everybody loves a Swede.
And the fact he used to play for Derbyshire.
Anderson in, bowls high up the outside edge. He finds the shoulder of Kane's bat, but a single down to deep third moves Kane to 27. Do you remember much of his spell with Derbyshire?
Of his spell?
Yeah.
The one game?
Yep.
No. I'm going to look it up now, though.
I know, because we were down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, and everybody was talking about Tom Helm, you know, Had a spell with Glamorgan down there.
Was it longer than one game, though?
Yeah, it was. It was about 4 games, yeah. Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, and this was cut hard. Backward of points. Holman's beaten, and deep third won't get there. 73 without loss. Reese is on 29, overtaking Kame on 27.
How do you spell his surname again? How we laughed. So it was in 2018 that he played his match for Derbyshire. So let's have a look. It would have been first class, or it would have been first class. And it was in September 2018. It was Glamorgan he played.
Oh, did he play against Tom Helm? No, that's too recent.
Then he was called back to play for Middlesex against Kent.
Oh.
And then, brilliantly, played for Middlesex against Derbyshire towards the end of that season as well. So no wonder I like him. In that game, he also played. Tom Lace was also in the side. As Ethan Bamber begins a new over, bowling to Harry Kane, guides it down towards short third man. Martin Anderson does the fielding. They go through for a single, 28 to Kane, 74 without loss.
Which side?
Derbyshire.
Ah. Lace was in the Derbyshire side?
Yeah.
Oh, against Glamorgan. Sorry, I thought you were saying against Middlesex. I was trying to work out how they managed that.
Calm down.
Calm down, dear.
He opened with Billy Godleman, who made 95. Tom Lace only made 12. Martin Anderson was led before wicket to Graham Wagg for 11. Here comes Ethan Bamber again and bowls. That one is defended straight to the ground by Lewis Rees, who's very watchful of the ball in case it spins back towards his stumps. And when they bowled, they had Lockie Ferguson, Ravi Rampal. Martin Anderson bowled 5 overs for 16. As Glamorgan were dismissed for a paltry 121, trailing by 130. Second innings, Martin Anderson was out for a 7-ball duck. So he had a fairly inauspicious solitary game for Derbyshire. Derbyshire all out for 171, and then Glamorgan were bowled out for 132, with Martin Anderson taking 4 for 25. Here's Ethan Bamber in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who clips that one up to mid-on Stoneman Fields, and there is no run. So there we are. He had the best bowling figures of the second innings, 4 for 25. He dismissed. I shouldn't have started that one. C.R. Brown, who played for Glamorgan. Kieran? No idea. Graham Wagg, Smith, and Tim van der Hookten. Caught and bowled van der Hookten. Harvey Hussain, the wicketkeeper, took the first of his catches. Wayne Madsen, who would have been at slip, and then Gary Wilson, as that Lewis Rees advances on Ethan Bamber and then drives the ball slightly unconvincingly up to mid-off, but by the time it had arrived at Noah Cornwell, should remember that quite comfortably, they'd gone through for another single. Rees moves to 30, 75 without loss. And that was Martin Anderson's county championship debut, not just his Derbyshire debut, but the first time he'd played in the county championship.
Could have been his first-class debut as well, because many first-class games now, are there, outside the championship?
No, quite. Bamber bowls, short ball, he goes for it. Has that been dropped?
I think it has.
I'm not sure. There's no real reaction.
Mid-wicket seemed interested, and he'd be the one to hear the noise, wouldn't he? Closest to it, but well, maybe not.
Yeah, DeCaires was the, but you'd have thought Robson might have been hopping around. Davies doesn't look crestfallen. He just looks like he's really hurt his left hand, which he has, because he put the ball down. It was a short delivery that Harry Kane went after. Fortunately, as it turns out, made no contact, although if he'd made contact, it might have flown over Davies's head anyway. Here's Bamber to complete the over, and it's another short of a length delivery. He just pulls that round the corner as Harry Kane for a single. He moves to 29 and keeps the strike. Lewis Rees has 30, and Derbyshire, after 11 overs, are 76 without loss, chasing 267 to win. It means they need another 191 more runs.
Is it Trent Bridge, the final this year?
I believe so.
Are you dreaming of Trent Bridge, Fletch?
I have never dreamt of Trent Bridge, ever. For many, many reasons. No. The main reason I'm not dreaming of Trent Bridge, well, no, that's not the main reason. is that it's on a Saturday, the final, isn't it? And it would mean missing another game of football, which I would do happily.
I was about to say, you must love cricket more than football. Surely.
Depends who's listening. Well, it's you.
It is me, isn't it? Anderson in, bowls, and this dabs into the onside, 76 without loss.
Well, it's interesting when there were 3 clashes at the start of the season with Burton Albion, because football, even the domestic season, seems to happen 12 months of the year now, which is ludicrous. And I shall be on cricket duty for those 3 games, but I think largely because I think they find it easier to find football commentators than they do cricket commentators. Because apparently this is not as easy as it looks.
Anderson bowls and forward goes Rees, pushing back up the track, no run.
The ability to talk nonsense for 7 hours a day.
Yeah, there's very few of us that are able to do it.
And still convey the excitement of the red ball game. Fylde managed to score a second goal against Tranmere now. I mean, that is absolutely pitiful. What are they doing?
Anderson bowls, and this is dabbed to mid-on, and a fumble from Bamba. I think they'd have been through comfortably enough anyway. But
they've run well, these two. And by doing that, what they did there, tap, run, go straight away, it puts an enormous amount of pressure on the fielder because he's already thinking about his throw, isn't he, by the time the ball gets to him. Then he fumbles, and all of a sudden, the single's comfortably taken. So it's excellent work by Rees and Kane.
Anderson hits the crease, he bowls, short of a length. This is eased to backward point. Anderson's only gone for 7 runs off 1.4. Bamba's gone for 14 runs off 3. To Carey's 13 runs off 2. None for 25 for Cullen off his 2, and none for 19 off 3 for Cornwall. So a good start this from Anderson. Well, out of the power play, of course, we should add, in fairness to Cornwall and Cullen.
It's to be expected, though, isn't it? Such a fine cricketer.
Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, and this is tickled backward, square on the leg side, 79 without loss. Kane moves to 31, level with Lewis Rees.
You just mentioned saying how well he's done, and he has done nicely, Martin Anderson. That 4 for 25 that he took, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 25, remains his best bowling figures in first-class cricket.
Well, that
in the same way that Henry Brooks' best bowling figures in first-class cricket were also for Derbyshire on loan on this ground. It's mad.
Here's Anderson, he bowls, and this is cut into the covers where Stoneman fields. No run. Well, it may be, I mean, we don't know that he hasn't got a slight niggle, do we, for Brooks for this one?
No, that's true.
But yes, as soon as, it was almost from the first ball, wasn't it?
You did mention it early, and I've been
mentioning it ever since.
taking the mickey pretty much since then.
Thanks, Fletch. Middlesex. If he was fully fit, then there's no doubt Brooks, Middlesex, fielders, they've all sat there and looked, oh boy, this has got some pace in it. A bit of a green tinge to it, isn't there?
Yes, but there often is at Derby. There genuinely often is. Ethan Bamber beginning a new over from the City end, bowls to Harry Kane, who guides it down to backward point where Anderson does the fielding, and there's no run. Yet you see a lot of opposition players come, the captains, have a look at the pitch and go, ooh, this is going to do plenty, and then it does absolutely nothing. So I don't think people should ever really be fooled by the green tinges at Derby. Third dog spotted. That looks like some kind of spaniel. It's the biggest of the 3 so far. And again, not a single solitary bark has been heard. Bamba in and bowls to Kane, who defends this one back to. There's no run. 79 without loss it remains. Further 188 to win for Derbyshire in 37 overs and 4 balls. Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. Please keep talking nonsense. You make our trials following Derbyshire bearable. That's very kind of you. I don't normally read out stuff like that, but the fact that you clearly agree that it is nonsense that I talk. Thank you, Nicholas. On email, this next delivery. Oh, tries to turn it into the leg side, and then it bounces down and threatens to dribble back into his stumps. Harry Kane kept a close eye on that. He was okay in the end. And there is no run, 79 without loss. Just a quick heads up for anybody listening, and who knows, Ryan Duckett, the chief executive, might be listening as well, but should be speaking to Ryan on Monday for broadcasting Sports Scene at 6, between 6 and 7 on Monday nights. So I want to look out for that as Bamber bowls. That's nicely played by Harry Kane. Full face of the bat, down to Cullen at third man. And they go through for another single. Kane moves to 32, 80 without loss now. Derbyshire chasing 2-6-7 to win. Already surpassed the score they had by the time they were 7 down after 20 overs at Northampton. Chalk and indeed cheese spring to mind.
Speaking of which, do you fancy a cuppa? My throat's drying up here.
Is it?
How are you doing down that end? Oh,
But that one's gone a bit cold. If you chuck that away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you, but you're such a kind man. But don't be more than 5 minutes, because I've got an update.
Oh, you do? Right, time.
8
Clock's
minutes,
on this
at
then.
3 minutes past whatever the time is now. 4. Blimey.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Radio craft at its finest there.
Rushing. You put the rush on me.
In the same way that I kept talking about Duckworth Lewis and joking about it on Thursday, I'll mention it again in a moment, as Ethan Bamber is in, bowls to Lewis Rees, who clips that one into the leg side. He doesn't really time it, and as a result, they're only going to get 1 run. The ball eventually tracked down by Josh DeCaires with the black towel sticking out of the back of his Middlesex trousers. And the over comes to an end, and both batters now have 32. Came from 51 balls, Rees from 28. 81 without loss after 13 overs. Derbyshire. Just a quick look at the test score as well. They're at tea at Edgbaston with England 274 for 7. Now Jamie Smith has 57. Chris Wokes has 21, and it means that England trail by just 8 runs in what is turning out to be a very decent test match indeed. There's another test match taking place in Belfast, of course, as the next over begins. That one's been smashed down the ground by Lewis Rees. Martin Anderson beginning his 3rd over, and he just leathered it straight back down the ground for 4. Glorious shot, absolutely glorious. They move on to 85 without loss now, as they show that shot again on the big screen. Lewis Rees didn't even glance up at it, but that was beautiful. 85 without loss. Rees up to 36. And goes Martin Anderson and bowls. This one's clipped into the leg side, but straight to the fielder Sam Robson, and there's no run. This is a Derbyshire side, of course. Sean of Wayne Madsen, and Aaron Donald, Pat Brown, and Ross Whiteley, all playing elsewhere in August. Whiteley only called up to that other competition yesterday and had skippered the side at Northampton. This one is, I was going to say, driven by Lewis Rees. It wasn't a classical drive, and he didn't time it, and it went straight to Ethan Bamber at mid-on. And there is no run. That run rate 6.3, rate required 5. This has been good from the Derbyshire openers. Man who makes the fastest tee in the West as returners. That one is heaved into the leg side by Lewis Rees for 4 more out towards Cow Corner. That was one of those shots that I often describe as almost like a hammer thrower, where his arms are perfectly straight and he just heaved it away. He moves on to 40. Derbyshire 89 without loss. 178 more runs to win from 36 overs and 2 balls.
Sorry about that headphone technique. You discombobulated me. I was in a rush then. I wanted to go. I pressed all the wrong buttons, picked up all the wrong things.
It's beautiful, that. Here is Anderson bowling again. He tries to pull it into the leg side. Lewis Rees gets a bottom edge on it, and Robson fields at mid-wicket, or coming around from mid-wicket. 4 sugars, is that right?
Sweet enough, you said, didn't you? Sweet enough.
Oh, it's beautiful, that. Yeah, no, I've never taken sugar in tea.
I couldn't find a spoon though, so your tea bag's in there, so
Is
it'll
it
be a
still
strong
in
old
there?
builder's one.
Blimey, I'll have to fish that out.
I didn't want to go sticking my fingers in it on you.
I'd have been more than happy with that. As Anderson bowls, oh, he tries to cut it, and it goes over the top of his bat. It was too close to him, really, to play the cut shot there, Lewis Reese, but he got 2 boundaries in the over. I said I would, oh dear, look at the colour of that.
Go on. What, too much? Too weak? Too strong? You said it tasted all right, now you've looked at it and
Yeah, I don't like the look of it, I don't like the colour of it.
What, more or less?
A bit more. I'll just squeeze the bag, you're all right, don't worry.
So I left the bag in.
I said I was going to, as I did all the way through the Derbyshire batting innings at Northampton, to just give you an idea through the power of Duckworth Lewis Stern, Derbyshire 89 without loss should be on 42. And we're going to see Luke Holman, are we, for the first time?
Feels a little late to me. I mean, we're only 14 overs in, but at 89 without loss, Middlesex are up against it here. I mean, the run rate has come down. It was 8.8 at one stage, wasn't it, with the required being 5.
Yeah.
So they're not out of it. Again, throw 2 wickets on the board, and as we were discussing this in the first
Oh, it
innings,
can
weren't we,
change.
about, yeah.
Oh, it can change.
So it's going to be Holman, the wrist spinner. Turns the googly bigger than the leg spinner.
Well, he just turned that one a mile. I know it's on the out. I know it's on the outfield, but that one.
That was the bobbly surface Kevin James was talking about.
Yeah, don't worry about that. JMO's getting both barrels.
Is it this Wednesday?
No, we can't. Is this?
Tuning in for that.
He'll get it.
It's Holman.
Looking forward to his explanation, actually.
He's a right arm over the wicket, he bowls, and this is just short of a length. It's pushed away down to long off for a single, and Kane moves to 33 from 52 deliveries, 90 without loss.
Yeah, they're batting very sensibly here, these two. Big partnership already. They did share I'm sure it was these two shared a stand of 300 last season, not in the one-day cup, obviously.
Nice on the second ball as the field's adjusted for the left-hander on strike. And in he comes now. Holman, he bowls. It's just short of a length and pushed to extra cover. No run again. Reese 40 from 35. Very, very good here from Derbyshire today. Really impressive with the ball. So Holman's in, bowls just short of length, and over the top of it, Reese turns a single back on a square on the leg side. Robson fields, tosses it up to Stoneman.
I'm disappointed that my challenger for discombobulated, which I've now said 3 times again,
And I've said once.
was impressed by the way you got it in, but not the way I got it in. I've said it 3 times.
Holman is in, bowls, and this is driven away to extra cover and a bobble. Discombobulates Stoneman. Up into his chest it goes, and ball deflects away.
Not having it.
We like a discombobulation.
So I'm just listening to the cue.
Holman again bowls, and that's a really beautiful bit of flight there, isn't it? He's just conceded 2 deliveries off 5, and this is why, as I say, I think it was just too late bringing him on at this stage. I mean, they were up against it in that power play, I know, but from that point of view, they needed the wicket as well. It was worth it. It doesn't even feel like that big a gamble. He's in now, bowls, and a bit of a pacier delivery that, and a little flatter as a result. He turned for a single through square leg. 92 for no wicket. Reese moves to 41, came as 34, and 92 for no wicket. It is, as there's going to be a change of bowling, isn't it? Yes, Anderson, none for 16 from 3, Bamber's back, none for 16 from 4, as he rejoins the attack. There you go, confirmation of Bamber's return. And here is Bamber, back at the top of his mark, ready to go once more. Slip, deep third, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. checks the field, and off he goes. Length ball, outside off stump. Kane comes forward and down the track to it. Outside off stump as well. Just pushes it to point, no run. BBC Radio Derbyshire, BBC Radio London together here at the County Ground Derby. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one where Derbyshire are looking to make it 2 from 2. Middlesex are hoping to avoid a second straight defeat to start the group stage, as here is Bamba bowls. It's bumped back down the ground. It's a lovely on drive. Glorious from Kane. He moves to 38, and it's 96 for 2 as this pair open a century stand for the first wicket. Stark contrast, as Dave Fletcher was saying, from the match against Northamptonshire, from which they fought back for victory. Can Middlesex produce some sort of fight back here? That Bamba bowls. This is run down to deep third for a single by Kane. He's on to 39, nearly into the 40s with Rees.
Batting nicely as well, but taking a back seat with 39 or 58. I told you before, we had 2 months of 5 wides, and a third now, Middlesex.
It's full of length from Bamba and eased into the offside. No run. Stoneman runs around to do the fielding. A reminder that Middlesex made one change for this game. Henry Brooks dropping out, and Josh DeCary's coming in to replace him. And, well, right now, you'd imagine Mark Stoneman would be desperate for Brooks if he were fully fit for this. So I should have been checking, actually, to see if there was any sign of him in terms of coming on as a sub throughout this. Bamba hits the crease, he bowls, and this is cut away fine of the backward point. Deep third collects. And one more total it is. Come on, lads, the cry from the field. Nathan Fernandez, another option with the ball to tweak one. Might not be a bad option at this stage for Middlesex, just to give it a go, just to see what is possible for the young left armour as Bamba's in again, bowls. This is ease to backward point, but Holman 1 over none for 3. I think he's going to almost have to bowl through here now, Holman, for Middlesex, just see if that can tie down the rate.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
98 for no wicket.
I think you're right, because at the moment it's sort of running away from them, isn't it?
It is.
Derbyshire look pretty much in control. I'm not sure either of these two batters have given a chance. The ball isn't going past the edge of the bat like it did in the first 15, 20 overs of the Middlesex innings, with that pace of Chappell and Connors and Dupavilon and Harry Moore. And it will be Luke Holman. 3 runs off his first over to continue from the... perhaps he just wants to feel in T20 mode with that. I don't know what it is.
I've no response just yet. I don't know.
I'm staggered, man. Here he comes, arm bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees, who immediately admonishes himself as the ball is picked up by the skipper, Mark Stoneman. You'd have thought Big Fletch would have been listening, wouldn't you? Really?
I'm going to message him now.
If he's worth his salt, he'd have been listening. In comes Holman and bowls, and Rees turns that one into the leg side. And once again, good fielding by Stoneman, getting around to his left-hand side to do the fielding. What I would also say is, and this won't please you at all, as Holman bowls, and he's gone for a little ramp shot there. It has not worked, because that's a very good piece of fielding by Cullen, who was originally short third man. It sort of turned into short fine leg with the ramp shot, and he dived and prevented the ball from getting away, so they only take a single. If you look at the font for Cullen's top, it's a different font.
Oh, stop. I'm not getting into that now. Surely not.
It is. It's a different font to everybody else's. I mean, come on. Anyway, 99 without loss. 99 off exactly 100 balls, incidentally. As Holman bowls, and there's the 100 as Harry Kane drives it out to long off. The Derbyshire 100 coming up in 16 overs and 4 balls, which I think is 100 it says 101 balls, but 16 overs and 4 balls is 100 balls. How can that be? I need help here, Kev.
Forgive me.
100 off 101 balls.
Yeah.
That is 100 balls.
Oh.
That one is striking the pad of Lewis Rees. I think the scorers have got it wrong.
How do you know 16.4 overs is 100 balls?
Because it is.
16.5 now, 102. Right, okay. Let's get my thinking cap on.
Why would one ball not count? Next delivery is pulled into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single.
How open to questions is Jane next door?
I'm going through and knocking on it now. 101 without loss at the
You're
end
going
of
to
the
go.
over.
You go.
44 to Rees, 40 to Kame.
I'm scared. I don't want to go. You go. You can offer some of the chocolate muffin if she gets upset with us. He's like, if we turn the mic up loud enough, we could probably hear. But then if we get sent out with a couple of expletives, then so 17 overs should be 102 balls. It says 103. How have they had 103? Jane's having a look now. Don's paying no attention at all. Quite rightly, he's got his head down scribbling. But Jane's having a think. And having a word. What could the answer be? He's got the answer. He's got the answer. Jane's smiling, so he hasn't upset Jane. Fletch is half smiling. So he's either pleased with himself, as here's Bamber in. Oh, and a scoop! For one bounce 4. Wow, that was quite something by Rees. That's something completely out of context with what we've seen. Something completely different indeed, some may say.
Indeed.
What's the answer, Fletch?
Well, the answer is that there has been one no ball. And they count towards the number of balls in a partnership because they are balls that you can score off, but they don't count, in the grand scheme of things. So,
Brilliant.
yeah, we live and learn.
We do.
Well, but the inquiry was worth making, and now I have the answer and can pass it on. And I only noticed because it was 16.4 overs.
Did you go in inquisitively or accusatorily? Is that a word?
No, I don't think so. Accusatory.
Accusatory.
No, I said a polite inquiry, really.
Ah.
Yeah, that's the way forward.
So that basically meant an accusation, just tied up with a bow.
Well. I don't want to go in all guns blazing. If I'd have known,
You virtually did. Going in saying you had a polite inquiry.
if I'd have known the answer, then I would.
See, I'd have gone in with forgive my ignorance, but.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that. They've had to remove a stump so that they can crawl underneath the permanent temper. This is getting more village by the minute. So that they can get the ball from underneath the permanent temporary stand. I mean, it's like finding the ball in the long grass and ending up discovering it's landed in a cow pat. What is going on? Nice action shot sent by Colin Gibson there for the Burton Albion game. You can't see anything. You can't say anything, but looks a good crowd in for a friendly, I have to say, at the Pirelli Stadium, which is good to see. Might send him a message saying, "Where's that?" So the stump has been returned. The ball having been recovered from underneath the permanent temporary stand where it was deposited by the Lewis Rees ramp shot, and he's 2 away from what would be a reasonably quick half century. Madness. And Ethan Bamber looks like he's ready to bowl.
Who sung that? Madness. Not Ethan Bamber's ready to bowl.
I was going to say.
Bamber's in, bowls. Oh, down the leg side. It was It pitched on the crease down the leg side, and it's a wide. As a result of pitching on the crease, it then shot along and then skipped up off the bobbly outfield to hit Davies on the chest. Sorry for anybody that's tuned in. There isn't a bobbly outfield. I was just doing that to wind Dave Fletcher up even more ahead of his showdown with Kevin
It's
James.
a showdown now, is it? I'm not sure that it's a showdown. The cast of thousands that Kevin gathers down at Hampshire, the chances of me being on air with him at the same time are fairly slim, I would have thought. Barely does any work as far as I can work out.
It's a length ball from Bamber. It's run away down to deep third. Singles taken. 108 for one. So, yes. It's a comprehensive performance at the moment for Derbyshire. For Middlesex. Come on, Bambi, I think was the call there, wasn't it? I thought it said come on, Handy. I was thinking, well, what have I got to do with it? It paused me for a minute. Here's Bamber in bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track. There's no run. 108 for no wicket. I was thinking, who on earth is bowling? Oh, it's Bamber, I see. Bambi. Bambino? What else is he called? Bambino, Bambi, Bamber. Bams. Not for much longer. Off to Warwickshire.
Bam Bam, surely.
Bam Bam. They're all too young to know who Bam Bam was.
Yeah, they probably are, you're right.
I was going through the other day. Who was I with the other day doing a commentary? And he had absolutely no idea what I was talking about. Here's Banbury's in bowls, and this is dabbed back into the onside. 108 for no wicket. You never think you're going to reach that age where nobody around you has no idea the references you're making, cultural and musical. And
Well, you're miles younger than I am.
no, but I bet you. Yeah, right. There you go. There's the point. I reckon you will struggle to stump me with a cultural, musical, TV, movie reference of your time.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas I reckon the youth of today,
Yeah, you could stump them quite easily.
Yeah.
couldn't you? Yeah, you're right.
they've got no notion whatsoever. Here's Banbury's in bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on for a single. 109 for no wicket. Of things that, 10, 15 years ago. But in the defence, it's because when I were a lad,
Aye.
there probably wasn't that much before. We only had 3 channels, didn't we? There wasn't that much to be.
And the only way you could listen to music was listen to Radio 1
Yeah.
or Radio 2, but you wouldn't listen to Radio 2 because that's what your mum and dad listened to. So, yeah, no,
But now we all listen to Radio 2.
well, no, I barely listen to music radio.
Yeah, music, even
not,
though
because, not because I don't like music, either.
his Banbury's in bowls, and this is. Now, wait, is it beating the edge? It is. It's a bye. That's flown past Davies, who's now standing up. And 4 byes.
Poor old Ethan Bamber. At least those don't count against him. Rather unfortunately for Davis, they do count against him. 6 overs for 30, Ethan Bamber. Now 113 without loss at the end of 18 overs. I've just had a message from a correspondent. I won't say the name for fear of embarrassing them. Wide balls bowled may be considered part of the partnership, so maybe balls bowled rather than balls bowled. No balls is
Sounds like a lockup.
no balls is obviously, yeah. There's a lot of balls in there, and I'm not sure they're all meant to be there. But thanks anyway. 113 without loss. Lewis Rees on 49 off 47. I've got another update soon. Not yet, but soon.
Must be time for me to do one of those T-dashes. Oh, wait, 17 minutes past. Oh, does it become a bit complicated at this stage, does it?
20 past.
Oh.
But it won't, because the 2 football matches get precedent.
And then they forget about you altogether.
No, Jack never forgets me. Jack's a keen cricket fan.
That's not what you said off air.
He does 20 minutes a week with Nye Donald, which is terrific. Just like chatting about any old rubbish. Here is Luke Holman from the City End, bowling to Lewis Rees, who gets to his 50 from 48 deliveries, 6 fours and 2 majestic sixes. Raises his bat towards the changing room and to all parts. There's a decent crowd inside the ground, and Rees picks up a half century. Well batted him, 114 for no loss. 48 deliveries, that's good going. Better than, obviously better than, no, that's a stupid thing to say. so I'm not going to say it. Here's Holman in and bowls to Harry Kane, who will be hoping to follow him fairly shortly. Picks up another single, turning the ball into the leg side. Harry Kane moves to 42. Shrewsbury leading Derby County by 2-1 in a friendly. That won't go down well with the natives. As Holman tosses himself a catch. On his way in bowls, defended by Reese back towards the leg spinner. Walks slowly back to his mark, tosses himself a catch.
Oh, another jog. Which is that?
And that one is pulled around the corner. What a fine piece of fielding that is from Ethan Bamber. They think about coming back for a second. He was diving full length to his left. Keeps them down to a single. Reese moves to 51, 116 without loss. Sorry, Captain.
Is that the big dog or the little dog that we saw, or is there a new dog?
Oh, I didn't hear the dog barking.
You don't hear the dog?
No, I've got to go though. So you carry on.
Sorry, I got wildly distracted by the dog, which some people do. Dog people. There you go. It's off again. Woof woof. Sounds medium-sized dog to me. That's not yappy enough to be the small dog. Stoneman having a chat with Holman before the ball is bowled. Holman none for 9 off 2.4. Really is a player this season that seems to be finding his way again. Not that he ever particularly lost it. He's a young wrist spinner. He's allowed to have a few ups and downs as he comes in now, bowls, and again puts it on a lovely length. Flowing drive from Kane back to the bowler. No run once more. It's 116 for no wicket is the score. And just 150 more required as Kane drives this one down to long off. 117 for no wicket.
Lewis Reese reached his 50 from 48 balls, which contained
50 from 48 balls, better than they're on the ball apparently. Someone told me. Yeah, 117 without loss it is then. He's 51 now, Kane 43. And a good position here for Derbyshire. It's very difficult to see how Middlesex turn this one now, but never say never, it's cricket. And you do manage to see the turnarounds. An update from the test match in a moment. In fact, well, there's an Ireland match as well. Ireland have reduced the chevrons, Zimbabwe, to 182 for 8. Day 3, their test. So here's De Carey's right arm around the wicket. Bowls and a little paddle. A reverse paddle from Kane through to the gloves of Davies, and there's no run. De Carey's again. I think this is a good ploy by Middlesex now. Go spin at both ends. There's also Fernandez if they want to have a go. As down the track comes Kane, pushes this one back. There's no run. Obviously made a call as well, Middlesex, to go with the two spinners in this game, and not Brooks. Must have seen something in the pitch that they fancied. Holman comes to have a, Stoneman comes to have a chat with De Carey's. Anderson wandering down from long off as well. A big pause. De Carey's done for 13 in his third over. 2.3. Anderson going at 5s. Bamber going at 5s. Cullen going 2 for number 25 for his 2. Number Cornwall going at 6s. Holman going at 3s. Can De Carey's get out of this over? They'll be going there or thereabout 4s. 2 left. 3 left to the over, sorry. Mr. Carey's is around the wicket, he bowls. This is tickled out to deep mid-wicket. 118. Oh, they're going to turn for 2. Good run in, throw comes in. Davies removes the bail, standing in front of the stumps and whipping the gloves and ball backwards, but they're back for the 2. And it's 119 without loss. Kane moves to 45. Oh, no, this is I'm going to really upset Dave Fletcher now. This is to Carey's. Or am I? No, I'm not. Partnership's 120. Now, what's happened here? Something's gone awry with the scoreboard. Were they 1 short on the run there? 120 for no wicket. Rees has 53. Clips this one down to long on for a single. I'm going to upset Jane by standing up and just double check and see. It should have been 121 previously, I think. I think it was 1 short. Must have been signalled by the umpire when they turned for that rapid 2. As to Carey's bowls, this is driven down to long on. A single is taken. Anderson does the fielding. 1-2 for no wicket. Kane moves to 45. It must have been a 1 short, because I'm sure it went from 119 to 120. When you'd have thought it would have gone 121. I don't want to interrupt in the middle of the over. We are at the end of the over, though, so if Jane looks this way, I might just...
You can go and interrupt.
Do the little... We could do it from here, can't we?
Interrupt from distance.
Yes. 45 for Kane, 54 for Rees.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Glad you are.
So there's a bit of a discussion going. Actually, there isn't a bit of a discussion going on at all. There's some toweling down and drinks being taken by the 2 batters, Harry Kane and Lewis Rees, with this 122-run partnership. The last over went 1.211, if that's of any help.
Just not going to look. I'm going to have some run and ask, aren't I? Because otherwise it's going to bug me.
You ask her. I don't care. Exercise will do you good. I've got a jog next door now to try to find out the answer to a question that, if I'm being genuinely honest, I'm not entirely sure I understand. It says 122 without loss. And on comes Hugh's nephew, Noah Cornwell, from the City End. For goodness sake, somebody find out if he is related to the Stranglers singer. Kane flexes his knees. No, he's on 46 and now he's on 47 as he clips that one nicely into the leg side for a single. So Kevin's now got the official score.
No, there was no 1 short. It was me going mad.
That run's been given to the wrong person.
Oh no, I'm going to sit down because it's my fault then if it has. Stop it, you. Stop it, you. You'll get me in trouble.
Yeah, Harry Kane should be on 47, Lewis Rees on 53.
Because Don Shelley was already checking that last over as it was. And then I checked, so now you're checking. Stop. Everybody keep quiet.
I don't need to check. Lewis Rees is on strike and he goes for the uppercut from a short delivery from Cornwell. And doesn't connect. Ball flies through to Jack Davis. And there's no run. I think Jane now has to go back and take runs off and things like that, which makes it slightly complicated. But Harry came on 47 at the non-strikers and Lewis Rees on 53, and that one is turned into the leg side by Rees for a single. Now, if they give Kane 1 now, there we go, and then swap which batter's on strike, will be right, I think. Anyway. It's not for me, really. It's more for the scorers.
I feel bad going asking about the 1 short now. I think I was the one that messed it all up.
I don't think it was, because they had the wrong person on strike at the end of the drinks break, I think. Oh, Kane goes for the pull shot to a ball from the City End that keeps a bit low. We haven't seen that too often. Cornwell bowling a long way outside the off stump. The ball, as I say, does keep a little bit low there. And... as a result, there's no run. Tranmere have scored a goal in pre-season, everybody. Time to celebrate. They'll be booking that open top bus. Cornwell in, bowls to Came, who pulls this around the corner. Has he got it far enough in front of the fielder? Out there he has. It's 4 runs to Harry Came, and that should be his half-century. He raises his bat. It is his half-century. 71 deliveries. That was his 6th 4. He and Lewis Rees, well, they're doing an awful lot to help Derbyshire make it 2 wins out of 2 at the start of the season. Terrific knock from Harry Came. 50 off 71 with 6 sixes.
Yeah, it's been excellent, hasn't it, these two? And again, the Middlesex attacker.
Next delivery from Cornwell is pushed up to mid-on by Harry Came. They go through for a single. There's a shy at the stumps from Luke Holman, which looked a very frustrated shy at the stumps from here. 129 now without loss. Derbyshire, they need 138 more to win. One of the chaps at lunch, the interval / tea, predicted that Derbyshire would win by 6 wickets. They're still in the game, obviously. But at the moment, not quite a canter, but they're almost halfway there. 21 overs gone, and their openers both with half-centuries. I wonder, I'm going to have to look this up now. Records.
Mr. Carey's in the meantime. This is pushed back. Oh, in the air. Just the wrong side of the track for De Carey's. Just chipped back by Came. He was through it too early. And it goes for a single. 130 without loss.
Approaching record territory, these two.
What era are they about? What era was the record set? What year?
Early 90s, 1993.
Oh, Barnett and...
No.
Here's a bit of flight on this one. And this ball's clipped away through square leg by Rees for 56. Too early for Adams. Adams? No, it might not be too early for Adams. Adams and...
The man who I always used to think it was strange that he was a batter.
Not Kim Barnett.
No.
Bowler. His Came backward a square on the leg side, moves to 53, 132 without loss. Thank you, very good.
Peter Bowler and Chris Adams, 1993 at Lords. In a game that Derbyshire lost.
Is that allowed?
What?
Derbyshire to lose. This ball swept away down to deep backward square leg for a single. Rees moves to 57, 133 without loss. They lost it. Goodness me.
It was a 40, no, it was a 50 over game. They made 240. Derbyshire and Middlesex got home with 7 balls to spare. 84 from Mark Ramprakash.
This is pushed off the back foot for a single. Oh, no, it's not. De Carey's rolls to his right. There was one like that earlier that got through. He and Stoneman for the right-handed Came. Not on this occasion. Good stop. Sorry, Ramprakash did well.
Got 80 odd to help Middlesex over the line.
De Carey's bowls and a little tickle through square leg. Came moves to 54, 134 without loss. End of the 22nd over. They're actually behind where Middlesex were at the 25 over mark. No, it was the 30 over mark, wasn't it? Where we said double the score and they were 160. Sorry.
Yeah.
So they're thereabouts where Middlesex were, but Middlesex need to get some wickets on that board quickly. The run rate is 6.1. The required is 4.8.
By the time they got to 131, Middlesex were 5 down, which really stunts your progress, doesn't it?
Yeah.
5 down, as you say, they got the same number of runs in each half of the innings, but you really want to score many, many more runs in the second half of an innings. That's usually how these things work. And it's Noah Cornwell from the City end, bowls to Harry Came, who pushes it up to Stoneman at Mark Stoneman at mid-off. And there is No run. Well, I think that the vast majority, I know there are some Middlesex supporters here, there are even supporters of Nottinghamshire who come to watch proper cricket. I don't mean as opposed to Nottinghamshire. I mean, there isn't much chance in August to watch counties playing cricket, is there? Let's face it. That one is beautiful shot by Harry Kane off the back foot, just carved it away to the cover boundary effortlessly, absolutely effortless. And he moves on to 58, actually overtakes Lewis Rees now, although he has faced 21 balls more. But that was beautiful from Harry Kane. Off the back foot, just leant into it. 138 without loss. 129 more runs required for victory, but the body language out there at the moment from the Middlesex players doesn't suggest to me, and I'm no body language expert, but it doesn't suggest to me that they feel a breakthrough is even imminent, and certainly if they get one, they probably need three quite quickly here. 138 without loss. They've already used 6 bowlers. Anybody else they can use?
Yes, Nathan Fernandez.
Get him on. That one is driven out into the offside, but straight to Martin Anderson.
Played 7 games for Middlesex last year, all of them in the T20 and all of them as a bowler.
Oh, okay.
Slow left-arm spinner, so
Get him on.
he's a little underused this year, I'd suggest.
Yes, absolutely. So he turns at the top of his mark. Cornwell is in and bowls to Kane, who turns that into the leg side very aerially. I'm not sure it came off any part of his bat, although it did, because the umpire says that is a run. He moves on to 59, 139 without loss. Now, Derbyshire, this opening pair, going along very nicely indeed. Kane made 21 in the first game, Rees just 8. There's a conversation now between Stoneman and Cornwell, who's got 2 balls of his over. Adoka Godwin Relief's just scored Burton's second. They appear to be leading 2-0 against Port Vale, which is excellent news.
Go on, Albion.
Derby County trailing 2-1 at Shrewsbury the last time I heard. And in comes Cornwell, bowls to Rees, who gets struck on the pad, but it's a no ball. And they go through for an extra run on top. So 1 more to Rees, who moves to 58. 2 extra ones onto the total, 142 without loss. And things not working out for Middlesex here, but they're working out just fine for Derbyshire. Another conversation between Cornwell, Holman and Stoneman. Perhaps the management part of the team are wearing different shirts, because Holman and Stoneman are having the conversation. Third person, there is somebody else, but I can't see him at the moment. Must be a sub-fielder on. I'll leave that to you.
I'll go around them in 2 seconds after this ball.
Yeah, no worries. Cornwell then, 2 balls of his over to go. He's in and bowls to Harry Kane, who tries to launch that into next week. Manages to play it straight to Luke Holman mid-on. And they go through for a single. 1 ball to go in the over then we'll have had 23 overs. 143 without loss. Kane 60, Rees 58.
So, Bamber's at deep, long leg.
Yeah.
DeCarey's at square leg. Deep backward square is Fernandez. Deep mid-wicket is Anderson. Mid-on is Stoneman. Mid-off is Holman. Cover is... Ooh.
Cornwell into bowl. That's pulled around the corner by Lewis Rees, straight down to Ethan Bamber at fine leg. They go through for a single. Rees has 59, pinches the strike. Kane has 60, 144 without loss after 23.
Cover is Cracknell and Robson's short third.
Who's 19?
Cullen.
Cullen, okay.
Sorry, I missed deep third. Cullen, sorry. It's 10. No, it's 19, you're right. Wait, hold on a minute.
Well, there's only...
He's usually 10. That's Cullen, though.
Cornwell's 10.
Cornwell's 10, yeah. Cullen's 19, sorry. Yeah.
It's just that there's only 2 rogue shirts now.
Oh, I see.
And there were 3 before. So somebody's either found their correct shirt...
Or they were wearing a jumper and they've taken it off and are now wearing their...
But you see, the shirts there, one's a short sleeve. Holman, you don't have sweaters like that, do you? Short sleeve sweater.
Stoneman and Holman have got long sleeve and short sleeve versions of the wrong top, haven't they?
Yes. Yes, so they're not sweaters. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is somebody else may have had the wrong sweater over the right shirt underneath, which would really upset you.
Good grief. What are they doing?
Told you it'd upset you.
They should be fined. Be thrown out of the competition.
To be honest, I think they're heading that way anyway at the moment, Fletch. Here's Holman, he's right arm over, bowls and back and across goes Reese, easing this ball into the offside and there's no run.
You just said that he's getting ready for your commentary tomorrow, are you?
Well, yeah.
Moves back and across.
Oh, I see, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant having a dig at Middlesex on the way out after 2 games.
No.
I was getting my Surrey cap on as this ball's cut away out to deep. Point for a single. Reese moves to 60. 144 without loss. Here is Holman again. Slip in place. 145 for no wicket. Came 60, Reese 60. Extras 25.
Yeah, batting well, extras. Very well.
Not great, that is it. Not great.
Not as many as Zimbabwe sent down yet.
There's a short ball pushed to extra cover and there's no run. Zimbabwe in the test against Ireland.
Yeah, it was a world record number of 60-odd extras in the Irish innings.
Oh dear.
Yeah, which is a 91-year-old record broken or something.
Oh dear. This ball's clipped through square leg for a single by Kane. Should just be one. It is. Did you say you saw the opening ceremony last night or not?
Yes.
On
and off.
The best moment for me was the oldest living medalist or Olympian from France in the wheelchair at the end.
Oh, excellent.
He competed in the 1948 Olympics.
In London.
And he passed, indeed, as his Holman bowls, just short of length. And this is chopped to backward point. A good tumbling stop there because there's no deep third, so it holds them to a single. That's Cornwall. He was the penultimate torchbearer, who then passed its 2 torchbearers. So that I didn't work out because the cauldron was lit by 2 torchbearers.
Right.
So one
were they
torch became
famous?
2. They were Olympians, weren't they? I think they were.
I don't know. Well, Zidane
this
had
ball-
it at one point.
Well, that's true. This ball's through to the keeper. So did Rafa Nadal and Serena Williams. They were on a speedboat with it.
And Snoop Dogg.
Did Snoop Dogg have it?
Yeah.
Oh, but that was before the actual opening ceremony, wasn't it?
He's part of the American TV coverage, Snoop Dogg.
Well, am I right in thinking, or is this just one of those social media things? He did like a David Attenborough thing. There's a clip that goes around of him of a lizard running away from a load of snakes, or a snake running away from a load of lizards or something. Now, whether it was just a mock one or whether that's an actual series, because to be honest, if that was an actual series, it's probably worth watching.
But in the last Olympics, he did like a comedy. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be comedy or not. He did like a magazine program.
Yeah.
And so impressed was everybody by it that he
Sign him up?
Yeah, he now does he's now part of I think it's NBC have got the Olympics in America, so he's part of their team. Noah Cornwell, 5 overs for 36, sets off and then stops and goes back to the top of his mark at the city end, and now he's going to come in and bowl to Lewis Reese, who's on 61. Cornwell bowls to him, and he clips that one away down towards Ethan Bamber down below us for a single, 148 without loss. 119 more runs required. It is almost insulting to suggest that Middlesex probably need wickets, and a lot of them very, very quickly.
I haven't given up hope of a twist. Might not be a turn, but a twist.
This next delivery is pushed out. There will be a twist. Pushed out to the offside by Harry
You're
Kane
suggesting I should.
for a single 60,
Give it up, Kev.
62, 149 without loss. Thank you to Stuart in Chesterfield who sent me an email. The stuff he said at the top is very kind, and I shan't read that out. As this next delivery from Cornwell is flicked into the leg side. It's not going to be 4, I don't think. It is going to be 4. I thought Fernandez was going to get round there in time, but he couldn't. And as a result, another boundary for Lewis Rees. The 150 is reached for by Derbyshire. 153 without loss now. It is a new first wicket record for Derbyshire against Middlesex in List A cricket. You've got the names earlier, Peter Bowler and Chris Adams, 141 at Lords in 1993. Rees moves to 66, and this next delivery from, it's Cullen, I beg your pardon, bowling from the City end. I was fooled by the scoreboard. That one is defended into the leg side, and there's no run. They need 113. Stuart's a Chesterfield fan, a Spirite, hoping for another promotion. Wishes Burton Albion good luck for the season, and he says it's far better. This is far better than watching the 100, which is not cricket at all. Cricket in 6 balls is 6 balls and over. He says, and always will be. But as usual, money talks. You're absolutely right. 153 without losses. That one is pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees. But 2 people have now said, use the word nonsense and rubbish and that kind of thing.
Are they talking about our commentary again?
What I spout on a day-by-day basis. But they both said it in a very nice way. 153 without loss. Here comes Cullen to complete his 3rd over, and that one is down the leg side. It's flicked off something. Has he got it off the bat? He has, Lewis Rees. He's got it off the bat, and he moves to 70 of 67 deliveries. 157 without loss. I'm going to say it out loud now as the drinks come on at the halfway stage of the innings. Harry came on 62, Lewis Rees on 70. Derbyshire need a further 110 to win, so there are plenty of runs for both of these to get to 3 figures, should they so desire, which I'm sure both of them would. Harry Kane doesn't have a List A century, got 94 as his highest score. Lewis Rees actually has 3 List A centuries with a high score of 136. So both of them have personal milestones, presumably within their sights, although still a reasonably long way to go. In the Test match, England are 315 for 7 now. They lead by 33. Jamie Smith, 80 off 91 balls with 10 fours and a 6. Chris Wokes, 39 not out, 5 fours for him, 45 deliveries faced, and they're getting close to a century stand for the 8th wicket there, Smith and Wokes. Smith, very much like Gus Atkinson, having a very good start to his Test career.
Any personal milestones in your sights, Fletch?
What, in my own personal milestones?
Yeah, any personal milestones in your sight?
I don't think so. I think it should be. I've gone past 60.
Tomorrow is a personal milestone for me at the moment.
Oh, well, yes, when you get to my age, it is for me too. I've got a day off tomorrow. I'm working 6 days out of the following 7.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, this is good. Go on, tell us.
I've got a couple
Freelance life.
Got a couple of days in the office at Derby,
yeah.
doing the show on Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Lancashire here on the Wednesday, then a day off on the Thursday. Friday, it's Worcestershire here. Saturday, Burton play Morecambe. And on Sunday, we're down at Taunton for a ritual humiliation. But Derbyshire can still think about finishing in the top 3, even if they get thrashed by Somerset at Taunton. The last time, I think it was the last time we were at Taunton, certainly in the T20, it was for a quarter-final that went horribly, horribly wrong. And then a couple of days off, I drive down to, I was going to say Southampton, but you don't drive to Southampton, do you really? You drive to Eastleigh, which is the home of whatever Hampshire are called, if they're still the Hawks or not. To a concrete bowl of a ground that I've never been to in the past, where the home commentator is going to get it.
He could be tuned in now. You might be giving it all away.
Kevin James, if you're listening now, make yourself known. Kev won't be listening.
Of course you won't.
I bet he's sub-proing somewhere, earning 50 quid, sub-proing in the Hampshire Senior League Division 12.
Over 70s. He's a Middlesex boy. Of course he's listening. J-Mo. As soon as Hampshire are off the field, he's straight onto the stream to listen to Middlesex.
I can imagine. So we're going to see Luke Holman from the race course end. He's only bowled 4 overs so far, 13 runs conceded.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about whether he should have been on in the power play, didn't we, Holman? For Middlesex, but 25 overs to go. He's got to bowl through here. It's a change of ends for him, isn't it? This is the first at this end. Slip in place as his right arm over and he bowls to Kame, who drives to extra cover, no run. Shouldn't they replace the bail? They've changed his ends. Have they replaced the bails as well, Middlesex? Switched them over. Holman once more.
Dominic Dietrich currently explaining another pre-season defeat for Derby County.
This is pushed off the back foot to mid-on, 157 without loss it remains. What's his name?
Dominic Dietrich.
Where is he from?
He's our sports editor. He's from...
Oh, sorry, I thought he was the new manager of Derby or something.
No, he's our sports editor.
Holman bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket by Stoneman and Snowrun. Who is the Derby manager?
Paul Warne, former Rotherham.
If you'd have told me to name which one's the Derby manager and which one's the BBC Radio Derby sport editor, I would not have been able to get which way around on either of those. Where's Warne been before?
Rotherham was his most recent one. He got them promoted out of League One a lot, but always came back into League One from the Championship, and got Derby promoted from League One last season.
Holman bowls, and this is swept hard in front of the short fine leg, and that is 4 more. 161 for no wicket. Kame's on to 66.
Yeah, nice shot opener from Harry Kame. Almost down to 100 now. The requirement. Burton have won 2-0 in their pre-season game with Port Vale.
Here comes Holman. That's driven with a bit of flight down to mid-off. A tumbling stop from Anderson to his right, making sure it doesn't get through. Played that perfectly, really, didn't he, Kame? 67 in terms of he didn't lift it to mid-off. Just checked the shot, tried to get the line of it right.
Burton have won the Bass Charity Vase. It's a beautiful trophy. Massive thing.
Holman. Ball, a little tickle. Just find a mid-wicket for a single. 71 for Reece now. 163 without loss. Came 67 into the over. You can't really have a conversation at the moment, can you? Because you're going to do that.
Yeah, no.
When the final of the List A competition moved to Trent Bridge, I must admit my great disappointment was that I never got to do a Middlesex final at Lords. That would have been nice. You never know, maybe it will switch back again, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
It's the natural home of cricket, isn't it? Trent Bridge, of course. I'd rather it was anywhere else. I'd rather they just played it on the home ground of one of the two teams.
Yeah.
But hey-ho. Well, the first season that after it had been moved to Trent Bridge, it was in midweek, which was hideously embarrassing. They have at least moved it to the weekend now. Cullen, is it from the
It is.
City end? And the ball is guided by Lewis Reece down to wide, third man for a single. Reece moves to 72, 164 without loss. Come on, Blakey, shouts Ethan Bamber. Hint of a Brummie accent.
Stop it. Stop it.
Oh dear.
Better to have loved and lost.
Yeah, well, that's how they say it. As Blake Cullen is in again, and that one is turned by Harry Kame down to fine leg. There he goes again. Moves to 68. 166. 165 without loss. Just have a quick look to see how I know everybody out there is very keen to know how Blackrod are doing today. For obvious reasons. As this next delivery is a full one from Cullen. And an attempted drive by Lewis Rees gets it off the toe end of the bat. And the ball goes virtually nowhere. It's all right, we can go home this evening. Charlie Fletcher, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 21. Excellent work from Fletcher Jr. in the Northwest Cricket League today. As this next delivery is down the leg, so not 5 more wides. No, it's hit the helmet, so it's 5 penalty runs this time. Well, we've seen just about everything here. It was wide. Do you get the wide as well as the 5 penalty runs? That's what I want to know.
Oh, well, let's watch the scoreboard. 165 goes to...
So the first signal is... It's 5 penalty runs. 1, 2, there's the tap on the shoulders. 3, 4, should be another one. Anyway, it's 5 penalty runs because the ball hit the helmet. Just when you thought nothing more could go wrong for Middlesex. I'm going to write that down because I want to mention that to Jack. Here comes Cullen and bowls. This is edged by Rees all the way down to third man for a single. He moves to 73, 171 without loss. That sort of sums it up, though, doesn't it, really? I'm afraid for Middlesex, it's been tough for them, I think it's fair to say. Tough.
Yes.
It's not been their finest afternoon. 171 without loss as a wide signalled down the leg side. He tried to get hold of it. Harry came. 171 without loss. There's some cheers for, I'm not entirely sure what, but Tranmere managed to get a salvage a 3-all draw at Fylde.
I'm hoping that was a seagull.
Or a gull.
Herring gull.
Some kind of gull. As Cullen is in and bowls to Harry Kane, who guides that down towards third man. It's fielded by Robson, and there is no run. The thing about it possibly being a gull and possibly not being a gull is that I haven't seen a gull all afternoon. And you can't get much further away from the sea than Derby, anywhere in Britain. As this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane.
Is that a fact?
That is an absolute fact. 172 without loss. The exact centre, I think it's...
Derby is the belly button of Britain.
The umbilical cord.
Which was never cut.
I'm just going to see exactly where furthest from the sea is in the UK, and it's Coton in the Elms, which is in Derbyshire, and it's not far away from here. That is the furthest place from the sea. There's a building company of some description. I think it's an art centre called Furthest from the Sea in Derby. The new over begins from Luke Holman. Ball pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees, and there is no run. Cut-off is 7:15. If we get that far, I'll be very disappointed. There's Olympics to watch, you know. Holman's in again. That one is swept, but he didn't quite time it, Lewis Rees, to go straight to the man at short. Fine leg. 73 at a run of ball now, Lewis Rees. Harry Kane 68 from 93. 172 without loss from 166 deliveries. Holman's in again. Rees dabs the ball to backward point and they go through for a single. Rees moves to 74. 173 without loss. Now we need to know where Coton in the Elms is, don't we, really? But that should be fairly straightforward. next delivery is driven out towards the cover boundary. And there is no run. It's in Swaddling Coat, so it's approximately 20 miles south of here, a bit less as the crow flies, is the place that's furthest from the sea in the United Kingdom. So the gulls that are here are lost, essentially, as Rees defends this next ball from Holman straight back to the bowler. No run. The crowd looks to have thinned out a bit. I think most people will be helping themselves, not helping themselves, you've got to pay, but the tap takeover and the hospitality to our right as Rees picks up another single off the final ball at the over. It does sound like a gull though. He's on 75, Kame has 69, Derbyshire 175 without loss after 28 overs, so they need 92 in 22 overs to win it. 4.2 runs and over. Shiny Brewery from Little Eaton taking over the hospitality tent to our right. Henry looks like he's confused in the TV room there. They mustn't have the commentary on very loud either, because he didn't react. If you wanted to go to the town furthest away from the sea, as Cullen begins a new over, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees for a single. He moves to 76, 176 without loss. It would take you about 36 minutes by car, apparently. Although, as ever, Google Maps offers you the opportunity to take longer and go a more circuitous route for some reason. I've not quite understood why it does that, but there we go. Next delivery from Cullen is turned into the leg side by Harry Kame. He moves to 70, 177 without loss. The next bit of excitement will be when either of these two get another 25 or so runs. There are 89 to get. Both are within reasonable distance of 3 figures. As Cullen is in, and that one's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees for another single out towards Fernandez at backward square leg on the boundary. Rees moves to 77, 178 for Derbyshire now. Oh gosh, look at the time. Can you...
Yes, of course. Here is Cullen. He's in, bowls, and this is driven in the air, just fine of the cover fielder for 4. 182 for no wicket is the score. And Kane moves to 74. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London together here at the County Ground in Derby on the BBC Sport website and app. So here's Cullen turning to bowl again. And this is short, hooked away through mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 more. 186 for no wicket. Kane moves to 78 and he overtakes Rees. 77 from 78 for Rees, 78 from 97 for Kane. It's a tough day in the field for Middlesex. Wasn't too much better with the ball for, with the bat for Middlesex. They recovered somewhat, but right now it's looking a long way short. 80 to win. 186 for no wicket. Cullen in, bowls, and forward goes Kame defending. Back up into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket. 186 for no wicket. Rees moves to 77. And that is the end of the over. 6 for no wickets. So the required rates is down to 3.9. The current is 6.4. And it looks as though it's going to be 2 defeats in 2 for Middlesex. Here's Holman. 6 without loss. Holman's in, bowls, a lot of flight, and this ball's driven down to long on for a single. Holman has figures currently of none for 23 from 6.1. Anderson none for 16 from his 3. A little bit of surprise maybe that you haven't seen him back. Cullen's going at 10s, none for 50 from 5. Cornwall none for 36 from 5. Here's Holman bowls. This goes up in the air. No, he hasn't. Oh, he has got all over it. That's going to go. Boundary rope's in a little down below. It's not in that far. It's quite short down the ground here at Derby. But that would have been a 6 on most grounds, I reckon. Yeah, what was it called? The tap takeover. It's all right. It was mentioned by Fletch. They're the rowdy bunch, all holding up their 6s now. 193 without loss. Kames on to 84. Let's see, here's Holman. This is dabbed away into the offside. Here's Holman in again, bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside. 193 without loss.
Nobody likes a one-sided game of cricket. I just lied to Radio Derby.
That's it. Single pushed to mid-off, and there's one more to be taken. Rees 78, came 85. Just the 72 to win. This is swept hard by Rees, and it's a dive, and it's 4. Gets through. Tumbling stop down there from, or attempted tumbling stop from Cullen. It gets through him, and it gets through the little white gate as well. Four more. Kane moves to 85. It's a race between Rees and Kane now, isn't it? Although Rees has the better strike rate. 198 for no wicket.
Been fairly equitable, though, hasn't it, between the pair of them? He's faced 22 balls more, Harry Kane, but he has scored 3 runs more, having faced 22 balls more.
There's the charts going up down below. That's the what was it called? The tap takeover, was it?
Brewery tap takeover, yeah. Shiny Brewery, Little Eaton, not Long Eaton, completely different place. We're going to see Fernandez.
Yes, a little bit of left arm spin.
Potentially too late, I don't know. They say double your score after 30 overs, and Derbyshire won't get the opportunity. It's been driven, the first ball that Fernandez bowls by Harry Kane. There's a shot at the stumps at the strikers, and Lewis Rees got there in plenty of time. And the score moves to 199 without loss.
Yeah, good to see Fernandez getting a bit of a go. I mean, he's certainly come on as a batter, no doubt about it. He was definitely played as just a spinner last season.
He's on his way in again. Around the wicket balls to Lewis Rees, who clips that into the leg side. And the cheers are for the 200 stand between Harry Kane and Lewis Rees. 200 from 184 deliveries. 200 without loss. Remarkable. 86 to Kame, 83 to Rees. And Kame picks up another single now by pushing the ball up to mid-on. There was a sort of threat to throw it by Luke Holman, but he held on to the ball. And as a result, there is no run. No, there's a single. What am I talking about? That's because I went into automatic mode there as Rees turns this next ball into the leg side for a single. It's got to that part of the game where you sort of go into automatic mode. They have within their sights another record. As Fernandez bowls, that one's cut away by Harry Kame, not fielded by Ethan Bamber. Oh, there's a slip by Harry Kame as he turns for the second. We saw that in the Middlesex innings, and Lewis Rees looks absolutely shattered out there as he leans on his bat. Harry Kame inspects his spikes. It's already the highest stand. I'll get back to that as Fernandez bowls and Rees defends. The highest stand for any wicket for or against Derbyshire for the first wicket in a one-day game at Derby, beating the 201 by Peter Bowler and Chris Adams against Somerset in 1993, the same year that they set that record against Middlesex at Lord's. 203 without loss at the end of the over. 19 remain, 88 to Kame, 84 to Lewis Rees. However, there is a higher one-day stand for the first wicket. I mean, there's a stand that they can't actually get to because they're not chasing enough runs, which was the 286 between Anderson and Hill against Cornwall in 1986. As for the second wicket, Ian Anderson and Bud Hill. Bud is the president of Derbyshire this year, as he was last year. Holman is in from the racecourse end. Onto the back foot goes Harry Kame, just guides it out towards the point boundary for a single. Moves to 89. 204 without loss. Rees 84 on strike now. Field is spread as much as it can be at this stage of a one-day game. That one is turned into the leg side by the left-handed Rees, fielded by Fernandez, who's in at mid-wicket. No run. Goes Holman again, bowls. That one is played off the back foot this time, up towards Mark Stoneman.
Here comes Holman, bowls, and this ball's driven back, bump ball. There's no run. Sorry. We've literally both switched off at exactly the same moment. You went into autopilot, and I just did the same. It's the same over, but of course Fernandez raced through his over at the other end. The spinner came on.
Sort of switched off, which is not great.
Holman bowls, and this is cut away out to deep backward point, 205 without loss. As you say, it's that moment of the day where it's like, okay, hold on, wake up again. It's been a long day. But also when the match doesn't have that.
If it was gripping,
yeah,
it would be genuinely.
We are at a procession stage now, aren't we?
I'm not suggesting that that's anybody's fault, but it's just not gripping.
No. It's
this is like all 4 of the 100 games have been so far. We know the result, but we just got to wait till the end.
Holman drives, bowls, and this is driven down to long off for a single. 206 for no wicket. Well, this was the old criticism of List A, wasn't it? That you knew the result too early in the game, and then you still had to go all the way through to the end. That just doesn't happen as much anymore. And I think that's down to the phases, the power plays that they've installed now, I think. And again, T20 to some extent as well. It just means you're still capable of all sorts with the bat, even after a bad start. But of course, in a match like this, where one side with the bat is so heavily on top with the chase, then it's going to it's going to go that way, and it is. We're at the procession stage.
Yeah.
I owe you a break for an over. Do you want me to do this one so you can
It's
have
up
a...
to you. I'm easy. 'Cause I will be disappearing soon.
Here's Fernandez. He's left arm around, bowls, and this ball's driven down to long on for a single. 207 for no wicket. Holman charges in from below. That is still the committee room up there, isn't it? In the middle.
No, it's the members' lounge. Now.
Where's the committee room gone?
I think the boardroom is on the ground floor. And the chairman's box is the one at the end with the extension on it. He has a little extension of the chairman.
Ooh.
Fit all his guests in.
Here's Fernandez around the wicket. He bowls, and this is whipped in between square and mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket comes to collect. 208 for no wicket. Rees moves to 86. Did you know where my mind had gone as I'd switched off momentarily there as well? Do I say to you, do you want to go and make the two? I'm happy to go and do it again. As here's Fernandez. This is turned to mid-wicket by Kame. No run.
I can do it.
I don't mind.
No, me neither. I'm surprised you haven't caught something from that.
No sugar, thanks, darling. Here's Fernandez, bowls, and Kame dabs a single in front of mid-on. And the throws down the stumps, and it deflects away. Buzzers, just the single, though. Kame moves to 93. It gets the ironic cheers from the home support. But at this stage for Middlesex, the chance of a run out far more precious than the chance of losing an extra run. It was well backed up. It was just the deflection went at an angle that helped them. Umpire adjusts the bails at the non-striker's end. 210 for no wicket. And down the track comes Kane, turns to mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. Robson comes in to collect. Robson's another one we haven't seen yet. And it's not at that stage throw the ball to anybody, but Robson has been renowned as a golden arm at times. Although obviously this match now is too little too late for Middlesex. That's cut away beautifully. Just gives himself a little bit of room, Kame. He moves to 97, 214 without loss. Just gave himself a fraction of room and cut it between that tightly knit pairing of backward point and the deep gully. 97 from 112. Rees has 86 from 88. That was the end of the 33rd over. There are 17 remaining to be bowled. There are 52 more. 53 more indeed for Derbyshire to win. They trail by 52, 53 to win. 214 for no wicket here on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app with this one for you. And here is Holman. Backward point, deep cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off is offside field to the left-handed Rees, who chops the first ball with a cut, a spinning cut, which gets through Cornwall. Second bounce did him, I think. Throw comes in, and the bails are whipped off by Davies. He didn't ground his back going back in there, Rees, who's clearly confident. Every run applauded at the moment. Rees is on to 88. I'm rather hoping that Fletch gets back in time for Kame's century, because I feel like I've sent him on a T-run and he could miss the century. He's back. He's back. He's not on strike. You've got time. Oh, and he gave the mug a wash as well. Good man. That's the mug of a man who's been on the road a lot this week.
That's disgusting.
It's a sweep from Rees and a wicket. He's gone for 88. Luke Holman has the wicket. There are ironic, sarcastic boos from the crowd. All fun of the fair. They're on their way to victory, Derbyshire, but Rees has gone and Middlesex do have a wicket with Luke Holman, who has been one of the highlights today for Middlesex, really. Taken a little bit of tap in his last couple of overs, but 1 for 39 from his 8.2. Holman's form continues. He had some decent form with the bat as well in the first innings. But Rees goes a magnificent innings. 88 from, I think that was his 91st. No, it was his 90th. Well done him. 216 for 1. He's put his side well on the way to victory here. Dave Fletcher.
9 4s and 2 6s. It has been an absolutely splendid innings from Lewis Rees, and the next man out is the man with the black gloves. It's broadcast, of course it is. The man with the black gloves. So they missed out. If if indeed that's the right phrase. Only 232 between Kim Barnett and John Morris against Somerset at Taunton in 1990, which was the highest opening stand for Derbyshire in List A cricket. But it's still been fairly impressive. Strange to see all those noughts on the board. Guessed naught off no balls, and the partnership naught off no balls. It's been a long time since there have been that many noughts, except in the maidens column and the wickets column. And Luke Coleman needs something special here. Derbyshire need 51 more to win.
From 100 deliveries.
Oh, yeah. How do you know it's 16.4 overs, which is everybody knows.
If you want to wind Don Topley up, that's all you have to do. Just say the 16.4 format. We call it the 50 over format, the 20 over format. It's the 16.4 over format.
Indeed. I've got to go and do an update.
But he feels I'm being naughty when I do it, which I am, because I'm only doing it to wind him up.
There you go.
Here's Holman. Oh, it's raining. What's the DLS? About 5, isn't it? Here's Holman, he's in, bowls, and this is played back up the track, and no run again. Just for reference's sake, DLS is 137, 138 for the next delivery. They're 216 for one. Yeah, no, another wicket now, just pushes that one up again. And so here's Holman, and this is pushed back into the offside, no run. It's one of those funny summer showers where it's glorious sunshine, but there's a little spit of rain. It's more than a spit, but absolutely blazing sunshine in the middle. So this ball's just full of length and pushed back into the offside to extra cover. 216 for one. Here goes Holman again, bowls, and this is driven down to long off. Quick single. Guest is off the mark with his black gloves. Came 97. Will not have the strikes. It's the end of the over. 217 for one. That means Fletcher won't be denied the chance of commentating on the Came century if it comes. There is Fernandez to continue to guest. 16 overs, 49 runs, 9 wickets. It should all be very, very simple from here. It may not be, because it's cricket. We'll bring you all the coverage, come what may. We both admitted we had a momentarily. Had a moment's pause ourselves. Fletch and I, our brains are that stage of the day. Six and a half hours of broadcasting. So here is Fernandez around the wicket. He bowls, and this is pushed to extra cover by Guest. Guest with 1 to his name. DLS is 142, 217 for 1. Bit of flight. Down the track comes Guest, pushes a single to mid-off. Well run. Ethan Bamber, is it there? I think he's just fielded that one. No, Bamber's backward point. Martin Anderson. That's mid-off. Fernandez, lots of flight on that. It's tickled for a single just wide of mid-on, straight at the tumbling mid-wicket Robson. And Came moves to 98. A lot of flight on this again. Down the track, he's reached the pitch of that one and driven it beautifully. And Guest moves to 6. His first boundary, straight to mid-on, all along the carpet. Lovely shot. 2, 2, 3 for 1. 35th over of the innings here. 44 to win. Fernandez has 2 balls to go of his third over, none for 19. Can he get out of the over now? He'll be disappointed with that boundary, otherwise he would have squeezed through. A cheap one here. It's in again, bowls. Block hole length delivery, just a little bit too flat at the moment, perhaps, Fernandez. This stage of the innings, it's probably worth him playing with it a little, maybe somebody having a whisper in his ear and saying that as well. Go on, Nathan, you just make this your moment. Don't worry about the match situation. Go out there and bowl. But darting it in flat, I don't think either of these two will particularly mind that at this particular stage. It's came on strike.
Fernandez bowls to him and he pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over as well. 224 for one. Thank you, Kev. Came on 98 of 114 balls. It's his high score in List A cricket, beating the 94 that he made against Sussex. Brookguest has 7. Derbyshire need a further 43 to win this one from 15 overs, so it's under 3 and over now. I just suggested that they are going to win this one. Then I was asked about the weight of a cricket ball, and I had absolutely no idea. Do you know what the weight of a cricket ball is?
No.
Between 5.5 and 5 3/4 ounces.
Oh. What's that equivalent to? See, the thing, even with stats in cricket, so when somebody says that to me, it's like, well, what does that mean?
I don't know.
So if you're going to offer something like that, you've got to offer an equivalent. So when somebody's moved to 4,000 runs, well, who else did it in that time frame? You know, where does it stand? Where does it?
It's about the weight of a cricket ball, I think. Luke Holman from the racecourse end bowls to Brookguest, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run.
I was desperately trying not to take the century of Came at the end of the last over. I think, yeah.
Yes, I was desperately. I was looking. This is a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket against Brookguest there, but half-hearted barely covers it. Umpire Chris Watts not in the slightest bit interested. As Holman tosses himself 1, 2, 3 catches and a 4th and a 5th, and now he's on his way in. Bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside for 4 runs by Brookguest, who's on a bit of a hiding to nothing here because he's coming in so close to the victory target, I suppose. Well, no, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. Well, he could get a half century, and Harry Kane could get a century, but that would require Brookguest to score the bulk of the runs. Harry Kane to get 2 singles, and I'm not sure that's going to happen. Guest settles over his bat now as Holman tosses him self a catch and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. 228 for 1. It remains at the Test match. England 359 for 8 now, leading by 77 as that one is pushed nicely by Brookguest out into the offside. Just caresses it into the offside for another boundary. And he moves on to 15, 232 for 1. Jamie Smith, the man out for 95 of 109 balls. Chris Wokes has got a half century. He's on 58. He's been joined by Gus Atkinson, who's going along nicely to run a ball 8. 232 for 1 here. Guest turns this next ball into the leg side. There you go. That's what you should be doing. Although, having said that, it was the final ball of the over, so he shouldn't be doing it. 233 for 1 at the end of the over. Guest has 16. Kame has 98. It is surely just a matter of time.
It is indeed 233 for 1. Wicket. So unexpected, but very welcome, of course, for Middlesex. 10-wicket victory. I mean, a 9-wicket victory is not much better, is it? But it is something. I suppose the 10-wicket. Can they just affect a few more here at the end? Maybe Kane shy of his century. We shall see. It's Guest on strike. There's Bamba. I'll sit off from the edge of the 30-yard circle. His right arm over the wicket. Bowls and just short of a length. That's punched away by Guest out to the deep cover boundary. He moves to 17. The shower that was above us has passed on over the top of the ground, and well, it wouldn't have gone under the ground, would it? But
it wasn't raining at all. About a mile away at BBC Radio Derby, they were looking out the window, and baffled by me suggesting that it was raining.
Well, it was one of those extraordinary summer showers, wasn't it? Where bathed in sunshine the ground, but it was raining. So here comes Bamba bowls, and this is run away down to deep third for a single. 235 for 1.
That was Harry Kane.
Oh, Kane, 99. We were talking about the rain, weren't we?
No.
Sorry.
No.
They took a leg by, didn't they?
Yeah, they must have taken something. Anyway, you can carry on now because he's on the strikers end.
That's why they were booing. Cullen for fielding it because they wanted it to go for 4. He goes Bamber to Guest. 2 balls to go of the 37th over of the innings. As Guest is in, Guest is on strike, Bamber's in, and the low full toss is driven to mid-off for a single. Fernandez throws down the stumps. I think it was an attempt at a slower ball from Bamber. It just went slightly awry. On strikers came on 99, 236 for 1.
Marvellous. 13 and a half overs to go, 31 required for their second victory at the start of this one-day cup competition. They will be at the top of the table tonight. Here comes Bamber then, Ethan Bamber from the City end, in and bowls to Harry Kane, who turns it into the leg side, and there's the century for Harry Kane. His first in List A cricket. He's already gone past the 94, his previous highest score against Sussex. He removes his helmet and acknowledges the applause of the crowd all the way around the county ground. Decent crowd inside the ground for this one. A century for Harry Kane off 116 balls with 11 fours and 1 6. And he's taken Derbyshire to the brink of their second successive victory. As Bamber comes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns that one into the leg side. Harry Kane got a bit excited there and set off for a single that wasn't there. It's been a really good knock from Harry Kane. 11 fours, 1 6. Now they need 30 to win. Sorry, go on.
He's got to take a red inker with him now, hasn't he?
Well, it'd be daft if he didn't. He's at the non-striker, that's where I'd stay now. He's at the non-strikers end. This next delivery is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest. There is no run, and that's the end of the Bamber over. He's bowled 7 overs for 34. Here's further applause for Harry Kane's century, and thoroughly deserved it was too. I noticed a lot of people on their feet in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, and he gets another round of applause. Quite right too. 237 for 1.
Yeah.
Is that tea all right?
Lovely, thank you. Lovely. It's just got to the temperature you can drink it now. That's the thing. So I've had a sip.
They keep them very warm, these little flask things, don't they? Yeah.
Have you found out yet, though, on this flask? Because you and I have an identical flask, sold at different things.
I've got a lid.
There's a lid there, but have you noticed that it doesn't screw on quite properly? Which I only just discovered. You have to be very well, there you go. On this time, it does it first time. Yeah. But you have to be very, very careful. Sometimes you think, and then of course you go and sip at it.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. It was a right mess in the car the other day.
All over.
Oh, that was actually. Was it? Which game was it now? Yeah, I was on the way to work. Coffee everywhere. Here's to Carey's bowls, and it's tickled away back on the square on the leg side by Kane. Moves to 101, 238 for 1 now. And it was one where you're going to be on screen as well. It was a big screen thing, yeah. I was doing PA at the Oval.
Oh, right.
You're on the big screen. Hello, everyone.
I thought you were on telly for a minute. Do you go on telly as well?
Middlesex TV.
No, in proper
Careful
telly.
not to put... Hey! Is De Carey's in. Bowls. This is driven down to long on for a single. 239 for 1.
You know what I mean. Proper telly.
Careful not to put the wrong space in that search.
You've obviously done it.
Actually, I haven't, and I don't think I've considered that until today. You often consider it with Middlesex of where. Anyway, here's to Carey's bowls. A little paddle from Kane takes him to 105. 243 for 1. Lovely shot straight over the keeper and beautifully controlled. 24 to win.
He's not tried anything like that throughout his entire innings. And then gets to 3 figures and he starts the trick shots, which is nice to see. He's obviously enjoying himself out there, Harry Kane.
Well, there is that, isn't there? Because you can play with a little bit of freedom now, but it is a shame, I guess, to not walk off with a red inker on your maiden century. He goes again. Wraps him again for, it might not be 4. Long leg's got a chance here. And long leg, no, Cornwall retrieves the balls and sends it back in with a fine piece of fielding. Picking it up with his right, pirouetting and throwing it in with his left, which is how I was easily able to identify that it was Cornwall. 245 for 1. Came on 107, they took 2. Well, that little paddle, here's De Carey's around the wicket. And a drive. It's a long on for a single. Stoneman punches the ground at mid-wicket as that ball went past him. I think he was wrong-footed by it. Oh, did the throw go awry as well?
The throw went past the keeper, who also knocked a bail off with his glove.
How did it go past the keeper? Because Stoneman's looking at Holman almost
It bounced.
accusationarily.
It only bounced once.
Have I got the right word for that yet?
What?
Accusationarily?
No.
Accusatory?
Accusatory. Yeah.
Accusatory, there we go. It's De Carey's bowls, and this is punched away. That's a deep cover for a single. 247 for one. Anyone would think we do this for a living.
If Derbyshire get the foot down here, they can win this with an hour to spare, which is terrific news for everybody.
And that just reveals we do this for a living. Hurry up and finish it off so we can go home.
There's an Olympic Games going on.
Oh, what do you want to go and watch?
I'd watch anything.
Would you?
I just love the Olympics.
Well, fair enough.
Absolutely love
Are you going to go out to any of it? Go and see any of it?
No.
Did you see any of the London Olympics?
No. No. I don't want to pay for it. I just like watching it on telly. So tomorrow is a day spent entirely watching on 2 screens Olympic coverage. At least 2 screens, I would suggest. Ethan Bamber's going to bowl his 8th over from the City end. 7 overs for 34, his figures at the moment. He's bowling initially to Brooke Guest in his black gloves. And he bowls 2, but he defends that one straight back to him, does the Derbyshire wicket keeper. Coming in at 3 in the one-day cup. Moves around a bit in T20 cricket and has been coming in 3 or 4 in the championship. He's a very useful cricketer, Brooke. 20 off 21 he has, came 108 off 220, 247 for 1, and he goes on his toes. Pushes this out to Mark Stoneman, an extra cover, and there is no run. Thumbs up from Came for Guest. Lots of people in shorts, including in the commentary box. It has to be said. I went brave with the light grey.
Nice.
Shorts.
Yeah, don't spill the coffee on those.
No, it's a very high risk strategy. As Bamber is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it, no more than pushes it up towards Holman at mid-on. It's coming off the edge of the circle, and there's enough time for them to get through for another single as Guest moves to 21, 248 for 1. 19 to win now. Holman claps as Ethan sets off. Bowling from the City end, bowls to Came, who gets a full toss and doesn't really get any value from it at all as he just bunts it into the leg side where it's fielded by Sam Robson.
Where are Derbyshire bunting it next?
Here again on Wednesday against Lancashire, and then Friday against Worcestershire.
Scott Reed.
Scott Reed and Dave Bradley.
Oh.
Bradders is coming Friday.
Oh.
A great fan of the...
From the ridiculous to the sublime.
He's a huge fan. He's Bradders, as that one is turned off a leading edge towards backward point.
A huge fan of yourself?
No, of the Sir Frank Whittle Road, as people may remember from the past, and I will be. He did a spoonerism on that. You think about it. On air, we have recordings. We can't play them. Sir Frank Whittle Road. Here comes Ethan Bamber, final ball of his over. Do you want me to write it down for you? He bowls to Harry Cave, who turns that one into the leg side. Don't say it out loud, for goodness sake.
There's 4 words.
Oh, all right, then.
I mean, obviously,
Yes.
I've got 2 of them, but I'm just trying to make sure in which order. Yes.
That's
Yeah.
That's what he called it. That's what he called it.
Oh, wait, he did say it. I was wondering why it was so
On air.
funny. Oh, he did say
Said
it.
it on air. Said it on air. And we've
Oh, beautiful.
all our various computers. Griff's got a copy. I've got one.
Beautiful. Why haven't I... Send it to me.
Oh, it's magnificent.
How long did the corpse last afterwards?
It went on a while.
Oh, brilliant.
Then he said it correctly.
No, I had it. That was what I was thinking was the more to it. I didn't realise he actually said it.
No,
Now
he's-
I understand.
yeah,
Right,
said
okay.
it.
Because I was thinking there must be more to it, but then he actually said it. That was the more to
That's
it.
how I'm going to introduce him on Friday.
Mr. Frittle.
a man who loves the Sir Frank Whittle Road.
To Carey's bowls to Guest, who runs this away fine. Backward point gives chase, and they'll pick up a couple. Guest is on to 23. And that means there are 17 more runs required for victory.
Not enough for him to get his half century, which is a bit of a shame, I think.
Yeah.
He had his pads on for a long time, 33 overs and 2 balls before he was called upon, which is about as long as you'd expect, I would have thought, in a one-day game.
To Carey's bowls, this is tickled through square leg for a single. 251 for 1. Did we announce the 250 there, or were we just going on about how many runs were left to win? Not that we were counting them down.
It's almost immaterial, isn't it?
Come on. Derbyshire are dreaming of Trent Bridge. The road to Trent Bridge
September the 22nd, I've been told today.
is to Carey's bowls. And this ball's dabbed into the offside.
Which
by
is a Sunday.
Kane. Sunday.
Which is good for me.
Because it wouldn't be football.
Because on the 21st, Burton Albion play Barnsley.
To Carey's around the wicket. Bowls again. This is pushed back to him. Little bump ball. Tumbling stop to his right.
It's 2 days after Derbyshire against Middlesex, so you could stay up here and come with me.
Ooh. Maybe a side kick. Hey, Middlesex might be still there yet.
Could play each other.
It's to Carey's bowls. He's driven down to long on. 252 for 1.
That'd be something, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. Did that not just happen at the, what was a final that happened? Or was it the semi-finals at the Euros? Was it Spain-France and they'd already played in the group stage or something? Was that right?
Something like that. There was a game in the last 16, I think, they played in the group because of the ridiculous third place nonsense.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But I didn't... I have an aversion to international football. So I didn't really take an awful lot of notice of it. I saw part of one England game, and that was the final when I got back from whichever cricket match I'd been at. Birmingham. We've been at Birmingham.
You have an aversion to what? International
I
football?
don't, yeah, it doesn't do anything for me.
It's not the same as international cricket or
It's not the same
club
as-
football, is it?
No.
It's just so disjointed, it feels.
And because I follow Burton professionally and Tranmere Rovers personally, there's no connection between me and the England international team. My T20 summariser, we had 3, but one of them was Tom Wood, former Derbyshire player, and he simply couldn't understand why I wasn't interested in international football and why I wasn't patriotic. I'm not a big fan of patriotism either, if I'm honest. But no, international football doesn't do much for me, and yet the Olympics does, and I can't really explain it, but there we go.
I think it's...
Olympics is more about personal glory and the stories behind the athletes, and a lot of. I mean, I won't watch the Olympic football, for instance. I won't watch the Olympic golf. It's just another golf tournament.
There's Olympic golf.
Oh yeah, they're playing Olympic tennis, and you're thinking, well, really? Do they? That's not the pinnacle of the sport, is it?
Nadal and Djokovic are playing this year, aren't they? And Alcatraz. Alcatraz?
Alcatraz. I think he's escaped from playing.
Oh dear.
Well, Murray's playing in the doubles, isn't he? But again, really?
Yeah.
You know, these are people who've earned millions and millions of pounds. Anyway, Noah Cornwell bowling his 6th over. Around the wicket he comes and bowls a wide delivery that's so wide it's signalled wide. And Derbyshire now need 13, 253, 4-1.
Have you ever been to Alcatraz? Have you ever?
Yes.
Have you?
I didn't go onto the island, but I went on a boat around.
Yeah,
the
me
island.
too.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been onto
I
it.
think you can go on it, can't you?
I think you can, yeah. There's some talk about turning it into something else, isn't there? Making use of it somehow.
Prison would be good. I don't know if they've thought of that. Here's Cornwell in and bowls to Kane, who clips that one straight to the man at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I had to read that at school. The Birdman of Alcatraz.
Yes.
Who was in Escape from Alcatraz? Was that Clint Eastwood? He left the paper mache head in his bed, didn't he?
Yeah, was it Steve McQueen?
Steve McQueen in it? No, that's Great Escape, surely.
Yeah, well, he only ever appeared in films with Escape in the title, I think.
Escape to Victory?
Yes, he wasn't in that either. This one is, an attempt to cut it by Harry Kane, and he misses. Let's have a look. Escape from
Pele was in that. Bobby Moore.
John Walk.
I was just about saying your man from Ipswich with the moustache.
That's him. Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Well done.
Paper mache head. And true story, wasn't it?
I believe
Escape
so.
from Alcatraz. And obviously, obviously, they don't know whether he made it across, whether he drowned, whether he escaped. They have no idea. It just disappeared.
Frank Morris, John Anglin and his brother Clarence Anglin have never been located since escaping the facility. As this next delivery is carved off an edge, but deliberately down the short third man, where Cullen fields, and they get through for another single. Kane moves to 110.
I'm assuming age-wise, they'd probably be of an age where they were dead now anyway, but you'd kind of like to think that on their deathbed they might just put their hand up and say, "Oi, everybody, I did actually make it."
Guess who I am?
Yeah.
Well, the escape was in 1962,
So if they were 20, a chance.
which makes them 62 plus...
Yeah, whatever they were. So there's half a chance.
Yeah, I suppose.
If you're listening, lads.
Guys, clips this next delivery from Cornwell nicely up to long on for a single move to 25, 255 for 1. So 25 to Guest, 110 to Came, 12 to Win. Cornwell.
Who's to win?
2 balls to go. That one is, he reached for it rather, Harry came and guided it. Did I say something about a twin?
110 to Came, 25
Right,
to Guest.
Twin.
25 twin.
Twin. Yes, I'm with you.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
It's been 6
Long.
hours and 45 minutes of broadcast with the 25-minute break, or whatever it was.
I thought you were going to break into nothing compares to you.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over is a short ball, so it might not be the final ball of the over because it's a no ball. And Derbyshire now need 10 to win at 257 for 1.
Or Celine Dion. There she was at the closing ceremony last
Yes, I
night.
didn't hear that until I heard it on the radio this morning.
Oh,
I was
really?
just
Did you fall asleep?
No, I just switched it off and went
At
to
which
bed.
point did you switch off?
It went on for too long.
Did you see the cauldron go up? That was
No.
quite clever.
No,
I'll give him
tell
that.
you what I did see, and I was quite alarmed, as this next delivery is short as well and pulled away into the leg side by Harry Kane for a single. He moves on to 111 at the end of the over. Guest has 25, the partnership worth 42. 258 for 1, 9 to win. The Smurf bloke, did you not see him
No.
singing? He was painted in blue, he had a ginger beard, and he was painted in Smurf blue.
Yeah.
With what looked like some kind of body stocking on, and the only
Oh,
thing
yes. No,
hiding
he was a god.
The only thing hiding
Yeah.
his modesty was a strawberry,
Yeah.
and even that didn't cover it completely because there was a little bit dangling down that looked slightly suspicious.
He was
Yes.
playing a Greek god, wasn't he? And it was
Zeus.
a homage to the Greek games and the Greek god of something or other.
They say it was homage, but if only the French had a word for it. Dear. Somebody get me out of here.
It's Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside for a quick single. 259 for 1. Kane moves to 112, dabbing it in between point and cover. Yes, it's been a long, hot day. We've had our tea, though, which has revitalised us, I think.
It's also made me want to go to the toilet again. But
This is punched off the back foot by Guest. Back to the bowler, no run.
how old's Luke Holman then?
23.
He's a unit, isn't he?
He is. He has been since,
Just down
since his-
below us at the moment. I didn't realise quite how big he was. He's a huge human being.
This ball's pushed to extra cover, and there is no run. 259 for 1. Guest remains on 25. Yeah, he's a fine batter, as you saw earlier as well. I mean, if he kicks on, he's got the world at his feet. Holman, he really does. To Carey's, who pushed Holman out of the side for a little while. He's bowling now to Guest, still around the wicket, the off spinner, and this ball's tickled away out to deep mid wicket. One more.
I've just heard, I'm sure I can hear children inside a cricket ground. The ECB won't like that, will they?
Oh dear,
Children coming to watch cricket on a Saturday.
that's not on
It's not what this competition's for.
Yes. A lot of flight from the carries, bumped back by Kane on 112. 260 for one.
England bowled out for 376. Lead by 94.
Oh. Carries, bowls, wristy slap of the ball at the off spinner from Kane on 112. 260 for one. 7 to win.
7 to win. The excitement is ramping up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame the last hour.
Well, we've done our best to be entertaining, but I'm not sure we've succeeded.
I think we have, apart from the two of us pretty much nearly fell asleep live on air. Yeah, within an over of each other.
If only one does it, it's not too bad. You can get away with it.
To be fair, it kind of bailed out that we'd hit that point of the day at the same time. What do they call it? The median of the day, where the body just slowly...
How does it?
We have two waves, don't we? We have the morning and the late afternoon.
So by the time I get home tonight, I'll be all hypo.
Yeah, exactly.
Noah Cornwell from... I doubt it. From the City end in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns this one into the leg side without any real timing. He moves to 27. 261 for one. 6 to win.
Given the human attention span is now 45 seconds, I think we've done pretty well for 6 hours and 49 minutes.
I know, but think of the poor old people who've been listening. A few of them have fallen asleep by now. I've got to do another update in 2 minutes' time.
Oh, come on, lads. Finish it for him. The winning runs. You can do it with a 6 from here. And it's Kane. You better have the commentary of this, haven't you? Until you go.
Until I go, and then I'll try and do it justice on there. Middlesex slowing things down here, understandably, I suppose.
Stoneman saying just holds. Fletcher's got to do his update. We can really annoy him now.
They've got an interview with Paul Warren on at the moment, the Derby County manager, as Cornwell comes in and bowls. That's clipped nicely into the leg side by Harry Kane for a single. He moves to 113. They need 5 to win. $27, Brooke Guest off 31. Guest waits. There's Cornwell in, left arm around the wicket. He drives that gloriously. That might go for 4. It has gone for 4. The scores are level. 266 for 1. Derbyshire need one more run, although
I think they've won it.
They do think they've won it, but they haven't.
They took off their gloves.
Yeah, took off their gloves.
Yeah, lads, you need one more.
They need one more.
Brilliant. Now, on the screen next to you, Derbyshire trail by 0. You'd have thought they'd have won the match. On the big screen, runs required 1.
Yeah, it is. It is runs required 1.
Yeah.
They need one more.
Have they got a screen out there that says Derbyshire trail by 0?
They've got this right next to us.
That's what they're looking at then. Yeah, we won it.
Here we go. Cornwell in and bowls to Brooke Guest. It's a bouncer, it's a wide, it's horrible. It's not given as a wide, though. That's remarkable.
I don't know why they're booing it, because it means they get to hit the winning runs. But I reckon you can do this, Fletch. Come on, you can do it.
I've got to go.
Can he do it? He's going. Oh, he's going. How many balls left at this over? Oh, loads. 2. Cornwell again. Yeah, it was a bumper outside off stump. So it was right in the top corner, apparently, that one. It's Cornwell's in. Bowls. This is pushed back to mid-on. There's no run. He might be back for an over still. 266 for 1. He's back. What's happened?
They didn't come to me.
Oh!
They went into a song by Post Malone, whoever she is.
Could you imagine that was the winning runs and he'd have missed it for nothing?
Well, I did commentate on it, which would have gone back on the rot through this. So
beautiful.
We're all right. We're safe. Here he comes then. Noah Cornwell to bowl his final ball of his 7th over. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side. And there it is. Derbyshire have made it 2 wins out of 2. 267 for 1. A 9-wicket win over Middlesex. A century from Harry Kane. 88 from Lewis Rees, 32 from Brooke Guest. That partnership, 51 for the 2nd wicket, but 216 for the 1st wicket. And they win this one with 7 overs to spare. It has been quite the victory for Derbyshire, who, as I say, make it 2 wins out of 2 and now move on to Wednesday when they take on Lancashire.
Middlesex against Northamptonshire. Live from Radlett on Monday. Do join that across the usual channels, wherever you so choose. And Middlesex will desperately need a first win to get them up and running in the competition. A third win, I think you can pretty much say that's that. They'll have to go on a fair old run from here to get going, but a couple of away games to start. They'll have those run of home games now that will offer them the opportunity at least, but they do desperately need to get up and running on Monday, of course. So do join us for that one if you can.
Thank you, Kev. It's been an absolute delight.
It really has. It's been lovely.
I've enjoyed it.
It's been lots of fun, and we get to do it all again. This was a little aperitif, wasn't it?
The hors d'oeuvre.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
I know. Was aperitif even closer, right?
Aperitif.
Aperitif.
I think possibly. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening as well. If you've stuck with us for the entire time, we'll more fool you in all honesty. Derbyshire win this one by 9 runs. We'll see you soon.